Chapter 160. Li Wanyu hurriedly stepped forward and stopped the furious old Muramasa. He had already communicated with Niu Yong. Su Changqing was not in danger for now, but he was trapped in the SF Express carriage and could not leave. If he really led 200 people and farmers with all kinds of weapons to Chang, and the guard at the city gate would be mobilized. With great difficulty, Li Wanyu managed to calm down the agitated village chief and the villagers. However, under the unanimous request of the villagers, he finally led the Niu brothers and the 12 soldiers who had survived hundreds of battles. They mounted their horses and galloped towards Chang and city. The huge Chang and city had many city gates, palace gates, halls, pavilions, and streets. It took hours to open and close these gates every day. Night fell. After the first drumbeat, the palace gates closed. After the second drumbeat, the palace gates began to close. After the second drumbeat, the palace city gates, left and right eternal light gates, the imperial city gates, and the capital city gates began to close. After 800 drumbeats, the city gates closed. Li Wanyu led 14 horses and galloped all the way. They did not care about the horses and kept whipping their horses. Finally, they rushed into the illustrious Virtue Gate after the first drumbeat. Let's not talk about how Li Wanyu and the others were rushing to the East Market. This morning, Su Changqing led Peilon and Niu Yong to the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company in Chang and city as usual. The little girl Perrin and Su Changqing rode on the same horse. Niu Yong rode beside them to protect them. Perrin curled up in the arms of her beautiful boss. The two of them chatted in a low voice. Perrin wanted to go to the East Market, so she begged Su Changqing to take her to Chang'an. Sister Changqing, Lang Jun did not come back last night. Humph! It must be that group of rich playboys who took him to indulge in wine and women. Perrin pouted and said unhappily. Yesterday, Li Wanyu and the other hedonistic sons of rich families stayed overnight at the Hu People's wine shop in the western city. He only sent someone back to inform them that he would not be returning to Dingzhou village that night. Regarding this, the little girl Perrin had a rather strong opinion. The beautiful boss reached out and pinched her face. Little girl, you have a lot of little ideas. Perrin twisted her body and said, I'm just thinking for you, Sister Changqing. Hee, sister, don't you care about Lang Jun? Men, they're all like this. Let 'em be. Su Changqing came from the future, so he wasn't surprised by such things. She also knew that in the company, including Li Wanyu, it was not uncommon for white-collar workers like them to accompany customers to places like nightclubs in order to get an order. For Su Changqing, she didn't care much about men playing outside. She cared more about whether the two of them could be together for the rest of their lives. Some of the beautiful bosses liked the lyrics of the song, the most romantic thing I can think of is to slowly grow old with you. Until we're old and can't go anywhere, you'll still treat me as a treasure in the palm of your hand. Ever since Su Changqing transmigrated to the prosperous Tang dynasty, she regarded Li Wanyu as her lifelong partner. In addition to having a good impression of Li Wanyu, the main reason was that in the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu was the only one who could understand her. It was like a man and a woman living on a deserted island. If you didn't choose him, did you have any other choice? Although the Tang dynasty was not a deserted island, in Su Changqing's mind, except for Li Wanyu, there was no one else she could open her heart to and communicate with. To her, this world was no different from a deserted island. Su Changqing didn't think that she could be like those female protagonists in novels who transmigrated to ancient times and live happily with an ancient person. That was too much of a fantasy. She couldn't imagine marrying an ancient person from the Tang dynasty and then living a life of seclusion in the backyard. That was simply a disaster. However, the beautiful boss also had some worries in her heart. That was the age gap between her and Li Wanyu was too big. Although she knew that Li Wanyu was actually 2 or 3 years older than her. No matter what, Li Wanyu's physical age was only 16 years old, and she was already 24 years old. As the saying went, a woman 3 years older than her husband would hold a golden brick. A woman 8 years older would make a fortune. However, Su Changqing was nervous. For her, this matter had become a sore point. The soul of the man she liked was possessed by a young man. It felt really strange. It was precisely because of this fear that Li Wanyu would despise her age that she did not want to be intimate with Li Wanyu. The two people holding hands already made her feel very awkward. This kind of worry about personal gains and losses made the beautiful boss jealous of the young maidservants sent by Cho Kuan on one hand, but on the other hand, she was particularly indulgent with Li Wanyu. Even if she knew that Cheng Chuma was a playboy and took Li Wanyu to indulge in wine and women, she did not want to interfere. Contradiction, entanglement, this was Su Changqing's current state of mind. Suppressing the emotions in her heart, the three people entered Chang and city and went straight to the East Market. The Shunfeng Express Carriage Company had rented a courtyard in the East Market as a temporary stop for the carriage company in Chang and city. Usually, because of the delay in transporting goods, the four-wheeled carriages and coachmen who could not return to Dingzhou village would temporarily spend the night here. This was also the location of the Shunfeng Express, which contracted the freight business of the merchants in the East and West markets. The reason why they chose to open the carriage company in the East Market was mainly because the Cho family had a business here. Since planning to open a carriage company in Chang and city, Su Changqing first contacted Cho Kuan and asked him to help find a suitable shop in Chang and city. The Cho family was surprised to learn that Li Wanyu actually wanted to open a carriage company business. However, after Cho Yuanliang saw the carrying capacity and speed of the four-wheeled carriage, he immediately decided to cooperate with the Shunfeng Express for a long time. The biggest problem for the Cho family in the grain business was the transportation of grain. The Shunfeng Express simply made Cho Yuanliang overjoyed. The courtyard in the East Market was the property of the Cho family. It was rented to Su Changqing by Cho Yuanliang at a very low price. The condition was that all the grain of the Cho family would be transported by the Shunfeng Express in the future. In this regard, Su Changqing naturally had no objection. The two sides happily signed the contract. In the past few days, the Shunfeng Carriage Company had helped the Cho family transport several batches of grain. Both the speed and the price made Cho Yuanliang very satisfied. After Su Changqing and others arrived at the carriage company, she first checked the account book and confirmed that there was no problem. Then she dealt with some trivial matters of the carriage company. These days, the most troublesome thing for the beautiful boss was that there was no one to help her. Now the carriage company had just started, so she could do it by herself. But once it developed, she would have to do all these things by herself. That would be really terrible. In Dingzhou village, there were many farmers who worked, and they were all good at it. But there was no one who could read to help with the management. Sure enough, talent was the most precious thing, even in the 21st century. After busying himself for more than 2 hours, he was finally almost done. Only then did Su Changqing lead Pei Lan to stroll around the Eastern Market. Niu Yong wanted to accompany them, but Su Changqing refused with a smile. In Chang, in city of the Tang dynasty, especially in the East Market, the security was still good. She and Perrin were not worried about any accidents. Shopping was a woman's nature. Maybe no matter where, no matter which era, women like to walk around and look around because they like this feeling. It was the first time that Perrin came to the East Market. In this era, the most prosperous shopping center in the world was located, which made the little girl very excited. Although Perrin insisted on serving Li Wanyu in the mansion, no one treated her as a maid in the mansion. After asking Li Wanyu and the old housekeeper for their opinions, Su Changqing simply set a monthly salary for Perrin, which was the treatment of a member of the family. The servants in the Tang dynasty were the property of the master. Naturally, they were not like the maids in Dream of the Red Chamber, who had a monthly salary. Generally speaking, the master would take care of the servants' food and accommodation, and reward them according to his mood. Today, Perrin came to the East Market of Chang and city with all the copper coins she had saved these days, saying that she wanted to buy something. But whether it was a rouge shop or a jewelry shop, the little girl could go in and look around. However, although the little girl had money in her pocket, she just looked around and did not spend money to buy anything. Perrin, what do you want to buy? Su Changqing asked curiously. Perrin blushed and stuck out her tongue at her. Sister Changqing, I want to buy a sachet for Langjun. The sachet she was talking about was a hollow metal ball with a pattern of flowers or animals. A metal incense pot was suspended on a balance frame inside, and the outside could be rotated at will. In the Tang dynasty, not only women liked to wear sachets, but men were no exception. Whether hunting, traveling, or playing, they all carried sachets with them. Wherever it went, the fragrance would spread. At that time, men even had the custom of comparing spices with each other, which was called competing in incense. Even the generals of the Tang dynasty used incense. In the Tang poem, Young Man's Journey, it was written, Ping-ming little hunting out of the middle army, exotic fragrance filling sleeves. It was obvious how popular incense was in the Tang dynasty. Su Changqing was speechless. In her mind, she could not imagine Li Wanyu wearing a sachet around his waist, and the fragrance was overflowing. Perrin, your Langjun definitely doesn't like to wear that stuff. You'd better not waste your money. Su Changqing said firmly. Li Wanyu was a standard straight man. In the company of later generations, some male colleagues would wear perfume for men. But on Li Wanyu, the beautiful boss had never smelled any fragrance except for the smell of sweat. He was the representative of smelly men. Really? Langjun used to like it. Perrin was a little confused. Shouldn't wearing sachets be the favorite of men in the Tang dynasty? She remembered that her Langjun used to wear sachets. It's true. Let's go over there and have a look. I'll treat you to candy, okay? Su Changqing could not explain to the little girl that her Langjun had been replaced. She could only say perfunctorily and pull Perrin away. When they passed by the door of a shop that specialized in women's ready-made clothes, Perrin looked at the colorful women's clothes in the shop and waved to Su Changqing. Sister Changqing, let's go in and have a look. The clothes here are so beautiful. Su Changqing naturally would not refuse. She smiled and held Perrin's hand and walked into the shop. But she did not expect to meet a noble person in the shop. Chapter 161. This E-City's ready-made clothing store was expensive, so there weren't many customers. Su Changqing saw two beautiful women who were about the same age as her, so she smiled and nodded to greet them in a friendly manner. The two women also smiled and greeted her. After transmigrating for almost a month, even Su Changqing could see that these two women obviously had a high status. Their hair was tied up in a bun, their breasts were exposed, and their shoulders were covered with a gauze. They were wearing a short-sleeved shirt, a long skirt, and a belt. One of the women was pregnant, and her belly was already showing. There were maids serving them. Although Su Changqing didn't know much about history, she still knew a phrase called Tang Dynasty clothing. The Tang Dynasty clothing was the heyday of China's clothing development. Even in later generations, the shadow of the Tang Dynasty clothing could still be seen in East Asian countries. The Tang Dynasty women's clothing was the most wonderful chapter of China's ancient clothing. Their clothes were beautiful and gorgeous, and the decorations were strange and complicated, making it too much for the eyes to take in. Speaking of which, Su Changqing was secretly shocked by the Tang Dynasty women's clothing, because even in the eyes of later generations, the Tang Dynasty women's clothing was too bold. The light, thin, and transparent fabric, coupled with the bare-chested clothing, which was the low-chested clothing of later generations, and the slow-chested gauze skirt, made Su Changqing, as a woman, blush when she looked at it. In the Tang Dynasty, where plump breasts were considered to be beautiful, the white patch on the chest of a woman with a bit of status was a cheap sight for many men. Not to mention that there was no such thing as underwear in the Tang Dynasty. With such a low neckline, when these women bent down, the fatal temptation of exposing their bodies was simply too deadly. In the Tang Dynasty, bare-chested clothing was not something that just anyone could wear. Women from ordinary families were not allowed to wear such clothes. Only women with high status could wear such clothes. Just like the two beautiful women in the store at this time, who were wearing bare-chested clothing, revealing their plump and snow-white chests. Obviously, they were of noble status. Su Changqing didn't want to disturb them, so she led Perrin and whispered about the various clothing in the store. But she accidentally overheard the conversation of the two beautiful women. "Sister, look at this belt. It suits you so well." "It does look good," but it's not convenient for me to wear this belt right now. The pregnant woman sighed and said, I look ugly no matter what I wear now. I don't even dare to let Erlang see me like this. The beautiful boss stole a glance at the pregnant woman and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter immediately alerted the two beautiful women, and they both cast inquisitive gazes over. Xianxia hurriedly bowed to them and explained, Ladies, I'm really sorry. I accidentally overheard your conversation and disturbed you. However, the two beautiful women didn't blame her and just laughed it off. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. His laughter just now was indeed a little impolite. He hurriedly said, My two wives, actually, I know of clothes that are suitable for pregnant women. Would you be interested? Oh, the pregnant woman's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she hurriedly asked, Young lady, tell me about it. What Xianxia thought of was the maternity clothes of the future. When women in the future were pregnant, they would usually buy maternity clothes that were wide, comfortable, breathable, sweat-absorbent, and easy to wear. And women in the future would pay more attention to the beauty of maternity clothes. Aside from the large waist, the style wasn't inferior to ordinary fashion. Xianxia asked the female shop assistant of the ready-made clothing store to bring over a chest-length skirt. He pointed at the waist of the skirt and said, Actually, this chest-length skirt is the most suitable for pregnant women. You just need to modify the waist a little. The chest-length skirt looked like the Korean clothing of the future. The so-called Korean clothing was passed down to Korea during the Tang dynasty. The chest-length skirt tied the belt high above the chest. This style could achieve a different elegant effect regardless of whether the figure was plump or thin. Furthermore, the chest-length skirt that was modified at the waist was thin at the top and thick at the bottom. It looked dignified and elegant, and the wide skirt perfectly hid the pregnant belly. Whether it was a 6-month pregnant woman or an 8-month pregnant woman, it couldn't be seen after wearing it. It was the best combination for pregnant women. Xianxia's words made the two beautiful women quite interested. The female shop assistant on the side was also very tactful and quickly said, Honorable guests, there are tailors in this small shop. If you need, I can ask them to modify it right away. It can be done in a moment. The two beautiful women smiled and looked at each other. They nodded and asked her to take the chest-length skirt to the back of the shop to modify it. Xianxia said with a smile, Ladies, it's better not to wear silk clothes when you're pregnant. It's better for the fetus to wear cotton clothes. Oh, why is that? The beautiful woman asked. Because cotton clothes are not irritating to the fetus and the pregnant woman. Moreover, cotton clothes are breathable and comfortable to wear. The beautiful woman immediately called the female shop assistant and asked if there were any cotton clothes. Cotton clothes were not common in the early years of the Tang dynasty. It was just a novelty. It wasn't until the middle of the Tang dynasty that cotton clothes became popular. There was no cotton cultivation in the Tang dynasty. At that time, there was only cotton from Gaochang in the western regions. The 7 indigenous people in Gaochang planted cotton, then spun and weaved cloth before sending it to the interior of the Tang dynasty. Because of its high price, its quality was not as smooth as silk, and it was much more expensive than linen. Therefore, cotton clothes were still a very small luxury at this time. This ready-to-wear shop specialized in making all kinds of women's clothes. They also had chest-length skirts made of cotton. The beautiful woman immediately asked the female shop assistant to modify it. While waiting for the shop to modify the clothes, Xianxia talked with the two beautiful women again. He talked about many methods and tricks for pregnant women in the later generations, which greatly interested the two beautiful women. In fact, these were all common sense for women in the later generations. Although the beautiful boss was a virgin, she also had relatives, friends, and classmates who were married and pregnant. Therefore, she also knew a thing or two. The beautiful boss now understood why Li Wanyu often shamelessly plagiarized. She was also the same now. Showing off some common sense of the later generations made the two beautiful women exclaim again and again, giving her a great sense of satisfaction. The two sides chatted happily. Then, the topic changed to the problem of maintaining a pregnant woman's figure. Although women in the Tang dynasty were beautiful with plump bodies did not mean that they were fat. However, it was easy for women to gain weight and lose their shape when they were pregnant. In this regard, the two beautiful women, who were already mothers, were also very distressed. Xianxia said, "Ladies, you can try practicing yoga. It is very effective for maintaining your figure." "Yoga? Isn't that a Buddhist technique?" the beautiful woman asked in astonishment. Yoga had been introduced to China as early as the Han Dynasty, along with Buddhism. It was mainly used as a Buddhist cultivation method. The Chinese transliteration of yoga was also yoga, which first appeared in the Chinese translation of Buddhist scriptures. However, yoga at this time was very different from the yoga of the later generations. Ancient yoga was mainly used for meditation, which was the so-called repair of the soul. However, the modern yoga of the later generations was used to exercise the body. Modern yoga could adjust the body's muscles, bones, and endocrine system to the healthiest state through long-term exercise. In order to maintain her figure, Xianxia specially learned yoga exercises and insisted on practicing every day to maintain her good figure. In response to the two beautiful women's questions, Xianxia smiled and explained the difference between her yoga and Buddhist yoga. Hearing that yoga could maintain one's figure and make one young, the two beautiful women's eyes lit up. Women loved beauty, and this was the case no matter which dynasty it was. "Young lady, I wonder if it's convenient for you to teach us yoga?" the beautiful woman asked expectantly. Chapter 162. Xianxia didn't refuse the two beautiful women's request. She didn't mind getting to know a few more noble women of the Tang dynasty. Since she and Li Wanyu were going to live in the Tang dynasty for a long time, she still needed to expand her network. These two beautiful women, whether it was their conversation or temperament, made Xianxia have a good impression of them. Naturally, she was willing to get closer to such beautiful women. However, she was slightly embarrassed. "I can teach you yoga, but I need a convenient place. When practicing yoga, you can't wear too many clothes, otherwise it will affect your physical activity." The two beautiful women were stunned. This was a problem. The pregnant woman asked, "Are you from Chang'an?" Xianxia smiled and shook her head. "I'm from Dingzhou Village in Hu County. I run a carriage business in the East Market." "Dingzhou Village in Hu County?" The beautiful woman smiled and asked, "Do you know Li Wanyu from the Li family in Dingzhou Village?" The beautiful woman's words caused Xianxia to be stunned as well, and only after a long time did he reply, "Of course I know him. I'm Li Wanyu's cousin. May I ask how the two of you know my cousin?" Her cousin's words were even vague, but the smile in the pregnant woman's eyes deepened. "I'm Li Jia Xiaolong's elder." "So, you're also my niece." "What? Li Wanyu's elder?" Except for the Li family in Hu County, who had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Li Wanyu's current identity, what other elders did he have? Xianxia was confused by the beautiful woman's words. She didn't know how to address these two beautiful women. "Yi niece, let's go. I'll tell you in detail when we go to my house." After learning Xianxia's identity, the beautiful woman became very enthusiastic and stepped forward to hold her arm. Xianxia was dumbfounded. These two beautiful women didn't look much older than her. The two of them were about 27 or 28 years old. How did he suddenly become the junior of these two beautiful women? It was too late for regrets. She hated Li Wanyu's fabricated identity so much that her teeth itched. "Damned Li Wanyu, why couldn't you have made up an identity?" Xianxia still didn't want to acknowledge this relative, but he was pulled out of the house by two enthusiastic, beautiful women. He didn't even bother to take the dress that he had asked the shop to modify. A simple-looking two-wheeled carriage was parked at the entrance of the clothing store. Xianxia was forced by the two beautiful women's warm invitation and had no choice but to follow them onto the carriage. Perrin was also invited by the beautiful woman's maid to get on the horse at the back of the carriage and follow the carriage all the way. The little girl also didn't know what was going on. Since when did his Lang Jun have any elders? Perrin, who grew up in a Li family, knew very well about Li Wanyu's relatives. She had never heard of any elders or relatives in Chang and city. However, the two beautiful women didn't seem to be bad people. Perrin could only suppress the suspicion in her heart and follow the carriage all the way. After the carriage drove out of the East Market, Perrin found that there were many strong men on horseback in front and behind the carriage. They were guarding the carriage with solemn faces, which made her even more surprised. It was obvious that the two beautiful women's family power couldn't be underestimated since they had so many troops. Inside the carriage, Xianxia had been carefully inquiring about who exactly the two beautiful women were. However, the two beautiful women just smiled and didn't say anything. They only told her that she would know when she arrived at the mansion. Perrin, who was riding behind the carriage, was horrified to find that after the carriage left the East Market, it went all the way north and then turned in the direction of the Imperial City. Finally, the carriage drove straight to the Xianxia Gate on the east side of the Imperial City. From here, the Imperial City was to the south, and the Imperial Palace of the Tang Dynasty, Taiji Palace, was to the north. When the carriage passed by the Xianxia Gate, the Imperial guards guarding the gate of the Imperial City didn't stop them for inspection. Instead, they all bowed and saluted. Even if the little girl Perrin was slow, at this moment, she realized that the two beautiful women were nobles in the Imperial Palace. This discovery frightened Pei Lan to the point that her entire body trembled. She rode on horseback in a daze and followed the carriage into the Taiji Palace. Xianxia didn't know where the carriage went like Perrin. She didn't know the way, nor did she know the Imperial Palace of the Tang Dynasty. However, when the two-wheeled carriage stopped, she and the two beautiful women were helped out of the carriage by the maidservants. She was still shocked by the buildings in front of her. Even in the future, she had visited the magnificent palace complex in the Forbidden City, but she was still shocked by the Taiji Palace in front of her. The continuous Imperial City and the Imperial City. The Imperial Palace was majestic, gorgeous, solemn, and had strict security. It had an irreplaceable sense of oppression. In the magnificent era of the Tang Dynasty, whether it was the 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue or the palace complex in front of her, they were all so magnificent. The palace complex in front of Taiji Palace was 40 feet above the ground, with its back against the blue sky. It was tall and majestic, and it was breathtaking. On both sides of the stairs leading to the main hall were bluestone handrails. The handrails on the upper level were engraved with the image of a swordsman's head, while the middle and lower levels were engraved with the image of a lotus flower. Xianxia was stunned. A group of palace maids bowed to the two beautiful women beside her and saluted. "Welcome back to the Imperial Palace, Your Highness." "Welcome back to the Imperial Palace." "Empress? Imperial concubine?" The beautiful superior was completely dumbfounded. Her body was stiff, and she didn't know whether she should bow like those palace maids at this time. She actually saw the living Empress, Zhang Sun. She didn't look like the Empress Zhang Sun she had seen in the TV series, but she looked more graceful and luxurious, with a myriad of manners. Perrin had already rolled off the back of the horse. She anxiously bowed and didn't dare to raise her head for a long time. The two beautiful women in Xianxia's eyes were Empress Zhang Sun, who was 5 or 6 months pregnant, and one of the 4 concubines of Pai Lupi, Concubine Yang. Concubine Yang's identity was also very noble. Her father was Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. She was a princess of the royal family and was born as an emperor. After Sui dynasty was subjugated by Tang Xing and replaced the Sui dynasty, Concubine Yang married Pai Lupi and gave birth to the 3rd princely Gu and the 6th princely Gu. Because of the special background of Concubine Yang, she didn't want to fight for power. Among the concubines in Pai Lupi's harem, she had a very harmonious relationship with Empress Zhang Sun. Today, because Empress Zhang Sun felt depressed in the imperial palace, and because she was pregnant, she took Concubine Yang out of the imperial palace and went to the East Market to relax. Even the Honorable Empress Zhang Sun and Concubine Yang had a strong interest in things like shopping. Although the two women were already the mothers of several princes and princesses, and Empress Zhang Sun was the mother of the world and the ruler of the imperial harem, in the end, she was only a young woman in her 20s. As the most powerful and open country in history, the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty didn't have the same strict restrictions on the imperial harem in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Not only could the imperial harem leave the imperial harem, but even the concubines didn't live in the imperial palace and built their own mansion outside. Compared to the imperial harem in the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was simply a heaven-like existence. Therefore, it wasn't very surprising that Su Chongqing would encounter Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang in the East Market today. Su Chongqing understood a little bit why Zhongsun and concubine Yang said that they were her elders. Li Wanyu was born in the imperial family and hadn't left the imperial harem. Weren't Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang her and Li Wanyu's elders? My life. I'm afraid that my fake cousin will be exposed. Chapter 163. While the beautiful boss was feeling uneasy, she didn't notice that Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang were both smiling. She didn't know that ever since Li Wanyu did a series of things, the Li family had entered Pai Lupi's sight. The Hunter Horseman Department, the secret service of the imperial family, had already secretly investigated Li Wanyu and reported all of his recent activities to Pai Lupi. Su Chongqing, this woman who suddenly appeared in the Li family, even the Hunter Horseman Department couldn't find out her origin. She was very mysterious. The Hunter Horseman Department even found those servants who were released by Li Wanyu, but they only found out that this woman appeared out of nowhere in the Li family's residence a month ago. As for where she came from, the Hunter Horseman Department didn't know. It was as if this woman suddenly fell from the sky. The Hunter Horseman Department didn't know that Su Chongqing really did fall from the sky, but she fell into Li Wanyu's bathtub. If they wanted to find out her origin and where she came from, the Hunter Horseman Department would have to travel 1,300 years and go to the police station in the future. The Li family announced to the public that this woman named Su Chongqing was Li Wanyu's cousin, but no one believed this. However, the Hunter Horseman Department's report clearly stated that this woman was very smart and capable, and that she had feelings for Li Jiaxiaoling. Not only did Pai Lupi read the Hunter Horseman Department's report, but Pai Lupi also showed it to Empress Zhongsun for a look. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun didn't care about Su Chongqing's origin. A woman wasn't in the eyes of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. She was just Li Jiaxiaoling's concubine, although she was a bit older. However, because Empress Zhongsun had a good impression of Li Jiaxiaoling and met Su Chongqing today, she admired Su Chongqing very much after talking with her. The more Empress Zhongsun looked at her, the more she liked her. In addition, the yoga that Su Chongqing mentioned made her and concubine Yang very curious. So they simply brought Su Chongqing back to Taiji Palace and revealed her identity. The so-called niece was just a joke between Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang and Su Chongqing. Empress Zhongsun smiled and invited Su Chongqing to follow her into Lijian Hall, which was Empress Zhongsun's bedroom. Lijian was the main hall of the second courtyard. In the courtyard was the imperial palace's palace, the palace's palace. Li STSS book says, as always, strictly speaking, this place was not part of the harem, but Empress Zhongsun lived here in order to accompany Pai Lupi. Only the Tang dynasty had this kind of tolerance. Other dynasties hated that they couldn't lock the harem's empress and concubines behind the palace walls, not to mention that they could go out of the palace to play from time to time. Perrin was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly and didn't dare to enter the palace. Su Chongqing simply let her stay outside the hall. Although Su Chongqing respected Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang, because she came from the modern era, she didn't have much respect for imperial power. After all, except for a few countries in the modern era, in most countries with monarchs, the monarch was just a decoration. Therefore, even when facing the empress and the harem's imperial concubines, Su Chongqing was relaxed and didn't have much uneasiness or nervousness. She asked the palace maids to bring her 3 soft mats and put a towel on them to act as yoga mats. Yoga mats were necessary to practice yoga. Firstly, it was to prevent slippage and protect the safety of the trainer. Secondly, it was to protect the knees and spine. Su Chongqing also asked the palace maids to bring them close-fitting clothes. Women in the Tang dynasty often wore short skirts, which couldn't be used for exercise. Fortunately, women in the Tang dynasty also liked to wear clothes, which were narrow sleeves and tight, with separate clothes and pants, which could barely be used for yoga exercise. After telling the palace maids to close the door, Su Changqing began to teach Emperor Zhongsun and concubine Yang the method of yoga exercise. 2 hours later, the door of the main hall slowly opened. Su Changqing, Empress Zhongsun, and concubine Yang all came out with fragrant sweat. Empress Zhongsun asked the palace maids to bring snacks and food. The three of them sat in the side hall to rest and chat. Niece Changqing, your yoga is really magical. I feel much more relaxed after exercise, Empress Zhongsun said, while stroking her slightly bulging belly. Concubine Yang also smiled and nodded. Indeed, Changqing's yoga is really effective. I also feel much more energetic. Your Highness, Imperial Concubine, yoga requires long-term exercise. Today is just the beginning. If you want it to be effective, you must persist in practicing every day, Su Changqing said. Empress Zhongsun said, That's good. Niece Changqing, if it's convenient for you, you can come to the palace every day to teach us. Is that okay? Su Changqing hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed. She naturally wouldn't refuse to have a good relationship with the royal family of the Tang dynasty. Empress Zhongsun took a jade pendant from her body and handed it to her. This is my jade pendant. You can keep it well. With this jade pendant, you can enter and leave the palace at any time. Su Changqing didn't refuse. She thanked Empress Zhongsun and took the jade pendant. The front of the jade pendant was carved with a phoenix that symbolized the status of the empress, and the back was carved with 8 characters. Ding has fire virtue. He is a phoenix. Su Changqing didn't know seal script or history, so she naturally didn't know that these 8 characters were taken from the ancient legend of the emperor. Ren has water virtue. He is a dragon. Ding has fire virtue. He is a phoenix. Therefore, the emperor was a combination of dragon and phoenix, incomparably noble. Ding is a phoenix and calls herself the empress. This jade pendant wasn't just a certificate to enter and leave the palace, but also represented the status of Empress Zhongsun. In a sense, it was like the imperial sword and the golden token arrow made up in the TV series of later generations. It was like the emperor himself. Although she couldn't use the jade pendant to do whatever she wanted or order the court officials, it was enough to avoid a lot of trouble when necessary. This jade pendant represented that the holder had a close relationship with Empress Zhongsun. At least no one in Chang and would be blind enough to offend the holder of the empress's jade pendant. The reason why Empress Zhongsun gave the jade pendant that represented her status. She gave it to Su Changqing to give Li Wanyu a backer. She had long known about the filthy things that the Li clan of Hu County had done before. Empress Zhongsun wanted nothing more than to have Pai Lupi remove all of them from the imperial family. They had simply lost all of the imperial family's face. Li Wanyu was now showing more and more ability, so Empress Zhongsun's impression of him was getting better and better. That was why she gave Su Changqing such a jade pendant. She hoped that Li Jiaxiaolang could use this jade pendant to dispel some people's distracting thoughts if he encountered a similar situation again. Su Changqing naturally wouldn't think so much. He simply thought that this jade pendant was a certificate similar to a pass, so he didn't think much and put it away. While the 3 people were chatting by the table, Yang Fei suddenly looked at Su Changqing's clothes and sighed. Changqing, it's really been hard on you. Li Jiaxiaolang actually let you wear Huanzhua clothes. Su Changqing was stunned. What did this mean? Wear Huanzhua clothes? Huanzhua referred to clothes that had been washed many times. Who didn't wash clothes? Why did it become him suffering? While she was still confused, she saw Yang Fei turn to Empress Zhongsun and say, Sister, Li Jiaxiaolang is very pitiful. This made the beautiful superior even more confused. What was Li Wanyu pitiful about? Chapter 164. Su Changqing didn't understand. Concubine Yang meant that Li Jiaxiaolang was so poor that even his woman was still wearing washed old clothes. Yes, in the eyes of Emperor Zhongsun and Concubine Yang, wearing washed clothes was too shabby. Su Changqing's impression of the Tang dynasty and Emperor Zhongsun came from a TV series he watched in modern times, The Rule of Jingguan. In the TV series, Emperor Zhongsun was thrifty, righteous, and a motherly model. She once made her beautiful superior cry. In the TV series, Empress Xianxia even wore patch clothes. In history, Empress Xianxia and Empress Ma of Zhu Yuanzhang were known for being thrifty, but the difference between the two was too big. Empress Ma was only born in an ordinary family. Her family was even increasingly poor. It could be said that she was born in a bitter family. Therefore, in history, the only imperial concubine who was thrifty enough to wear ragged clothes was Empress Ma. Empress Xianxia was born in the imperial family of Northern Wei. As the imperial family, the Xianxia family produced many capable people from Northern Wei to Sui dynasty. It could be said that the family has mountains and rivers. Therefore, Empress Xianxia's thrifty was just not extravagant and wasteful. In the old Tang book, it was recorded that Empress Xianxia was very thrifty. She only gave what she wore. Translated into the vernacular, it meant that Empress Xianxia was a very thrifty person. She only asked that the clothes and jewelry she wore and the carriages and horses she used were enough. The so-called enough was not to change the old jewelry and then reuse it, nor was it to reduce the grade of the carriages and horses. It was just that the overall quantity was not excessive. That was all. In the Tang dynasty, including the nobles, they absolutely did not wear washed old clothes. In other words, they would throw away the clothes if they were dirty. Empress Xianxia, who was known for being thrifty, was also like this. The so-called thrifty was 3 years of new clothes, 3 years of old clothes, and 3 years of sewing and patching. That was a plot purely imagined by the scriptwriter. In history, wearing washed clothes was the model of being thrifty and would be recorded and praised in the history books. For example, in the Book of Sui, food records, it was recorded that the emperor bowed and walked frugally, while the 6 palaces wore salty clothes. This was similar to modern luxury clothing in the future. There was once news that high-end clothing was deformed after being dry cleaned. The answer the company received was, "We didn't consider the issue of cleaning when designing this clothing." The level of extravagance in both ancient and modern times was comparable. It was precisely because of this that Yang Fei would look at Su Changqing's clothes and say those words. Empress Xianxia agreed with Yang Fei's words. She lovingly looked at Su Changqing and felt that Li Jia Shaolang treated his woman too harshly. By the time Su Changqing understood the meaning of the Empress and Gu Fei's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did the royal family and nobles of the Tang dynasty have some misunderstanding about the concept of being thrifty? However, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind, and her expression immediately became miserable. He had to admit that women were born actresses. His beautiful superior's expression at this moment was very much like a young lady who was poor and had been wronged. The only thing missing was a weeping beauty. "Your Highness, Gu Fein Yang, you may not know, but Wang Yu is currently carrying a debt of nearly 3 million yuan. If he doesn't have the money to pay off the debt by the end of the year, I'm afraid he will be sued and beaten. It's a pity that his parents are dead, and he is being humiliated. He almost couldn't even keep his lord's grave. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to wear new clothes?" Her words weren't false. Empress Xianxia also knew the situation and felt that Li Jia Shaoling wasn't easy. Empress Xianxia said, "That child has suffered. Why don't I help him pay off the debt?" Su Changqing hurriedly said, "No, Your Highness, Wang Yu is stubborn and definitely won't accept charity." That day, Yu Shernan's secret supervisor also wanted to pay off the debt for him, but he refused. Empress Xianxia sighed. "AI, then what should we do?" Su Changqing suddenly smiled and asked, "Your Highness, I have an idea. It can benefit the imperial family and also help Ali family get out of trouble. I don't know if Your Highness is interested." "Oh, there's such a good thing? Let's hear it." Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang were very curious. Su Changqing told them all about the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company and analyzed the profits in detail for Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang, as well as the current financial problems the carriage company was facing. Due to the lack of sufficient funds, the four-wheeled carriage company's development was very slow, and the market demand was abnormally large. In fact, this wasn't a whim of the beautiful superior. Originally, she had discussed with Li Wanyu whether or not to pull Cheng Chumo and the other dandy families into the company. The four-wheel carriage company was really too big cake. It was so big that the Li family and Dingzhou village couldn't eat it all. If they weren't careful, they might even choke to death. This wasn't an alarmist talk, but the seemingly inconspicuous four-wheeled carriage transportation business actually had too much profit in it. Li Wanyu only relied on Feng Xianling and the Imperial Edict of Chang and City's special franchise. It was difficult to resist the greedy eyes of the aristocratic families. According to Su Changqing and Li Wanyu's analysis, to meet the needs of many merchants in Chang and City, at least 1,000 four-wheeled carriages were needed. Even if the average daily profit of carriage was the same copper coins, the Shunfeng Express might make a profit of 1,000 strings of coins a day in the future. Millions of coins, but only a day's profit. It could be imagined how big this cake would be. Before she and Li Wanyu discussed how to invite the dandy families to invest in the carriage company, she unexpectedly met Empress Xianxia today. If they wanted to choose a partner, was there anyone more suitable than the imperial family in the world? No matter how greedy the aristocratic families were, they didn't dare to extend their claws to the imperial property. And once the imperial family invested in the Shunfeng Express, not only could they solve the initial capital needs of the development of the carriage company, but they could also find a group of managers from the imperial family who could write and calculate. Why not? Su Changqing believed that Empress Xianxia would not refuse her proposal, which was a win-win choice. Sure enough, after she explained the key points, Empress Xianxia didn't hesitate to decide to cooperate. Empress Xianxia was not only the master of the harem, but also all the imperial property was under her jurisdiction. She could decide the cooperation with the Li family in one word. This empress will offer 800 horses and 5,000 strings of copper coins. Niece, how much can you give this empress? Empress Xianxia looked at Su Changqing with interest, wanting to see how she would answer. Su Changqing didn't hesitate at all and directly replied, Your Highness, the imperial family will take 50% of the carriage company. The Li family will take 30%, and the villagers will take 20%. What do you think? Okay. Empress Xianxia nodded with satisfaction and was very satisfied with Su Changqing's proposal. But I have two conditions, and I hope your highness can agree. Before Empress Xianxia spoke, Su Changqing quickly said her conditions. I hope that the Shunfeng Express will still be managed by me, and the imperial family will send accountants and managers to supervise. Is that okay? Okay. Empress Xianxia nodded again. She didn't want to take this property away from the Li family, which was not her original intention. Su Changqing couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that he would get such a big backer for his family when he accompanied the little girl to stroll in the street today. Chapter 165. After settling the matter of the imperial family investing in SF Express, Su Changqing only felt that a large stone had been lifted from his heart. The Li family had a backer, and the carriage company also had the capital to develop. She believed that with her management ability, she could complete the monopoly of Chang and transportation business within a year. After making an appointment with Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang to teach yoga in the palace the next day, Su Changqing led the trembling little girl Perrin out of the Tang dynasty's palace. Seeing that it was getting late, she prepared to return to SF Express to meet Niu Yong and then return to Dingzhou village to share today's unexpected harvest with Li Wanyu. Empress Xianxia considerately asked the palace maid to prepare 2 horses for them to ride. Su Changqing disliked that kind of hat that was connected to a circle of long black muslin. After wearing it, it would cover the face and body. The conical hat was stuffy, so she never wore this kind of thing called a hedgerow when riding a horse. But she didn't expect that today she would get into trouble because she didn't bring this hedgerow. The Zheng family of Xingyang was one of the 5 families and 7 kings of the Tang dynasty. The ancestors of the Zheng family of Xingyang could be traced back to the Zheng state that was infected by King Xianwang of Zhou. After the fall of the state, the royal family still used Zheng as their surname and Xingyang as their capital. At the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, the Zheng family gradually developed into a noble family. When the Tang dynasty was established, The Zheng family of Xingyang was the most prominent Zheng family in the world. There is a saying that the Zheng family of the world came from Xingyang. The Zheng family of Xingyang had many officials in the imperial court. The head of the family, Zheng Yuanshou, was an official in the Sui and Tang dynasties. Zheng Yuanshou's cousin, Zheng Xianxia, was the Minister of War, Civil Affairs, and Works in the Sui and Tang dynasties. The other members of the Zheng family of Xingyang held the positions of general, Minister of War, Commander of the Army, and so on. Not only did the family have such great power in the imperial court, but the Zheng family of Xingyang had been doing business for generations. The wealth of the Zheng family was piled up like a mountain. The number of horses, fields, grains, silk, and jewelry was comparable to the Pai Lupi's imperial treasury. Just the interest from the loans alone was no less than 100,000 strings of cash every year. It could be said to be the richest in the world. The luxurious lifestyle of the Zheng family in Xingyang was well known in Chang. Just in Chang and city alone, there were 600 to 700 servants in the Zheng mansion. Every day, there would be banquets, singing and dancing, bathing, sightseeing, luxurious clothes, and delicious food. Zheng Kongbua, the eldest son of Zheng Yuanshou, the head of the Zheng family in Xingyang, was 20 years old, but he was a famous playboy in Chang'an. Unlike Qing Chumo and the other top playboys, Zheng Kongbua could be said to be the top scum of the Tang dynasty. Although Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others loved to play around, they knew when to stop and did not use their family's power to do evil. But Zheng Kongbua, on the other hand, kicked a widow's door, dug up a family's grave, drank the mother's milk during confinement, and scolded a big blind man as a mute. It could be said that the top of his head was oozing pus, and the soles of his feet were covered in ulcers. Furthermore, Zheng Kongbua also had a huge hobby, which was that he loved beauties the most, especially the women of good families. He would often bring his men to snatch women from the common people and make merry every night. Because of this, the people in Chang, in city who sued the Zheng family, almost broke the drum of grievance of the Chang, and county and Wanyan County. However, the Zheng family in Xingyang had power and money. These people who complained were often coerced by the Zheng family, or used both the carrot and the stick. They paid a small sum of money and sent them away. Now in Chang, in city, when Zheng Kongbua brought his men to the streets, they could almost achieve the effect of clearing the streets, and people could not wait to avoid them. On this day, Zheng Kongbua was idle and bored, so he led a group of servants and was ready to go to Ping Kong Square to have fun. The Zheng mansion was located in Daning Square, which was not far from the imperial city. When they came out of the square, a group of people shouted and shouted as they went to Ping Kong Square in the south. When they arrived at Wangxiamen Street, Zheng Kongbua's eyes suddenly lit up. What a beautiful girl! There were 2 rouge horses in front of them, and one of them had a young lady sitting on its back. Although her figure appeared thin and frail, she had the countenance of a flower and the face of the moon, and was indescribably beautiful. Beside her on the horse, there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl who also looked lovely. When Zheng Kongbua saw her, he felt a burst of heat in his lower abdomen. This woman was delicious, and she was his type. He did not care about the people coming and going on the street, and they were near the imperial palace. He waved his hand and was ready to let the troops surround them. He had done this kind of thing many times, so he did not have any scruples. In Chang and city, no one dared to interfere with the Zheng family's business, including those martial marquises who were patrolling the streets. When he thought that he could drag this young lady back to the mansion, press her on the bed, and wantonly ravage her, he felt hot blood rushing to his body. He did not even intend to let go of the pretty girl. Although she was young, she also had a unique flavor. Today's luck was really good, to be able to meet such a pair of beauties as soon as he went out. He, Zheng Kongbua, was going to have a second chance today. Just as Zheng Kongbua felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat and was impatiently preparing to have his troops surround them and capture them, a servant beside him said softly, "Young master, those 2 horses seem to be horses from the palace. Look at the horses' buttocks. There's a brand from the palace. Horses from the imperial palace?" Zheng Kongbua was slightly stunned and reached out to stop the troops. He looked up carefully and found that the buttocks of the two rouge horses indeed had a mark of the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty. Damn it! Are these two bitches from the imperial palace? Zheng Kambua was full of anger. He thought that he could capture the two beauties back to the mansion and enjoy himself, but he did not expect to meet people from the imperial palace. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he was not stupid enough to rob Pai Lupi's women. That would cost him his head. Even the Zheng family of Xingyang could not protect him. Zheng Kambua knew his own limits at least. Seeing the two beauties go farther and farther, Zheng Kambua looked at the graceful back and felt very unwilling. He waved the horsewhip and said, "Let's go and see if they are from the imperial palace." A group of people followed the two beauties in front of them and went to the East Market. Zheng Kambua, the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xingyang, took a fancy to Su Changqing and the little girl Perrin. After they came out of the Taiji Palace, they talked and laughed all the way to the East Market. No one noticed that a pair of wretched and greedy eyes had been staring at them. If Empress Zhang's son had not arranged two horses for them, they would have been taken into the mansion by Zheng Kambua at this time. It was lucky. Zheng Kambua and his people followed the beautiful boss and Perrin all the way to the yard of the Shunfeng express carriage in the East Market. Seeing the two beauties he took a fancy to today riding into the yard of the carriage, Zheng Kambua immediately asked the servants to inquire about the two women's background. At the door of the carriage, several villagers of Dingzhou who did not carry goods were squatting on the ground and chatting. The servants of the Zheng family used the pretense of looking for people to get information from these simple men easily. When he came back, his face became quite strange. "Did you get the information? Are the two beauties from the imperial palace?" Zheng Kambua asked impatiently. The servant shook his head and said, "Yes, they are not from the imperial palace. They are from the Li family of Dingzhou village in Hu County." Zheng Kambua was stunned. Li family of Dingzhou village in Hu County? Is there a noble surnamed Li in my dynasty who lives in that Dingzhou village? The servants and troops shook their heads again and again, which made Zheng Kambua slap his thigh regretfully. "Damn it, I made a mistake. They are clearly the young ladies of Tian Shilang's family. Go, rush in and grab the two beauties for me." The troops of the Zheng family responded loudly and jumped off their horses. They grinned and rubbed their fists and rushed to the carriage, ready to take them by force. Chapter 166. At present, the drivers of the Shunfeng Express were all farmers in Dingzhou village. Because there were not many carriages in the carriage company, there were not many farmers in the carriage company. Suddenly, they saw more than a dozen big men rushing to the carriage company. The farmers who were squatting at the door were all shocked. Seeing that these people were not friendly, the farmers immediately stood up and blocked the door of the carriage company. Some smart ones immediately turned around and ran to the carriage company to inform others. They were not ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. With the guidance of more than a dozen experienced soldiers in the village, the farmers in Dingzhou village all knew how to fight. "Stop, who are you? What do you want to do?" A farmer shouted loudly. The leader of the Zheng family shouted, "Go away! Who dares to stop the Zheng family of Xingyang?" "Zheng family of Xingyang? Have you all made a mistake? We are a carriage company. Go away. Zheng family's work? Do we need to explain it to you farmers?" The leader of the troops ignored him and shouted to his men, "Rush in and catch them. Young master will reward you handsomely." While speaking, the troops of the Zheng family had rushed to the door of the carriage company and waved their fists at the farmers. Zheng Kambua's troops did not put these farmers in their eyes at all. They rushed over one by one with a grim smile, intending to beat the farmers blocking the door half to death, and then rush into the carriage company to kidnap the people. After the name of the Zheng family of Xingyang was revealed, the few villagers who were blocking the door hesitated for a moment. The name of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes of the Tang dynasty was too well known. Even these farmers knew that this was the top aristocratic family of the Tang dynasty and could not be easily offended. But seeing that the troops did not say anything and directly attacked, some farmers were caught off guard and took a few punches. They were beaten fiercely and waved their fists back regardless of anything. For a moment, the door of the carriage company was in a mess. There were only a few farmers at the door of the carriage company. They were surrounded by more than a dozen troops of the Zheng family and were about to suffer. But then he heard Su Changqing's clear voice from inside the carriage. "Stop it!" Having received the manor's report, Su Changqing led Niu Yong and the others out of the carriage, wanting to see what exactly had happened. After Su Changqing appeared, the Zheng family troops stopped for the time being. The villagers quickly retreated and blocked Su Changqing's former bodyguard, afraid that they would be injured by this group of people from the Zheng family. "Everyone, did you make a mistake? We are Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. I wonder what business you have with us?" Su Changqing asked in a clear voice. She wanted to clarify things first to see if there was any misunderstanding. Their carriage company did not receive any transportation orders from the Zheng family in Xinjiang, so they did not have any dealings with the Zheng family. Why did the Zheng family's troops come to their doorstep with such ferocious expressions? It would have been better if the beautiful boss did not appear. When her beautiful figure appeared at the door of the carriage company, Zheng Kongbua's evil thoughts were aroused. Zheng Kongbua pushed away the troops in front of him from the back and came forward with a lewd smile. He smiled at Su Changqing and said, "Young lady, haha, it's all a misunderstanding. Our Zheng family wants to find your carriage company to transport goods. Young lady, please come with me to the Zheng mansion to discuss." "Young master, if you need to transport goods, we will arrange people to negotiate with your mansion. Please don't block the door of our carriage company." Su Changqing saw this man's pair of peach blossom eyes staring at her lustfully. She felt disgusted and immediately said perfunctorily. Zheng Kongbua smiled and said, "How can other people come to discuss? My goods are very important. I need to talk to young lady personally." "Young lady, you will not give face to the Zheng family in Xinjiang, right?" Su Changqing did not want to be entangled with this person and coldly refused. "I'm sorry. We can't do business with your mansion. Please find another place." "Young lady, you don't want to give face to the Zheng family?" Zheng Kongbua suddenly put on a straight face and shouted at the troops of the Zheng family, "Go, capture that young lady and bring her back to the mansion. Lowly servant, you don't want face." As soon as he said this, the villagers of Dingzhou village were suddenly awakened. It turned out that the reason the Zheng family came knocking on their door was not for anything else, but to snatch Madame Su. Because they were afraid of the Zheng family's power, the villagers who did not dare to act freely all clenched their fists and angrily glared at the troops of the Zheng family. As long as they dared to rush forward, the villagers of Dingzhou village would dare to risk their lives. They dared to touch the goddess of wealth of Dingzhou village, the lifeblood of the entire village. Su Changqing was also angered by Zheng Kongbua's words to the point that his face turned frosty. He said coldly, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, "Your Xinjiang Zheng family dares to be so lawless?" As if he heard a funny joke, Zheng Kongbua raised his head and laughed loudly. "Ha! To you farmers, our Zheng family is the law. Young lady, why bother to be a farmer's slave? Isn't it good to pleasure under this young master's crotch? This young master promises to make you wish you were dead. Ha ha! You!" The beautiful superior was so angry by Zheng Kongbua's filthy words that her body trembled and she was speechless for a long time. Zheng Kongbua continued to tease, "Lowly servant, as long as you serve this young master well in bed, this young master promises you endless glory, splendor, wealth, and rank in the future. That's right, bring that young lady along too. Today, this young master wants to eat both young and old." His words angered Niu Yong to the point that he could not restrain his anger. Niu Yong did not wait for Su Changqing to speak and rushed out of the main door. He waved his iron fist and rushed towards the Zheng family troops. When the villagers who were blocking the entrance saw Niu Yong rushing forward, they all rushed forward and fought with the Zheng family troops. At this time, in the carriage, there were no more than 10 villagers of Dingzhou village, while the Zheng family troops numbered no less than 20 to 30 people. However, although Zheng Kongbua's troops had a lot of people, they had already been spoiled by the luxurious lifestyle of the Zheng family. Those who could be recruited into the Zheng family troops were originally fierce soldiers in the army. However, ever since they joined the Zheng family, especially the troops that followed Zheng Kongbua, they had been indulging in debauchery and committing atrocities every day. They had long lost the courage they had in the past and could only bully some ordinary people. At this moment, the group of villagers led by Niu Yong rushed forward and barely resisted for a few rounds. They were somewhat unable to withstand it and retreated in a mess. Zheng Kongbua was so angry at the clumsy performance of his own troops that he stomped his feet. "Trash! You bunch of trash! Go! Beat this bunch of farmers to death!" The 20 to 30 troops gathered again after being yelled at by their own Lang Jun. Relying on their numbers, they turned back and fought with the villagers again. After all, they were in Chang'an City. Regardless of whether it was the Zheng family troops or the villagers of Dingzhou village, they did not use weapons. Therefore, Niu Yong's abilities could not be used. Instead, he suffered some losses because he was missing an arm. Seeing that the villagers of Dingzhou village were in trouble, Niu Yong suddenly lifted his leg and kicked a troop in front of him. He shouted, "Retreat to the carriage and defend." The villagers immediately clustered around Niu Yong and fought as they retreated. They all retreated to the main door to defend. The width of the main door of the carriage was only enough for 5 to 6 people to stand side by side at the same time. For a moment, the Zheng family troops' advantage in numbers was not effective and they were blocked at the entrance. When both sides were in a deadlock, a copper whistle was heard. It was the marquises of the East City who had heard the news and rushed over. Chapter 167. Seeing the marquises of the marquis shop arrive, Zheng Kongbua coldly snorted and waved his hand to signal his troops to retreat. Although he was arrogant and did not put these marquises in his eyes, he was not arrogant enough to kidnap people in front of them. After all, the Zheng family of Xingyang was only one of the 5 surnames and 7 nobles, not the royal family of the Tang dynasty. If this matter was reported to the government, it would be troublesome. When Su Changqing opened the carriage business in Chang, and he had already taken the initiative to visit the Cheng family. Although he did not say it explicitly, he meant that he wanted Lu Guogong to take care of them when it was convenient. Cheng Yaoji naturally did not refuse. After knowing that the carriage business was opened in the East Market, he ordered the housekeeper to pass a message to the colonel of the East Market marquis shop to take care of the Li family's business. The colonel of the East Market marquis shop was called Qin Xian, a collateral relative of Qin Xiong. The Qin family had a good relationship with the Cheng family, Yuqi family, and other military leaders. This could be seen from the fact that these playboys could gather together to eat, drink, and play. Of course, the reason why Qin Huaidao, Qin Xiong's son, was not invited to play with the playboys was because Qin Huaidao was only 3 years old this year. He was too young. Therefore, with Lu Guogong's words, Qin Xian naturally obeyed. He also often sent marquises to patrol the streets of the East Market to prevent Chang and ruffians from causing trouble. Today, the Zheng family suddenly made trouble. 20 to 30 Zheng troops surrounded the carriage business. This gave Qin Xian a headache when he received the report. He was a small 8th-grade general and a collateral relative of the Qin family. How could he dare to go against the Zheng family of Xingyang? But if he allowed the Zheng family to cause trouble and Lu Guogong found out, he would not be able to get away with it. In a dilemma, Qin Xian ordered all the marquises of the marquis shop and rushed to the carriage business. He planned to see what happened first and think about whether he could mediate. It would be best if he could resolve this conflict. When Qin Xian saw that Zheng Kongbua was there, he felt a headache. Why was it this playboy? He didn't need to think to know that today's incident must have been caused by Zheng Kongbua, the eldest son of the Zheng family, who was used to being domineering. As the colonel of the East City marquis shop, Qin Xian often interacted with the Zheng family's eldest son. If it wasn't for the fact that the Zheng family of Xingyang was powerful, he felt that even death wouldn't be enough to wipe out this guy's crimes. No matter how disgusted he was, Qin Xian could only smile and salute Zheng Kongbua. "Young Master Zheng, may I ask what brings you here today?" "It's fine," Zheng Kongbua replied coldly. "There's nothing for you to do here. You can leave now." He wasn't an idiot. He knew that he couldn't openly announce the fact that he had taken a fancy to a beauty and wanted to snatch her back to his residence. Although Zheng Kongbua knew that in Chang'an City, None of these marquises dared to meddle in the affairs of the Zheng family. But no matter what, this was not a glorious matter. Therefore, he only wanted to send these martial marquis away and then let the troops rush into the carriage to kidnap them. Young Master Zheng, look, there are so many people coming and going in the East City. If this matter gets out of hand, it won't look good for everyone. Why don't you give me face and let this matter go? Xianxia didn't dare to offend Zheng Kongbua, so he could only plead softly. Zheng Kongbua glared at him. Get out. When is it your turn to meddle in my affairs? If I give you face, who do you think you are? Xianxia's face stiffened after being scolded, but he didn't know what to say. But in his heart, he was cursing this bastard. Who do you think you are? Relying on your family background? Bastard. No matter what, I'm still an 8th grade general of the Tang dynasty. You're just a foppish man who doesn't even have an official title. What right do you have to shout at me? You're a dog dressed like a fly. Why didn't God send down lightning to strike him to death? But although he cursed in his heart, Xianxia still had to keep a smile on his face and continue to persuade. Young Master Zheng, it's not that I want to meddle in your business. It's just that Lu Guogong said that I should take care of this Shun Feng carriage company. You see, I have no other choice. Zheng Kongbua was stunned. This carriage company is the property of Duke Lu's mansion. Xianxia shook his head. No, it's just that the owner of the carriage company has some relationship with Duke Lu's mansion. His words made Zheng Kongbua hesitate. Although the Zheng family of Xingyang was one of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, compared to Duke Lu, who had military power, it was still not enough. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were noble, but they didn't have much influence in the military of the Tang dynasty. The founding dukes under the sage, whether it was Li Shaogong, Yuqi Jingde, Li Jing, Duan Jixuan, Lu Hongji, Zhang Liang, Chai Xiao, Qin Xiong, Ho Junji, and other dukes, they were not the same kind of people as the traditional aristocratic families. Zheng Kongbua wanted to give up, but he felt that would be too shameful to leave like this. Plus, he was still thinking about the 2 beauties, so he was even more reluctant to leave. Seeing his hesitation, Xianxia continued to persuade him. Young Master Zheng, if this matter reaches the ears of Duke Lu or those imperial censors who have nothing better to do, it will be bad for you. Zheng Kongbua suddenly smiled sinisterly. Who the hell said I did it? My troops are just here to enjoy the scenery. What's wrong? Can't I? Xianxia was stunned. What the hell? Enjoy the scenery? Zheng Kongbua stretched out his hand to summon the head of his troops and whispered a few words in his ear. The head of the troops immediately nodded with a sinister smile. Under the command of the head of the troops, the 20 to 30 troops of the Zheng family immediately scattered. Except for nearly 10 people who continued to block the entrance of the carriage company, the others all scattered around the carriage company and directly surrounded it. Moreover, not only did they surround the carriage company, but they also pulled out the weapons they carried with them. It looked like they would attack if there was any disagreement. When the villagers in the carriage company saw that the other party had used weapons, and they could only use wooden sticks as weapons at most, they did not dare to rush out and could only guard the entrance. If Li Wanyu were here, he might have adapted the modern poem Broken Chapter to exclaim at Zheng Kongbua's shamelessness. You stand outside the door to enjoy the scenery, and the people who enjoy the scenery are looking at you from inside the door. Humph, surnamed Qin. As you can see, my troops are just here to enjoy the scenery. However, if someone offends them and something unpleasant happens, it has nothing to do with my Zheng family. Zheng Kongbua snorted coldly and glanced at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. This put Xianxia in a difficult position. Zheng Kongbua asked the troops to surround the carriage company, obviously wanting to trap them. However, he could not force the people of the Zheng family to leave. He could only watch the troops of the Zheng family unscrupulously besiege the carriage company. Su Changqing saw that the troops of the Zheng family showed their weapons and worried that the villagers of Dingzhou village would be at a disadvantage. He quickly ordered Niu Yong to close the door of the carriage company. Zheng Kongbua sent people back to the residence to mobilize a group of troops. In addition to the 20 to 30 troops from before, there were more than 100 people surrounding the Shun Feng carriage company. He had made up his mind to trap this group of farmers and make them obediently hand over the 2 beauties. Xianxia was at his wit's end. He could only take the marquee of the East City Marquee shop to watch from afar. He was somewhat undecided. He did not know if he should report this matter to the Duke Lu's residence. However, he did not want to completely offend the Zheng family of Xingyang. He pondered for a while before making a decision. Blocked in the carriage company, Su Changqing and Niu Yong also understood the plan of the Zheng family. They wanted to trap them to death. It was indeed a wild ambition. Chapter 168. With the Wuhou from the eastern city's Wuhou shop present and the Dingzhou village's guards, there was no need to worry for the time being that the Zheng family's troops would charge into the carriage and kidnap them. However, there was no food stored in the carriage, and they did not consider the possibility of being besieged. 1 or 2 days was not a problem, but if it was too long, they might not be able to hold on. But what the Zheng family displayed was an attitude of being unwilling to leave the matter at that, making Su Changqing's head ache. She was an elite in the business world and had never faced such a situation, so she was at a loss. But Niu Yong was very calm. After comforting the villagers and Su Changqing, he decided to return to Dingzhou village to get reinforcements. After arranging for the villagers to guard the door, Niu Yong rushed out of the encirclement of the Zheng family troops and rushed to Dingzhou village to get reinforcements. When the evening drum of Chang and city sounded and the gate of the Eastern Market was about to close, a dozen riders rushed into the Eastern Market before the gate was closed. After the drum sounded, the shops in the Eastern Market closed and the customers went home. In such a big Eastern Market, nighttime entertainment was not allowed. The sun was about to set, and the bustling Eastern Market during the day had become empty and quiet. More than a dozen horses' hooves stepped on the bluestone road, making a light sound of hooves. Lang Jun, are we going to kill them directly or what? Niu Yong suffered a big loss during the day, but now his eyes were burning with anger. Although the Zheng family of Xingyang had mobilized more than 100 troops, Niu Yong did not put them in his eyes. Li Wanyu rushed all the way to Chang, and he had been thinking about how to deal with this matter. He naturally knew about the Zheng family of Xingyang, the top family of the Tang dynasty. If possible, he did not want to have a conflict with them. But since the Zheng family wanted to target his beautiful boss and parent, then no matter how powerful the Zheng family of Xingyang was, Li Wanyu would have to fight them to the death. Although Li Wanyu was only a white-collar worker in his previous life, he still had the fierceness of a village boy. Since you dare to touch my woman, I will fight you to the death. Although the Zheng family of Xingyang was a giant to him in Dingzhou village, Li Wanyu was not necessarily afraid of them. If he was really forced into a corner, he would dare to take out the black powder and let the Zheng family of Xingyang see the power of modern weapons. In the future, even elementary school students knew about the 4 great inventions of China: gunpowder, paper-making, compass, and printing. Li Wanyu believed that he was still capable of producing gunpowder that changed the history of human wars. When he was young, Li Wanyu's village had a small firecracker workshop. Later, it was shut down because it was unsafe. Although he had never personally made gunpowder before, he was still very clear about the basic process. If there was a need, he could succeed after a few experiments. Li Wanyu wasn't as impulsive as Niu Yong. The journey had allowed him to calm down. Don't worry. Let's observe the situation and then make a plan. Li Wanyu wanted to find a way to contact Su Changqing and ask about the situation before thinking about how to solve the situation. Purely using force to fight with the Zheng family of Xingyang was not the best choice. He and Su Changqing did not care, but he did not want to implicate the 127 families of Dingzhou village. If he really angered the Zheng family of Xingyang, then he could only turn the world upside down and then take the 500 villagers of Dingzhou village and retreat to the Qinling Mountains to be savages. The threat of the Zheng family of Xingyang, for the first time, made Li Wanyu feel that it was not easy to be a small landlord in the prosperous Tang dynasty. He vaguely had a desire for power in his heart. In order not to disturb the Zheng family's troops, the riders slowed down and slowly moved towards the carriage. When they turned a corner and saw the carriage, Li Wanyu signaled everyone to dismount. He planned to observe from the dark before making a plan. Just when they passed by a closed shop at the corner, the shop's door was suddenly opened from the inside. A figure flashed out and grabbed Li Wanyu. wanting to drag him into the shop. This sudden turn of events gave Li Wanyu a fright. Behind him, Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others also drew their weapons. "Xiaolang, it's me," the person quickly whispered. Li Wanyu looked up and could not help but laugh. The person who grabbed him was not someone else, but the fatty Cho Kun. "Brother Cho, why are you here? Why are you here?" Li Wanyu quickly asked everyone to put away their weapons and turned to ask Cho Kun. The fatty first pulled everyone into the shop. Even the horses were led to the backyard of the shop. He then ordered the shop assistant to reclose the shop's door. Only then did he pull Li Wanyu to sit down and talk. "Nonsense. This is my family's grain shop. Did you forget that your Miss Su rented my courtyard?" Cho Kun said snappily. Li Wanyu suddenly realized that the courtyard Su Changqing rented from the Cho family was actually next to the Cho family's grain shop in the East Market. Between the Cho family's grain shop and the carriage shop, there was only a 10-meter wide alley. Today, Zhang Kongbo brought people to surround the carriage shop, which caused an uproar in the East Market. However, the merchants in the East Market did not dare to provoke the Zheng family of Xinjiang. They just silently shook their heads and whispered to each other that the carriage shop was in big trouble. Cho Yuanliang and Cho Kun naturally also received the news and were very anxious. For Li Wanyu, the Cho father and son both wanted to be on good terms with him. However, today's matter involved the Zheng family of Xinjiang. The Cho family was a merchant family. Even if they had a small family property, they could do nothing. The Cho family sent someone to Dingzhou village to deliver the message, but they missed Li Wanyu and the others. Cho Kun simply ran to his family's grain shop to see if he could help. The carriage shop was surrounded by more than 100 troops of the Zheng family. Cho Kun could only watch helplessly. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. "Xiaolang, now the situation is like this. What do you plan to do?" Cho Kun told Li Wanyu what he knew about the situation. Knowing that the one who caused today's absurd matter was the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang, Li Wanyu also felt a little toothache. What AF ** king be * starred? He actually dared to bully him. Li Wanyu suddenly had the urge to go and make explosives. Suppressing his anger, Li Wanyu asked, "I want to get in touch with Changqing first. Brother Cho, do you have a way?" The fat man shook his head. "The Zheng family's troops have surrounded the carriage shop. Even the alley between my family's grain shop and the carriage shop is guarded. Unless we force our way in, there is no way." Damn, this is really a little troublesome. Li Wanyu silently weighed in his heart. Should he directly use force to break in and save his beautiful boss? Is there any way to get in touch with Su Changqing? Damn, the modern era is more convenient. A phone call can solve the problem. When he was depressed, a thought flashed through Li Wanyu's mind. This method seems to be reliable. Chapter 169. Li Wanyu suddenly smiled, which made Cho Kun, Niu Yong, and Niu Wu puzzled. "Xiaolang, why are you smiling?" Fatty asked curiously. Li Wanyu said, Hee, I just suddenly thought of a way to contact Changqing." "What way?" "You'll know in a while. Brother Cho, help me prepare a few things." Li Wanyu told Fatty the items he needed, but Fatty was stunned by what he heard. What the hell is this? Can he use these things to contact Miss Su, who is trapped in a carriage? Fatty shook his head. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem reliable. However, Fatty immediately asked the shop assistant to help Li Wanyu prepare. Fortunately, the things he wanted were not complicated, so they were easily found. 2 hollow bamboo tubes, thick mulberry paper, and thin copper wire. The other things were simple, but the copper wire was rare. In the end, the shop assistant of Cho family knocked on the door of a jewelry shop in the east side of the city and found a copper wire about 10 meters long for Li Wanyu. Obviously, Li Wanyu thought of the telephones he played with when he was young. He wanted to make one to contact Su Changqing, who was in the carriage. Actually, cotton thread could also be used, but the copper wire had a better effect. Anyone who studied physics in junior high school would know that sound was transmitted through vibration. The copper wire's metal structure was tightly rehearsed, so the loss of sound transmission was small, and the self-made phone had a better effect. He used thick mulberry paper to seal one end of the bamboo tube, making it like a drum's resonant cavity, and then he put the copper wire through the mulberry paper and fixed it. Without much effort, The two ends of the bamboo tube were connected to the telephone. Xiaolang, what is this thing used for? Fatty couldn't understand what Li Wanyu wanted to do. Li Wanyu pretended to smile mysteriously. Hee hee, you'll know in a while. Let's go. We'll find a place to send the telephones over. Compared to the other areas of Chang and city, the land in the east side of the city was worth an inch of gold. Therefore, the shops here were usually 2 stories tall, or even 3 stories tall. The Cho family's grain shop and carriage shop were 2-story-high shops on both sides, and in the middle was a 10-meter-wide alley. Everyone went up to the second floor of the shop and quietly opened the window to look outside. At this time, the sky was already dark, but there were still Zheng family troops holding torches in the alley below, guarding the alley to prevent anyone from jumping over the wall to escape. Li Wanyu saw that the carriage shop's windows were tightly shut, so he had Niu Wu pick up some small pebbles. Across the alley, he continuously threw the pebbles at the window on the second floor opposite. The slight sound of pebbles hitting the window frame traveled far in the night, attracting the Zheng family troops who were guarding the alley to come over and take a look. Li Wanyu and the others quickly shrank back to avoid being discovered by the Zheng family troops below. That troop held a torch and looked around. After confirming that no one had escaped, he cursed and left. Li Wanyu asked Niu Wu to continue throwing pebbles. After a few more pebbles, the window on the second floor of the carriage shop opposite was silently opened. Because there were no lights on the opposite side, it was dark and they couldn't see clearly. Li Wanyu and the others didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that they would attract the Zheng family troops. Niu Wu, think of a way to throw this bamboo tube into the opposite window. Li Wanyu picked up the bamboo telephone he made and ordered in a low voice. Niu Wu nodded. Although he didn't understand what his Langjun wanted to do, he still picked up the bamboo tube. He shook it slightly in his hand and aimed it at the open window across from him. He then reached out and threw the bamboo tube over. The bamboo tube with thin copper wires drew an arc in the night sky and accurately flew into the window on the second floor of the opposite carriage shop. Langjun, it's done. I threw it over. What do we do next? Don't tell me you want to pull a rope over? Niu Wu asked. Li Wanyu smiled and waved his hand. No need. Just wait. When Changqing sees it, we will be able to contact them. That's it. Fatty had a face of confusion. He couldn't figure out how throwing the bamboo tube would allow them to contact Madame Su in the opposite carriage shop. Li Wanyu didn't explain and just waited quietly by the window. He believed that when the villagers in the carriage shop saw the bamboo tube and didn't understand what it meant, they would definitely ask their beautiful superior. In the future, this was a toy for children to play with. Their beautiful superior would understand at a glance. As expected, not long after, the copper wire was slowly pulled tight by the people in the opposite carriage shop. Li Wanyu hurriedly reached out and picked up the bamboo tube. After the copper wire was pulled tight, he whispered into the bamboo tube. Changqing, did you hear that? Fatty, Niu Yong, and Niu Wu all looked at Li Wanyu as if they were looking at an idiot. Did Li Xiaolang lose his mind? Could it be that he expected Madame Su's voice to come out of the bamboo tube when he was talking? However, before they could persuade Li Wanyu, they suddenly heard a clear female voice come out from the bamboo tube in Li Wanyu's hand. Hey, is that Wanyu? I heard it. Immeasurable deity, Buddha above. This bamboo tube really came out with a voice. In the exceptionally quiet night, the soft voice that came out of the bamboo tube was unusually clear. The voice wasn't loud, but it made Fatty and the others feel as if they were struck by lightning. They froze on the spot. Everyone dared to use their heads to guarantee that this voice was definitely Madame Su's voice. Is Li Xiaolang really an immortal? This ordinary bamboo tube was refined into an immortal item by him? If not, how could Madame Su's voice come out from the bamboo tube? At this moment, the waiter of the Cho family's grain store directly knelt on the ground and muttered to himself. He wanted to receive Li Xiaolang's blessings. He was directly worshipping Li Wanyu as if he was a bodhisattva. At this moment, Li Wanyu didn't have the time to pay attention to the reaction of this group of Tang Dynasty's country bumpkins. He hurriedly asked into the bamboo tube, Changqing, are you okay? I'm fine. Parent and I are both safe. It's just that the Zheng family's people are blocking the door, so we can't leave. That's good. Don't worry. First, tell me, why did the Zheng family suddenly come knocking on our door? Li Wanyu asked. Su Changqing's voice came. I'm not sure. This afternoon, Perrin and I just came back from the palace, and the Zheng family came knocking on our door. Wait, what palace? Li Wanyu thought he heard wrong. What did Su Changqing mean when she said she just came back from the palace? Hee. Do you know who I met today? Su Changqing told Li Wanyu from the beginning to the end of today's encounter with Empress Zhongsun, then going to the Taiji Palace, and Empress Zhongsun becoming a shareholder of the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. Her words made Li Wanyu dumbfounded. He didn't expect that when he was dragged to drink wine by Chang Chumo and the other playboys, his beautiful boss would do so many things. She even met Empress Zhongsun of the Tang dynasty and invited her to teach yoga in the Taiji Palace. What made Li Wanyu even more amazed was that Su Changqing actually persuaded Empress Zhongsun to become a shareholder of the carriage company. This is really a blessing from the heavens. After learning this information, Li Wanyu raised his eyes and looked down at the Zheng family's troops who were holding torches and besieging the carriage company. Zheng family of Xingyang, you deserve this bad luck. Chapter 170. Li Wanyu was originally anxious and worried, but after hearing the beautiful boss's words, he immediately relaxed. Xingyang's Zheng family was really looking for trouble. The Shunfeng Express Carriage Company that Empress Zhongsun wanted to invest in was actually besieged by the Zheng family's eldest son. Did they want to rebel? Not to mention that the beautiful boss was now Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang's yoga instructor. How dare they want to snatch it back? It was simply provoking the lion. After listening to Su Changqing's words in the bamboo tube, Fatty Cho Kun didn't have time to study why there was a sound from the bamboo tube, but began to feel lucky. Lucky that their Cho family had a close relationship with Li Jia Xiaolang. Otherwise, where could they find such a thigh to cling to in the future? He was sure that the Li family's prosperity was in front of them. If they could have a relationship with Empress Zhongsun, why would they be afraid of Xingyang's Zheng family? However, Li Wanyu was thinking about how to use Emperor Zhongsun to dig a huge hole for Xingyang's Zheng family and let them jump into it. Knowing that Su Changqing had a jade pendant given by Empress Zhongsun, Li Wanyu was even more overjoyed. He immediately asked the beautiful boss to find a pocket, put the jade pendant in it, and slide it along the copper wire in the middle of the intercom. Not long after, a brocade bag was hung on the copper wire in the middle of the intercom and slid into the window along the copper wire. Li Wanyu stepped forward and carefully took the brocade bag and took out the jade pendant. Fatty Cho Kun quickly moved the candlelight in the room and looked at it closely. After seeing the jade pendant clearly, the fatty couldn't help but gasp from the root of his teeth. This was indeed the jade pendant that represented Empress Zhongsun's identity. The carved phoenix and the 8 seal characters, Ding has fire virtue, she is a phoenix, behind the jade pendant clearly showed the meaning of the jade pendant. He looked at Li Wanyu with a bit of respect in his eyes. The Li family of Hu County was really extraordinary. Cho Kun admired his father's unique vision even more when his father asked him to have a good relationship with Li Jia Xiaolang. Xiaolang, what are you going to do now? The Zheng family has kicked an iron plate this time. Li Wanyu played with the jade pendant in his hand and pondered for a moment. Then, he lowered his voice and whispered to everyone. Fatty, Niu Yong, and the others nodded repeatedly. He then communicated his thoughts to Su Changqing through the microphone. His beautiful boss immediately understood his thoughts and naturally did not object. The matter of digging a hole for Madame Zheng of Xingyang was thus settled. Don't worry, Langjun. When the door opens tomorrow, I will go and do it. Niu Wu patted his chest and promised. Li Wanyu then looked at Cho Kun. Brother Cho, when this matter is settled, I will definitely compensate your family for your loss. Fatty Cho Kun chuckled. There's no need for compensation. However, I wonder if my Cho family can join Xiaolang's Shunfeng Express Carriage Company? Well, Li Wanyu hesitated. Now that Emperor Zhongsun had joined the carriage company and occupied 50% of the shares, it was not up to him to let the Cho family invest. Xiaolang, my Chou family doesn't ask for much. Her Highness the Empress and Xiaolang shares. My Chou family naturally does not dare to think about it. I only ask that my family be allowed to buy some shares from Dingzhou Village. My family will not treat the villagers of Dingzhou Village unfairly. Fatty Chou knew what Li Wanyu was worried about and quickly expressed his thoughts. Li Wanyu pondered for a moment and felt that it was feasible. He nodded. Brother Chou, you could discuss this matter with the old village chief. As long as he agrees to transfer some shares, I have no objections. Fatty Chou was overjoyed to get Li Wanyu's approval. This matter was proposed by him on his own initiative, but Chou Kun believed that even if his father, Chou Yuan Liang, knew about it, he would only praise him for doing a good job. If the Chou family could invest in the carriage company, even if it was only a small share, it would allow the Chou family and the Li family to have a closer relationship, not to mention that they would have some connection with the royal family. For a merchant family with no status to speak of, this was much more important than earning more copper coins. After discussing tomorrow's matter, Li Wanyu drove Fatty Chou and the Niu brothers out of the room. After the light bulbs left, Li Wanyu whispered into the microphone with Su Changqing for a long time. But Li Wanyu did not dare to say anything about Aphrodite until he hung up the phone. Delay for as long as possible. The night was silent. The next morning, when Chang and City's morning drum sounded, Niu Wu rode out. The carriage company next to the Chou family's grain store was still closed. The Zheng family's troops also refused to retreat. They surrounded the carriage company so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Xianxia's subordinates, Wu Ho, also watched from afar. The three parties were in a deadlock for the whole night. Zheng Kongwa naturally did not stay here last night. After he let the troops surround the carriage company, he led his people to Ping Kong Fong. He spent the whole night drinking and playing with women. Until it was almost noon, Zheng Kongwa kept yawning. With a pair of dark circles under his eyes, he looked like he was still hungover. He swayed from side to side on horseback. Under the protection of the troops, he came down to the East Market. This group of farmers still won't fucking open the door. Zheng Kongwa looked at the closed carriage company door and cursed. The leader of the troops nodded. Lang Jun, are we going to waste time with them like this? Or should we just break the door and rush in? Zheng Kongwa glanced at Wu Ho, who was not far away. No need. Let's first surround them and play with them. Haha, it's been a long time since something so interesting happened. Anyway, there shouldn't be any food in the carriage company. Let's starve them for 2 days. Send someone to the restaurant and bring me a table of food. Today I will drink and have fun in front of the carriage company. Yes, Lang Jun, you go rest in the shade of the tree. I will do it right away. The leader of the troops asked someone to lay out a mat for Zheng Kongwa under the shade of the tree opposite the carriage company. He also ordered someone to send a table of food to the restaurant. Not long after, the doctor of the restaurant, led by the troops of the Zheng family, brought a table full of food and wine to Zheng Kongwa. Under the deterrence of more than 100 troops of the Zheng family, the road in front of the carriage company was almost cleared. The people coming and going in the East Market would rather take a detour than come near here. On both sides of the street where the carriage company was located, there were many merchants and Chang and residents who were watching the fun. They whispered to each other, "Are these people from the Zheng family of Xinjiang? Why did you surround this carriage shop all of a sudden? I heard that the eldest son of the Zheng family took a fancy to a young lady in the carriage company and threatened them to hand her over. Ah, then they are really unlucky. How can it be good to be targeted by the Zheng family's playboy? In the house where I live, there was a young lady who was kidnapped by the Zheng family. She was humiliated for several days before being released. After returning home, she hanged herself. How pitiful. That family carried the body and went to Wanyan County to beat the drum and complain. In the end, they paid the family 10 copper coins. Tisk, tisk, 10 copper coins to buy a life. The Zheng family is really overbearing. Isn't that right? God is blind. Why didn't he strike this bastard with lightning? Shoo, lower your voice. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to get into trouble. The carriage company is definitely finished. Look at the marquee shop. Even the marquis doesn't dare to interfere with the Zheng family's business. The onlookers discussed animatedly. but they could only shake their heads and sigh. They felt that the carriage company was doomed today. While Zheng Kongbua was happily eating and drinking, he did not notice that on the second floor of the Cho family's grain store not far away, through an open window, Li Wanyu was watching him with an expression of watching a play. Chapter 171. Cho Kuan, who was accompanying Li Wanyu, was slightly anxious. Xiaolang, why aren't your troops back yet? There won't be any changes, right? Don't worry. They should be back soon. Li Wanyu replied confidently. Just as he finished speaking, Niu Yong suddenly said, Lang Jun, I saw Niu Wu. He's back. Li Wanyu and Cho Kuan looked in the direction that Niu Yong was pointing. On the street not far away, Niu Wu was riding a horse slowly towards them. He immediately grabbed the bamboo mouthpiece and said, Chongqing, Niu Wu is back. We can start now. Got it. Su Chongqing's voice came from the mouthpiece. Be careful. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Zheng Kongbua was still eating and drinking when he inadvertently raised his head. Suddenly, he saw that the door of the carriage house opposite was open. There was no one at the door. He suddenly became excited. He thought that the carriage house was finally ready to compromise after being surrounded by them for a night. Zheng Kongbua threw down his chopsticks and suddenly stood up. These farmers are finally willing to open the door. Men, rush in and invite the two beauties out. Ha! The leader of the troops immediately waved his hand and led the troops into the carriage house. After the troops of the Zheng family rushed into the carriage house, they found that there were only a few four-wheeled carriages in Noda's courtyard. There were no signs of the farmers. Mother asterisk her, this group of field workers actually dare to hide. Search, find them for me. Be careful not to hurt the two women that Lang Jun wants. The leader of the troops shouted at his men. Yes. The troops of the Zheng family responded and prepared to search around. But just as they dispersed, something unexpected happened. A few buildings in the carriage house suddenly emitted thick smoke. Before the troops of the Zheng family could react, the fire had already engulfed those buildings. The sudden fire in the carriage house not only shocked the troops of the Zheng family. Outside the door, Zheng Kongbua, who was waiting for his troops to bring the two beauties out, was also shocked. What's going on? Who set the fire? These idiots. Zheng Kongbua stomped his feet and cursed. In his opinion, this fire should have been set by his own troops. In fact, he had asked them to do this kind of thing many times. But did these bastards not have brains? Don't you know where you are? The Tang dynasty is the most prosperous place in Chang'an City. Are you afraid that others won't find out that you've set fire to it? Without waiting for Zheng Kongbua to let the servant beside him call out to his own troops, Qin Xian, who had been watching from afar, rushed over with the marquis of the marquis shop. Young Master Zhengyu. Qin Xian's face was filled with indignation. He pointed at Zheng Kongbua for a long time before he could speak. He really did not think that the Zheng family's eldest son would be so daring. In broad daylight, he ordered his family to charge into the carriage and set fire to capture people. Qin Xian knew that he could not do anything to Zheng Kongbua and could only hatefully stomp his feet and turned to Wu Ho behind him and instructed, Quickly go and gather water bags to extinguish the fire. Do not let the fire spread. Go. Since ancient times, fire prevention had been the most important thing in China. People were used to using all kinds of wood as building materials. Whether it was the people or the imperial palace, fire prevention was the most important thing. Even in the imperial palace, because of fire, it was not the first time that the palace was burned down. In the Tang dynasty, the responsibility of fire prevention was more important than public security. But fortunately, when Chang'an City was first established, there were sufficient preventive plans on how to prevent fire. The wide road was the best place to isolate the fire. Like the burning carriage, even the nearest building was separated by a 10-meter wide alley. It was very difficult for the fire to spread. Qin Xian led a group of Wu Ho into the carriage and began to use water bags to extinguish the fire. Zheng Kongbua was also in a difficult situation. He cursed those stupid troops in his heart. Looking at the burning houses in the carriage, his face twitched. He secretly thought that things were not good. Seeing his own troops retreat from the carriage, Zheng Kongbua decided to slip away first. Before he could order his men to flee, he saw a one-eyed man respectfully leading a large number of men and horses, escorting a carriage in front of him. Xianxia did not want to complicate matters at this time. He did not have time to see who this group of people was. He called his troops and was about to leave. But before he could move, he heard a cold and angry voice from the carriage. "Guards, take down all the people of the Zheng family for me. Don't let any of them go." Yes, a group of fierce soldiers guarding the carriage immediately rushed to the Zheng family's troops after receiving the order from the person in the carriage. The Zheng family's troops naturally wouldn't allow themselves to be captured without putting up a fight. They wanted to resist, but they were beaten up by this group of guards until they covered their heads and scurried away like rats. Many of the Zheng family's troops were beaten to the ground. Then their hands and feet were skillfully tied with cooked beef tendons. Xianxia was shocked and shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" "I am Xianxia, the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Who dares to touch me?" He never thought that there would be people in Chang and city who dare to touch his Zheng family. Zheng family of Xinjiang? How powerful they are. Today, I want to ask Madame Zheng who gave them the courage to set fire and kidnap people in broad daylight in Chang'an City. As the voice fell, the curtain of the carriage was opened. Empress Zhang's son, with an angry face, came down from the carriage with the help of a palace maid. She was followed by concubine Yang. "You are your highness, I." Xianxia was angry at first, but when he saw Empress Zhang's son coming down from the carriage, he was so scared that he could not speak clearly. His body trembled like a sieve, and he directly collapsed to the ground. As the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang, he was taken to the palace by his father to attend several banquets in the palace. Naturally, he knew Empress Zhang's son. Xianxia did not expect that he just wanted to grab two beauties. How could he attract Empress Zhang's son? Thinking of the marks on the backs of the two rouge horses yesterday, he thought, "Are these two beauties really from the harem?" Xianxia regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He wished he could slap himself several times. As for the Zheng family's troops who originally wanted to resist, when they heard their Longjuan's words, they were so scared that they all knelt down. Empress Zhang's son did not look at Xianxia, who was paralyzed on the ground. She anxiously looked at the burning carriage and ordered the guards on her left and right. "You also go help put out the fire. Quickly go and rescue Lady Su." "Yes." The guards responded and rushed to the carriage without hesitation. With the help of Empress Zhangxuan's guards and the quick response of the East City's marquee shop, the fire in the carriage was quickly put out. Su Changqing led the little girl Perrin and the villagers of Dingzhou village out of the carriage under the protection of the palace guards. "Changqing thanks your highness and concubine Yang for saving me." Su Changqing curtsied to Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang. "Lady Su, are you okay?" Empress Zhang's son asked with concern. Su Changqing did not suffer any injuries. Except for the traces of smoke on his body and face, he was not injured. Su Changqing shook his head. "I'm fine. When the fire started, I was protected by the villagers and hid in the cellar." Empress Zhang's son nodded. "That's good. Fortunately, your family song came to the palace today to inform me of this matter. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Su Changqing's face was miserable. He curtsied to Empress Zhang's son again. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I did not protect the imperial family's property and let the carriage be burned down by the evildoers." "Lady Su, what are you talking about? What crime did you commit? The carriage was burned down. How can you be blamed?" Empress Zhang's son did not care that she was pregnant. She hurriedly went forward to help Su Changqing up. She turned her head and glared at Xianxia, who was completely stunned. "Xinjiang's Zheng family is so powerful. They even dare to set fire to my property. Good, very good. Today, I will ask Zheng for an explanation and see if the world is still the world of the Tang dynasty." Empress Zhangxuan's words made Xianxia feel dark. The carriage was the imperial family's property? How could this be? He had clearly asked the troops to find out that the carriage was the property of a family surnamed Li in Dingzhou village in Hu County. When did it become the imperial family's property? Xianxia was naturally not an idiot. When he thought that his troops set fire to Empress Zhangxuan's property, he felt that the sky had collapsed. Xianxia, who was originally sitting on the ground, had a blank mind at this time. He could only murmur, "This is impossible. This is not true." Not far away, by the window on the second floor of the Cho family's grain store, Li Wanyu and Fatty Choyu looked at this scene and laughed very happily. Li Wanyu dug a hole for Xianxia, but he did not expect that Xianxia would be so cooperative. He jumped without hesitation, and his posture was beautiful. Full marks. Chapter 172. Last night, when Li Wanyu learned that his beautiful boss had the jade pendant given by Empress Zhang's son, he was relieved. No matter how arrogant Madame Zhang of Xingyang was, as long as Su Chongqing showed the jade pendant, the people of the Zhang family in front of the carriage would naturally withdraw. But Li Wanyu, the cynical man, did not intend to let Madame Zhang go so easily. If he only relied on the Empress Jade pendant to scare away Xianxia, he would be sorry for himself and his beautiful boss. If his thoughts were not smooth, he would not be in a good mood. In order to make himself happy, Li Wanyu did not hesitate to dig a huge hole for Xianxia. Niu Wu went out early in the morning. According to Li Wanyu's order, he took the jade pendant and went to the Taiji Palace to see Empress Zhang's son. Li Wanyu asked him to ask for help from Empress Zhang's son, saying that Su Chongqing was trapped in the carriage and could not go out. Today, he could not go to the Taiji Palace to teach yoga, so he asked Empress Zhang's son to help. Since Empress Zhang's son was willing to give Su Chongqing the jade pendant, she would not turn a blind eye to her beautiful boss's predicament. At that time, as long as Her Highness sent the palace guards to help the carriage, the next step of the plan could be carried out. In fact, several buildings on fire in the carriage were set by the farmers themselves. After a discussion last night, the beautiful boss asked the farmers to lay a lot of straw around the buildings to ignite the fire. The reason why Li Wanyu said to Cho Kun last night that he would compensate for the loss of these buildings after they were burned. When Li Wanyu saw that Niu Wu led the people in the palace, he would immediately inform Su Chongqing to open the gate of the carriage and attract the troops of the Zheng family into the carriage. Then he would immediately set the buildings on fire. He just wanted to frame the Zheng family and let their yellow mud fall on their crotch. Even if it was not shit, it was shit. Under the watchful eyes of the public, countless people saw the troops of the Zheng family rush into the carriage like wolves and tigers, and then the carriage was on fire. No one would believe that it was not the troops of the Zheng family who set the fire. Even Zheng Kambwa thought that it was his troops who set the fire. Even those Zheng family troops who had rushed into the carriage thought that it was one of their own who had set the fire casually. At that time, dozens of Zheng family's troops had rushed into the carriage and the scene was chaotic. Even they themselves were not sure if the fire was set by their own people. Li Wanyu's plan was very successful, but he did not expect Emperor Zhang's son to come in person. Fatty Cho Kun was also a little nervous now. Xiaolang, why did Her Highness the Empress come personally? Could something have happened? It's fine. Isn't it better for Her Highness to come in person? This time, the Zheng clan will find it even more difficult to escape this calamity. Li Wanyu comforted with a smile. That's good, that's good. The fatty was very respectful towards the royal family and aristocratic families. He was afraid that today's matter would bring about some trouble. Sure enough, as Li Wanyu expected, he stood by the window and looked from afar. He saw Empress Zhang's son say a few words to her beautiful boss and then take her boss to get on her carriage. Before Su Chongqing got on the carriage, he glanced at Li Wanyu's window and made an okay gesture to him from afar. Looking at the eldest son of the Zheng family who was dragged away by the palace guards like a dead dog, Li Wanyu punched his palm. It's done. Empress Zhang's son would not let go of the foppish young master of the Zheng family of Xingyang. The farce caused by the eldest son of the Zheng family had finally come to an end. When the Zheng family troops were dragged away by a group of palace guards like wolves and tigers, it scared the merchants who had been watching the fun. Everyone thought that the carriage company would meet with a calamity this time. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant eldest son of the Zheng family of Xingyang would be dragged away in the end? This made the crowd in the distance immediately burst into an uproar and talk about it. Brother Qin, what's the background of this Shun Foam Express? They are not even afraid of the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xingyang. I don't know, but I think that group of people just now seem to be palace guards. Palace guards? Are you sure? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? The Zheng family of Xinjiang kicked an iron plate today. I didn't expect that the sage of the Tian family was behind this carriage company. Brother Chow, didn't you ask this carriage company to transport goods? What's so special about this carriage company? This carriage is amazing. A carriage can carry 30 stones of goods and travel 300 miles a day. Gentlemen, if you have any goods to transport in the future, you can find the Shunfeng Express. When the merchants who had tried the four-wheeled carriage said that, a group of familiar merchants around them exclaimed, "A carriage? Brother Chow, are you right? Tut, tut, this carriage is amazing. It seems that I have to rely on this Shunfeng Express to transport goods in the future." A timid merchant whispered, "We have dealings with the carriage company. Will we offend the Zheng family of Xinjiang?" Brother, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. The eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang set fire to the carriage company and was dragged away. From now on, who dares to offend the Shunfeng carriage company? Isn't that courting death? Yes, that's right. It seems that my shop will have to be closer to this carriage company in the future. Li Wanyu and Su Changqing did not expect that Zheng Kongwa's farce would make the Shunfeng carriage company quickly become famous among the merchants in the east and west of Chang and city. This advertising effect was an unexpected gain. The villagers of Dingzhou village began to clean up the mess of the carriage company under the leadership of Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the retired soldiers. Fatty Cho Kuan also asked his assistant to help clean up the ruins of the carriage company. The fire of the carriage company did not have a big impact. Su Changqing originally thought that the layout of the courtyard was not suitable for the carriage. This time, it was just right to rebuild it. Li Wanyu was worried that the old village chief would be anxious, so he sent someone back to Dingzhou village to inform them that the matter had been solved. The old village chief who received the news immediately led many villagers to Chang and began to work on the reconstruction of the carriage company. When the carriage company began to clean up and rebuild in an orderly manner, the Zheng family mansion of Xinjiang was in an uproar. They knew that their son had caused such a big trouble and was arrested by Empress Zheng's son. Zheng Kongwa's mother, Zheng Lushi, immediately cried and made a scene in the mansion. She asked her husband, the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Yuanshou, to quickly save her son. Zheng Lushi was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family in Fanyang. She was also one of the 5 families and 7 nobles of the Tang dynasty. Zheng Kongwa was her only son, and she doted on him since he was young. Zheng Yuanshou also frowned in the face of his wife's crying. Zheng Yuanshou was not worried about the trouble caused by Zheng Kongwa. Emperor Zheng's son would not do anything to Zheng Kongwa. Zheng Yuanshou still had this confidence. What he was worried about was that the things that were being planned in the imperial court would change because of this. Then, he would lose more than he gained. After thinking for a while, Zheng Yuanshou sent someone to invite his cousin, Zheng Shanhua. Zheng Yuanshou was an official of the Honglu Temple. Zheng Shanhua was an official of the Ministry of Works. Both of them were third-rank officials in the imperial court. In Zheng Yuanshou's study, the two of them dismissed the servants and discussed for a long time with the door closed. Only then did Zheng Shanhua leave. Looking at the towering walls of Taiji Palace outside the Zheng family mansion, Zheng Yuanshou's mouth showed a trace of a mocking sneer. Chapter 173. Su Changqing was taken to the Taiji Palace by Empress Zheng's son. Both Empress Zheng's son and concubine Yang promised her that they would tell the saint to punish the Zheng family's prodigal son. Emperor Zheng's son and concubine Yang guessed that Su Changqing was not in the mood to teach them yoga today, so they comforted her and asked someone to send her back. Before Su Changqing returned to the carriage shop in the East Market, the Zheng family of Xinjiang came to apologize first. The Zheng family's housekeeper apologized sincerely and offered 200 taels of gold as an apology. This made Li Wanyu rather surprised. Could it be that the name of Empress Zheng's son was so frightening? How could she make the Zheng family of Xinjiang compromise and let the matter go? In his impression and memory, the 5 families and 7 Wangs of the Tang dynasty were not so easy to deal with. Even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, may not be able to subdue them. With hundreds of years of history, there were many talents in the family. The aristocratic families had a high reputation and social status, whether in the imperial court or outside. The most fundamental power of the aristocratic families, like the 5 families and 7 Wangs, was not in the imperial court, but in the local area. They had great privileges and power, controlled the politics and economy of the state, and could even compete with the central government of the imperial court. If Pai Lupi did not appease these aristocratic families, the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty would be repeated in the Tang dynasty. The top aristocratic families, like the 5 families and 7 Wangs, directly intermarried with each other, forming an indestructible marriage relationship and holding together to maintain their privileges. Their family's sense of superiority once regarded the royal family of Li Tang as a nouveau riche. Li Wanyu had read in the history books that Emperor Tang, Wenzong, wanted to marry his daughter to the 5 families, but the result was shameful rejection. There was even a prime minister of the Tang dynasty who sighed, "The only regret in this life is that he can't marry a daughter of the 5 families." This showed the influence of the 5 families and 7 Wangs. In Li Wanyu's plan, the Zheng family of Xingyang should not admit defeat so easily. He even planned to use the power of Zoroastrianism to attack the Zheng family's industry with the sweets. Now, the housekeeper of the Zheng family came with the gold to apologize, which was full of sincerity and gave enough face to Empress Zhang's son. The several buildings of the carriage shop that were burned down were renovated, which was a matter of 100 copper coins. The housekeeper also promised Li Wangyu that the eldest son of the Zheng family would be sent back to his hometown of Xingyang to reflect. Zheng hoped that Li would be merciful and let this matter be dropped. Li Jia Xiaolang, this is a gift. Please accept it. Please accept it. Today's matter is all a misunderstanding. Our Zheng family will go to Her Highness and ask for forgiveness. The Zheng family's housekeeper chuckled and ordered people to place the gold on the table. Although the housekeeper said, the housekeeper of the Tang and family was still, that was still, who was, and was who. To the face, throw to the face it, face to the face, and shouted twos, and shouted, and then yours sit, get out as far as you can. But in this way, he could vent his anger, but his beautiful superior, Perrin, the old housekeeper Li Heng, the Niu brothers, and the 127 families of Dingzhou village would be in a desperate situation. Li Wangyu clenched his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Housekeeper Zheng, I'll accept the gold. Today's matter is a misunderstanding. I won't pursue it." Well, with Li Jia Xiaolang's words, I can go back and explain to my master. So I'll take my leave. The housekeeper of the Zheng family stood up with a smile. In his view, the Zheng family of Xingyang had given enough face to this young man, so he naturally didn't dare to refuse. The fact was, Li Wangyu didn't dare to refuse the kindness of the Zheng family of Xingyang, so he could only pinch his nose and accept it. Li Wangyu looked at the back of the housekeeper of the Zheng family with his hands clasped behind his back. A desire for power surged in his heart again. If he, Li Wangyu, had power and influence, how could the Zheng family of Xingyang dare to do this? When the housekeeper of the Zheng family came to visit, Zheng Yuanshou's wife, Zheng Lushi, also came to the palace in person to apologize to Empress Zhang's son. Zheng Lushi confessed that her son lacked discipline and damaged Empress Zhangxuan's property. The Zheng family was willing to compensate. Zheng Lushi gave Empress Zhang's son 1,000 taels of gold as compensation and promised to send her son back to Xingyang to reflect on his mistakes. Xingyang Zheng Lushi bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Empress Zhang's son naturally couldn't continue to hold on to Zheng Kongbua. She knocked on Zheng Lushi's head and told her to discipline her son well in the future. Zheng Lushi thanked Empress Zhang's son and immediately left, leading Zheng Kongbua back to the Zheng family. On the same day, Zheng Yuanshou sent his troops to send Zheng Kongbua back to Xingyang. Emperor Zhang's son didn't think much of the debauchee of the Zheng family. In her view, he was just another good-for-nothing from an aristocratic family who didn't live up to expectations. Empress Xianxia was surprised that the Zheng family of Xingyang could bow their head and admit their mistakes so quickly and compensate 1,000 taels of gold. However, she didn't think much of it. In the evening, Empress Xianxia ordered the palace servants to send the imperial meal to the Lizheng Hall. She was going to accompany Pai Lupi to eat. The Lizheng Hall was where Pai Lupi's study was located. Usually, official business was handled in the Lizheng Hall. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the hall, Empress Xianxia saw Pai Lupi angrily scolding a chamberlain, complaining that the tea he poured was too hot. Empress Xianxia waved her hand, having the trembling eunuch kneeling on the ground withdraw. Only then did she turn her head to say to Li Erxiao, "Erlang, why are you so angry? Be careful not to hurt your body." "Guanyin maid, I'm fine." Pai Lupi saw Empress Xianxia appear and slightly suppressed the anger in his heart. "It's just some imperial court matters." Empress Xianxia saw that it was an imperial court matter and didn't ask anymore. She was born in a famous family and was well educated. In fact, she was also very proficient in imperial court matters. However, Empress Xianxia adhered to the principle of the imperial harem not interfering in politics. Every time Pai Lupi asked her opinion on government affairs, Empress Xianxia never expressed her opinion and kept her mouth shut. The more Empress Xianxia didn't express her opinion, the more Pai Lupi liked to ask her opinion. Once, Pai Lupi forced Empress Xianxia into a corner. After being forced to say to Pai Lupi, she said, "A hen leads the morning. Our family is poor. Do you care?" The meaning of these words was, is it okay for a hen to crow? Thus, she dispelled Pai Lupi's idea of asking her about government affairs. However, because of this, Pai Lupi trusted Empress Xianxia even more. Empress Xianxia saw that Pai Lupi was in a bad mood, so she picked interesting things to talk about to ease her husband's mood. She saw that she caught the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xingyang today. In the end, she said with a smile, "This Zheng family of Xingyang is tactful. They compensated me with 1,000 taels of gold. I invested in Li Jia Xiaolan's carriage company, so I don't have to pay a single copper coin." Empress Xianxia said this as a joke, but Pai Lupi suddenly stood up. "What? There's such a thing? What about the eldest son of the Zheng family?" Zheng Lushi took him back. "Why? Is it inappropriate?" Empress Xianxia asked. Pai Lupi slapped the table gloomily. "Zheng Yuanshou, that old man. I hate that I can't pull out my sword and cut him down." His words stunned Empress Xianxia. She didn't care whether the imperial harem was interfering in politics or not. She quickly asked what happened. Chapter 174. Pai Lupi originally did not want Empress Xianxia to know about this, but after thinking about it, he could not hide it any longer. He sighed and told her about what had happened in the imperial court today, which angered Empress Xianxia. Before the locust plague appeared in the Guanyin circuit, the officials in the imperial court had already received reports from the various counties and prefectures. Pai Lupi had also gathered the important officials many times to discuss countermeasures. But before Pai Lupi could make up his mind to exterminate the locusts, the 100 Cavalry Department reported that there had been undercurrents in Chang, and recently, pointing to Pai Lupi as the cause of the locust plague. The change of Xuanwu Gate. The rumors on the streets attributed the locust plague to the change of Xuanwu Gate, accusing Pai Lupi of not cultivating personal morals, killing his brothers, imprisoning his father, and incurring punishment from the heavens. This was the wrath of the heavens. Pai Lupi was furious at the time and ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate the source of the rumors. This was originally just a rumor on the streets and would not cause a stir in the imperial court. Who would have thought that today, when Pai Lupi wanted the officials to discuss how to deal with the locust plague, a bomb was set off against him in the imperial court. The one who set off the undercurrents was an 8th-rank imperial censor. This young imperial censor bypassed the censor Wei Zheng and directly presented a memorial to Pai Lupi in the imperial court. In front of hundreds of officials, he accused the locust plague of being the wrath of the heavens because of the massacre in the 9th year of Wuda. The forbidden bloodgate, together with the sword, has been ridiculed through the ages. It is the wrath of the heavens that caused the locust to descend from the heavens. Your Majesty, please issue an edict of self-punishment. to save the people of the world. The young imperial censor did not care about imperial censor Wei Zheng's attempts to stop him. Under the gazes of the officials and Li Er's towering rage, he said these words. He wanted Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-punishment and apologize to the world. The imperial court was shocked. Pai Lupi was unable to restrain his anger. He ordered Wei Zheng, the censor, to investigate and then left in a huff. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was quite magnanimous. Otherwise, he would have ordered people to drag the censor out of the hall and flog him to death. In fact, Pai Lupi didn't need the 100 Horsemen department to investigate. He already knew who was behind this. 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, the Wuxia imperial court had been controlled by the aristocratic families. The establishment of the Tang dynasty also relied on the support of the aristocratic families in Guangzhou. Moreover, the aristocratic families in Shandong still maintained the centuries-old tradition of reading and teaching the classics, so they still enjoyed a superior political and social status. Even though Pai Lupi was committed to weakening and destroying the aristocratic families, there was nothing he could do to them for the time being, unless he wanted the Tang dynasty to fall into war again. Since Pai Lupi wanted to deal with the aristocratic families naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for their doom. This time, they used the locust plague to turn it into a divine punishment to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-condemnation. This was a card played by the aristocratic families. Without this memorial, Pai Lupi could have issued an edict of self-condemnation because of the locust plague. He could have imitated King Wu of Zhou and said, "The people have sinned, so I punish them." Then he would have ordered to exterminate the locusts. Not only would he not lose face, but it would also increase his prestige as an emperor. However, if someone pushed the bucket of sh*t to his head and used the incident at the Xuanwu Gate as an excuse to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-condemnation, it would be impossible. If Li Er really did so, his dignity as an emperor would be thrown to the ground by the aristocratic families. He would even have to step on it a few times, and it would never be picked up again. Using an 8th-rank censor to put Pai Lupi on the fire pit, the aristocratic families were really good at this. The Zheng family of Xingyang was the most active aristocratic family in the imperial court. Pai Lupi was almost certain that the Zheng family was behind today's matter. If he had known about Zheng Kongwa's matter earlier, he might have been able to use this foppish son of the Zheng family to force the Zheng family of Xingyang to make concessions. However, he didn't expect the Zheng family of Xingyang to react so quickly and apologize to Empress Zhang's son without hesitation before sending Zheng Kongwa back to his hometown in Xingyang. Pai Lupi could only let out a long sigh. He had to find another way out of this situation. After Empress Zhang's son learned about what happened in the imperial court today, it was too late for regrets, and she was secretly angry. However, it was Pai Lupi who comforted her, fearing that the 6-month pregnant empress would have a miscarriage. Leaving aside how Pai Lupi comforted his wife in Chong, in city's Taiji Palace, in the Li family of Dingzhou village in Hu County, Li Wanyu was also feeling uneasy as he looked at his beautiful superior, who was talking to Aphrodite. On the way back to Dingzhou village, Li Wanyu saw that he couldn't hide anymore, so he gritted his teeth and told his superior about Aphrodite. His beautiful boss, who had a smile on her face, had a frosty look on her face. She did not say a word. Li Wanyu begged and pestered her, but he still couldn't get her to look at him. Even the Niu brothers didn't say anything as they felt the pressure from their beautiful boss. They looked at Li Wanyu with a look that said, "Lang Jun, you're on your own now." Li Wanyu was speechless. Why were all women like this? What was the point of having a Cold War so often? His ex-girlfriend from university was the same. Whenever there was any friction between them, she would give him a Cold War and often wouldn't speak to him for a week, as if he were a stranger. Li Wanyu didn't expect that his University of Pennsylvania graduate and goddess-like beautiful superior would be the same. Even the little girl Pei Lan didn't give him a good look. She looked at him with eyes that were about to roll up to the sky. Li Wanyu was so angry that he almost wanted to grab this little girl and give her a good spanking. How rebellious. It was fine if his beautiful superior was like this, but even a little girl like you dared to be like this. After returning to the Li family of Dingzhou village, both the old butler Li Heng and Ma Zhou acutely sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right when they came out to welcome them, so they wisely kept their mouths shut. Su Changqing jumped off the horse's back and didn't even look at Li Wanyu as he pulled Pei Lan towards the rear courtyard. Li Wanyu was afraid that she would get into a conflict with Afro and was ready to follow them with cold sweat on his forehead. If they really got into a fight, he would be able to mediate. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Niu Yong whisper to Niu Wu, "Erlang, watch carefully. In the future, you'd rather offend Lang Jun than Mrs. Su. Big brother is right. Mrs. Su's aura is really scary." Niu Wu nodded his head vigorously. Ma Zhou chimed in from the side. "Indeed, my teacher is no match for Mrs. Su at all. I could tell from the start. I wonder if Mrs. Su and Afro will get into a fight?" Niu Yong and Niu Wu nodded in unison, meaning that they would. See my foot. See my foot. Li Wanyu really wanted to find a baseball bat and beat these three rascals out of the door. Who would want such a troop and disciple? He had forgotten that he had also thought that his beautiful boss and Afro would get into a fight and was even prepared to mediate the situation. On the other hand, the old butler Li Heng stood at the side with a chuckle and had no intention of going to the backyard to mediate at all. Li Wanyu dawdled in the front yard for a long time and stretched his ears out to see if there were any sounds of fighting in the backyard. However, he didn't hear anything even after waiting for a long time. After thinking about it, he straightened his clothes and prepared to go to the backyard to see what was going on. As he dawdled into the backyard, he didn't see the expected scene of the main wife scolding the mistress and the mistress resisting unwillingly. Su Changqing was actually chatting amiably with Afro in an unusually harmonious atmosphere, while Perrin was fuming at the side. What the hell was going on? Something didn't seem right. Chapter 175. How could Li Wanyu know what Su Changqing was thinking? In fact, Su Changqing was already mentally prepared that Li Wanyu would bring a woman home, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. Although she hoped to live with Li Wanyu in the Tang dynasty for the rest of their lives, she didn't believe that Li Wanyu, as a man, would still insist on monogamy in the Tang dynasty, where 3 wives and 4 concubines were the norm. Not to mention in the Tang dynasty, even in the future, Su Changqing was pessimistic about whether a husband and wife could live together for the rest of their lives. Because her father was like that, Su Changqing went to the United States to study in high school and then studied at the University of Pennsylvania. Her family's economic conditions were naturally quite good. Her father had a successful career and was famous for his success. However, Su Changqing's father, who was elegant and graceful in her eyes, also had more than one mistress outside. When she first learned the news from her mother, her whole person collapsed. She didn't believe that her father would do such a thing. Originally, in the eyes of Su Changqing and all the other people who didn't know the truth, her parents were a loving couple, a model couple. However, Su Changqing's father still couldn't resist all kinds of temptations. Although he didn't abandon the family and abandon his wife, his behavior made Su Changqing no longer believe in the constraints of marriage and a man's self-control. After Su Changqing's mother knew that her husband had an outside mistress, not only did she not cry and make a scene and ask for a divorce, but she also made 3 rules with her father. First, he had to go home every day. Second, he couldn't bring an outside woman home. Third, she had to manage the family's finances. In this regard, the beautiful superior couldn't understand her mother's practice at all. Wasn't she condoning her husband to cheat? It wasn't until a long talk with her mother that she understood her mother's idea. In her mother's words, if she quarreled with her husband and even divorced, those foxes would benefit. As long as he stood on the side of righteousness, those mistresses would not be able to cause any trouble. However, because of the guilt in his heart, her father treated her mother even better. He happily handed over all the financial power of the family to her mother. In this regard, although Su Changqing did not completely agree with his mother's approach, he had to admit that she was a smart woman. Even her father was like this, not to mention Li Wanyu. After transmigrating to the Great Tang 1,300 years in the future, without the constraints of law and morality, Su Changqing did not believe that Li Wanyu would be loyal to one woman. Therefore, Su Changqing had a premonition that there would be another woman around Li Wanyu. However, no matter how rational Su Changqing was, no matter how clear her thoughts were, she was still an ordinary woman. She could be considered to have good self-restraint by merely giving Li Wanyu a cold shoulder. What made her even angrier was that Li Wanyu dared to bring a woman home after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty for only a month. If she did not suppress him, what would happen? Did he want to learn from Wei Xiaobao? If that was the case, Su Changqing would definitely not tolerate it. Even if she did not leave the Li family at that time, she would draw a clear line between herself and Li Wanyu. They would just be friends from then on. In Su Changqing's heart, she would only allow Li Wanyu a chance to make a mistake at most. Otherwise, she would rather live alone in the Tang dynasty for the rest of her life. Therefore, her beautiful superior's cold shoulder was actually deliberately put on for Li Wanyu to see. She felt more heartache for the poor girl, Fu Luo. Li Wanyu had explained Fu Luo's background to her. She was captured at the age of 13 and then sold from Europe to the distant East. If not for Li Wanyu rescuing her, she would probably have been a prostitute for the rest of her life. The beautiful superior who had a frosty expression on Li Wanyu's face melted after entering the backyard. After seeing Fu Luo's appearance, the beautiful superior was also greatly surprised. This girl really resembled the Hollywood movie star Angelina Jolie too much. The beautiful superior couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger again, wishing she could pinch Li Wanyu's waist a few times to vent her anger. This bastard pervert. He said that he pitied Fu Luo, but he was clearly lusting after her beauty. Su Changqing would not vent her anger on Fu Luo. After adjusting her mentality slightly, she began to talk to Fu Luo in a pleasant manner. Although Fu Luo was the daughter of a Byzantine noble, she was only 15 or 16 years old. How could she be a match for Su Changqing, an elite who had cultivated for many years? After a few sentences, Fu Luo had begun to address Su Changqing as sister, as if she were treating her beautiful superior as a caring sister. The girls' giggles echoed between them now and then, as if they were best friends who had known each other for years. Perrin, on the other hand, was rather jealous. She felt that her sister Changqing was in danger of being snatched away by this ugly woman. When Li Wanyu sneaked into the backyard stealthily, he happened to see Perrin glaring at Fu Luo angrily. Her lips were so pouted that a bottle of oil could be hung from them. Li Wanyu was rather dumbfounded by what he saw. What was going on with the three women at home? Seeing that there was no sign of a fight, he tried to sneak away again, only to be glared at by his beautiful superior who had already discovered him. "Come here." "Yes. What can I do for you, Your Majesty?" When Li Wanyu saw that his beautiful superior seemed to be smiling, he immediately began to act cute shamelessly. He imitated the eunuchs in TV dramas, flicked his sleeves, and bent over to ask. Su Changqing couldn't help but laugh at his behavior, but his beautiful superior immediately wiped the smile off her face and coughed lightly. "Don't be so cheeky. Don't think that this is the end of it. If it weren't for Sister Fu Luo's sake, don't even think about having dinner tonight. Let me ask you, will you still bring women home in the future?" Yes, you're right. I won't. I promised the chairman that I won't bring any more," Li Wanyu said with a flattering smile. Fu Luo and Perrin were both stunned. Their Longjuan's behavior was simply too shocking for them to accept. How could the two young ladies of the Great Tang, who had never been baptized by feminism, accept the way Li Wanyu and Su Changqing interacted with each other? Perrin couldn't help but cover her little mouth with her hand, afraid that she would cry out in alarm. She looked at Su Changqing with a worried expression and thought to herself, is it really okay for Sister Changqing to talk to Lang Jun like this? What did Lang Jun mean when he said he would make a promise to the chairman? Su Changqing sneered and stared at Li Wanyu seriously. "Li Wanyu, this is the first and last time. Otherwise, I promise to leave this house. I'm a man of my word." A drop of cold sweat slid down Li Wanyu's forehead as he hurriedly nodded in agreement. In fact, Li Wanyu didn't have any intention of having multiple wives and concubines. He had saved Fu Luo out of pity. But judging from Su Changqing's words, why did it seem like he was allowing him to take Fu Luo into his room? Is there such a good thing? Li Wanyu really wanted to look up at the sky and see if the sun had risen from the west. Chapter 176. In the end, Aphrodite still ended up staying with the Leaf family, although her identity was still a bit unclear. In fact, even Su Changqing's identity was still unclear in the eyes of the old steward Li Heng, the Niu brothers, and Ma Zhou. But ever since Aphrodite moved into the house, Li Wanyu began to feel unhappy. With another woman, not only did nothing unsuitable for children happen as he had hoped, even his original benefits were cancelled. Aphrodite was brought into his room by his beautiful superior, making Li Wanyu completely give up on the idea of secretly eating her. And his original benefit of being able to hold hands with his beautiful superior was also cancelled, making him very depressed. But Li Wanyu's depression only lasted for a day, because the next day, Cheng Chumo and the group of wastrels came to Dingzhou village again. Zio, what kind of sacred sunfire are you going to collect for the Zoroastrianism today? How exactly are you going to do it? Cheng Chumo roared as soon as he entered. It's a secret, you'll know at noon. Hearing Li Wanyu's answer, the group of wastrels couldn't help but want to beat him up. This kid was really too infuriating. That day, at the Zoroastrianism temple, Li Wanyu said that he was going to collect the sacred sunfire for the Zoroastrianism. Not only was Sabeo Milman surprised, but the group of wastrels was also very curious as to how this sacred sunfire could be collected. But no matter how they asked, Li Wanyu just said, "It's a secret, you'll know in 3 days," to send them off. Li Wanyu's deliberate mystery piqued the curiosity of the group of wastrels. No one could figure out how Li Jia Shaolang was going to collect the sacred sunfire. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and the group of wastrels felt like a cat was scratching their hearts. So early in the morning, as soon as Chang and city gates opened, a group of people rushed to Dingzhou village, urging Li Wanyu to hurry to the Zoroastrianism temple. Li Wanyu and Miraman had originally agreed to meet at noon, but they couldn't resist the urging of these rich playboys. They had no choice but to say goodbye to their beautiful boss and follow them out. They rode to Chang and city. Along the way, Cheng Chumo and the others talked about how the Li family's carriage company had been burned down by the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They only found out about this after the fact. Originally, she wanted to help Li Wanyu vent his anger, but unexpectedly, Madame Zheng had already sent that bastard Zheng Kanhua back to Xinjiang. This group of silk pants naturally couldn't go to the Zheng family to cause trouble, so they could only mark the Zheng family's black mark in their hearts. Cheng Chumo and the other debauchee clans were not on the same boat as the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs. Although Cheng Yaojin's wife was the first daughter of the Chui clan, he was still most loyal to Pai Lupi. He didn't have much contact with aristocratic families. Furthermore, the incident that had happened in the imperial court the day before yesterday had caused Cheng Yaojin and the other generals to be even more furious. If it wasn't for Pai Lupi's prohibition, they would have probably taken their weapons and attacked these aristocratic families. Ziyu, when that Zheng Kanhua returns to Chang, and we brothers will definitely help you vent your anger. Cheng Chumo patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and comforted him. Fan Yai also patted his chest and assured Li Wanyu, "That's right, Ziyu. Don't worry. If that bastard dares to return to Chang, and we will definitely teach him a lesson." Li Wanyu was greatly moved and saluted the group of silk pants. "Many thanks, brothers. Ha! After today's matter, I will treat you all to a drink. Are we still going to that Hu wine shop?" Chai Ling Wu's eyes lit up when he heard about drinking. Li Wanyu was speechless. These bastards, they still mentioned the Hu wine shop. Hey! The group of people chatted and laughed as they quickly entered Chang'an. When the group of people entered Liquan Square, they found that the square was already crowded with people, so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The silk pants and Li Wanyu were all dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? It wasn't the Lantern Festival today, so why were there so many people in Liquan Square? Yuchi Baolin shouted, "Those in front, move aside. What the hell are you all doing here?" After he shouted, not only did no one move aside, but he also received a lot of rolling eyes and mockery. What is this big idiot shouting about? Can't he see that there are people here? That's right, why are you all squeezing? We want to go to the Xia Temple to watch the show. Today, there's a powerful person in the Xia Temple who is going to collect the sacred fire of the sun in front of everyone. Who doesn't want to witness such a miracle with their own eyes? Why should we move aside? I heard that the powerful person who can collect the sacred fire is 8 feet tall, and his waist is also 8 feet wide. His fists are as big as a mill, and his arms are as thick as pillars. When Li Wanyu heard this, almost fell off his horse. Was he a freaking ball? An alien version of a ball? Damn, the society was indeed very important. It was only right to not believe in rumors and not spread them. It turned out that Xia Temple was afraid of being held accountable for the extinguishing of the sacred fire. So he simply spread the news in Chang, and that the Xia Temple was going to collect the sacred fire of the sun in front of everyone. In the Tang dynasty, there was an extreme lack of entertainment among the people. After hearing about this bizarre event, not only did all the Sushans in Chang come, but even the ordinary citizens of Chang and came to Liquan Square to watch the show. As a result, more and more people came. Liquan Square had become a sea of people, and even the streets outside the square were almost filled with people watching the show. When Li Wanyu heard about this, he was sweating like a waterfall. In the current situation, he and the Silk Pants couldn't enter the Xia Temple. He didn't know if the crowd would be disappointed if he, the main character, didn't go in at noon. Fortunately, this awkward situation didn't last long. Milamon, who was in the Xia Temple, also noticed the crowded situation outside the Xia Temple. He quickly asked the priest to go out and help the Silk Pants. With a group of Xia Temple priests leading the way, Li Wanyu and the Silk Pants finally squeezed into the Xia Temple through the gate of Liquan Square. Fortunately, only the priests and priests of Xia Temple were allowed to enter today. The other residents of Chang, and including the believers of Xia Temple, could only watch the sacred fire collection ceremony outside the gate of the Xia Temple. It had to be said that the residents of Chang were very gossipy. In order to watch the show, someone quickly brought a ladder. As a result, the top of the Zoroastrian temple's wall was instantly filled with people who came to watch the show. Some of the bolder ones even sat on the wall, causing the faces of the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple to twitch. Xiaolang, what else do you need to prepare to collect the sacred fire of the sun? If you need anything, just tell me. I'll immediately get someone to prepare it for you. When Milamon saw Li Wanyu, he immediately greeted him. Whether Li Wanyu could collect the sacred fire of the sun in front of everyone today was a matter of life and death for him. He couldn't help but pay attention to it. Li Wanyu said, "Prepare a large block of ice for me, as well as some tools for cutting ice. Also, prepare a room for me." Block of ice? Milamon and the Silk Pants were all stunned. Why would he want ice? What? Don't you have ice in your Xia Temple? Li Wanyu asked. Milamon shook his head. No, of course we have ice. How big do you need? I'll immediately get someone to prepare it for you. The rich and powerful in Chang, and all dug ice cellars to store ice for use in summer. The Xia Temple of the Sogdians didn't lack copper coins, so naturally, they also dug ice cellars to store ice. Li Wanyu said, "The size of a millstone is fine." Milamon nodded and immediately ordered the priest to prepare the things Li Wanyu needed. After the ice and the tools for cutting ice were delivered, Li Wanyu ignored the burning eyes of the Silk Pants and directly shut them out of the room. He started to busy himself in the room. The collection of the Olympic sacred fire in later generations focused the sunlight in the center of a concave mirror to generate high temperature to ignite the sacred fire. In addition to the concave mirror, the magnifying glass that he played with when he was young could also focus sunlight and play the role of igniting the fire. Li Wanyu naturally didn't have a magnifying glass. He only knew that glass was probably made by burning sand. But if he really wanted to make glass in the Tang dynasty, it would be a fantasy. But in addition to glass, grinding ice into a convex lens like a magnifying glass could also play the role of focusing sunlight. Although there would be many bubbles and cracks in the ice, and its transparency was far less than glass, the diameter of the magnifying convex lens could still focus sunlight and ignite flammable objects. So Li Wanyu asked Milamon to prepare a millstone-sized block of ice for him. He took the ice chisel tool in the room and began to grind the convex lens of the ice. As the sun gradually rose, the Jia Temple's sacred fire-gathering ceremony was about to begin. In Milliman's eagerness, the door finally creaked open. Li Wanyu walked out with a relaxed face. "Sabeo, you can start the sacred fire gathering." Chapter 177. The Sogdian ritual of gathering the sacred fire began with the prayers of the Zoroastrian priests. Dozens of priests murmured their prayers. "Burning sacred fire, burn my broken body. Good and evil, only the light is good. Joy and sorrow, return to dust. Pity my people, they have so many worries." Leading the priests in front of the altar, Milman recited long passages of the Avesta scripture, reciting the hymns of the gods. As mentioned before, the highest level of sacred fire, the fire of victory, was not only a sacred fire, but also an ordinary sacred fire worshipped by believers. For this ritual, Miriam used 3 days to gather the sacred fire worshipped by all the Sogdian worshippers in Chang'an. Now, the highlight of the ritual was to wait for Li Wanyu to gather the sacred fire of the sun and combine the 2 flames into one to complete the ritual. Although the process of gathering the ordinary sacred fire was quite rushed, Miriam believed that as long as Li Wanyu could gather the sacred fire of the sun, it would be the highest level of sacred fire, even higher than the sacred fire worshipped in the Persian temple. After the tedious and solemn ritual was completed, it was Li Wanyu's turn to perform. Li Wanyu's small body could not carry the convex lens of ice the size of a millstone. However, there were foppish sons who fought to help him carry it. When Li Wanyu asked who was willing to help light the sacred fire, the foppish sons almost fought. Clearly, in terms of muscle, the 3 Chung brothers could crush the foppish sons. Even the Yuchi twins could not compete with them. Under the resentful gaze of the foppish sons, the 3 Chung brothers carried the huge, convex lens of ice onto the stage. However, Li Wanyu did not intend to reveal the secret of using the convex lens to make fire. After grinding the ice in the room, he asked Milman for some silk and satin and wrapped the ice with the satin. No one could see the original shape of the convex lens of the ice that the 3 Chung brothers carried out. In the open space of the Zoroastrian temple, the best materials for starting the fire had already been prepared. The oily sandalwood was placed in the bronze cauldron. According to Li Wanyu's instructions, sandalwood shavings were scattered on top of the cauldron to start the fire. It was noon, and the sun shone down from above. Li Wanyu instructed the 3 Chung brothers to raise the ice convex lens high above their heads. Then, according to the light spots formed by the sunlight passing through the ice, he instructed the 3 brothers to adjust the angle of the convex lens. This strange action attracted the attention of the crowd outside the Jia temple and caused a commotion. What kind of trouble is this? Didn't he say that he wanted to collect the sacred sun fire? What are these 3 big guys holding? Why does it look like a block of ice? That's right, there's a round ice cube wrapped in the silk. Is it used to retrieve the solar sacred fire? I don't understand. How can this ice produce fire? Isn't this nonsense? You can gather flames from ice? I'm afraid even an immortal wouldn't be able to do that. TSK. If I can get some kind of holy flame from this, I'll eat this pile of dog shit. Not only were the onlookers outside the Zoroastrian temple discussing incessantly, but even the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian religion were astonished. When Milman saw this, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Was he out his mind? How could he so easily believe this young man's nonsense and believe that he could collect the solar sacred fire? He wanted to shout out to stop this farce, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Since it had come to this, he would just let this group of dandy do it. In any case, if he couldn't collect the solar sacred fire, his position as Sabeo would come to an end. Since that was the case, he could only pray for a miracle. Chung Chumo held the large ice convex lens and asked in a low voice, "Ziyu, are you sure you can really collect the solar sacred fire like this? This is not a joke. If you trick the Sogdians, they will really go crazy." "Brother Chumo, you can rest assured. There's no problem at all. Brother Chuyang, don't keep swaying. Hold it up properly. Li Wanyu instructed them to adjust the angle of the ice cube while smiling at Xianxia. But although he said so, the three brothers of the Cheng family didn't have the confidence that the solar sacred fire would really be collected from the ice cube they were holding. Under Li Wanyu's constant instructions and adjustments, the noon sun finally condensed into a large spot of light through the ice convex lens and shone on the wood in the copper cauldron. Li Wanyu clapped his hands. Okay, that's it. Brothers, hold on. Don't move around. Seeing him so determined, the Cheng brothers obediently held the ice cube high. But because the purity of the ice cube wasn't high, and Li Wanyu's level of polishing was limited, although the light spot was condensed and shone on the wood in the copper cauldron, there was no reaction. Milman became more and more anxious. He couldn't help but walk to Li Wanyu's side and ask in a low voice, Xiaolang, is this how the solar sacred fire is collected? Li Wanyu replied matter-of-factly, Of course, Sabeo, you see, the sun's sunlight has been condensed by me. Soon, the solar sacred fire will come to your temple. Don't worry, wait patiently for a while. These people of the Tang dynasty naturally didn't know what a convex lens was. A convex lens that was thicker in the center and thinner at the edges had a light-gathering effect. After learning the basic knowledge of junior high school physics, he knew that the convex lens would condense the sunlight that shone on its surface into a beam. The temperature would continue to rise until it reached the ignition point of the wood, and then the wood would be ignited. There was once an expedition team that accidentally lost a fire seed in the Antarctic. They processed the ice cube into a convex lens and condensed the sunlight to ignite the fire. So Li Wanyu didn't doubt that he could collect the solar sacred fire at all. But today, for some reason, the light spot of the ice convex lens shone on the wood in the copper cauldron for a long time, but there was no reaction. Time passed by, and Li Wanyu was a little anxious. He ordered the Cheng brothers to adjust the angle of the ice cube several times, trying to make the light spot more focused. Milman didn't care about the solemnity of the ceremony and kept walking around the copper cauldron, making Li Wanyu dizzy. The crowd outside the temple watching the ceremony was getting louder and louder. The group of playboys also looked at each other and thought that things were not good. If the gathering of the solar sacred fire failed today, the consequences would be unpredictable. Fang Yai secretly elbowed Chai Lingwu. Brother Lingwu, if Zio can't get the solar sacred fire, we'll have to protect him and rush out. Chai Lingwu wiped the sweat on his forehead and nodded. Of course, we'll let the Yuchi brothers and the Cheng brothers protect Zio and run first. We'll bring up the rear. Yuchi Baolin and Yuchi Baochi also nodded and secretly rolled up their sleeves, ready to drag Li Wanyu and run away at any time. While the playboys were talking in low voices, discussing their escape plan, they saw the crowd outside the temple being pushed aside by a group of fierce-looking troops, creating a path. Several playboys that Li Wanyu had never seen before swaggered into the temple under the protection of the troops. Yo, is the Cheng family's young master playing a monkey? Holding up a big ice cube to act for everyone to see? The leader of the group, a young man with triangular eyes, mocked. Li Wanyu was stunned. Where did these bastards come from? They dared to mock Xianxia and the others? Chapter 178. When Xianxia and his two brothers saw them, they immediately put down the ice in their hands angrily. Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu, and the other playboys also rushed forward and blocked the way of the young men. Xianxia rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat them up. Wang, today I'll let you know what it means to have a fist as big as a clay bowl. Seeing that the playboys were about to fight, the young men couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their troops immediately rushed up to protect their masters and protected the young men behind them. Li Wanyu pulled Du He and asked, Brother Du He, who are these people? Du He replied angrily, They are the bastards of the Chui, Lu, and Wang families. He pointed to the triangular-eyed man who had just spoken. That one with a foul mouth is Wang Ziqiao, the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan. The others are Chui Daogu of the Qinghe Chui clan, Chui Hong of the Bowling Chui clan, and Lu Xiang of the Fanyang Lu clan. Li Wanyu was stunned when he heard this. Well, in the Tang dynasty, except for the legitimate sons of the Longxi Li clan and the Li clan of Zhao County, And Zheng Kongbua of the Xingyang clan, who had run back to his hometown, the rest of the legitimate sons had all come to the Zhuang temple. He had always hated Zheng Kongbua. Now that he heard that these young masters were jackals of the same tribe as Zheng Kongbua, he looked at them with even more disgust, especially when he heard the words Taiyuan Wangs and looked at the triangular-eyed young man. He thought that it was a close call. Was this guy the one who almost became his brother-in-law? Do these guys have a feud with you brothers? Li Wanyu asked. Dui spat hatefully and said, These bastards are the same as Zheng Kongbua, who provoked your family before. They're all not good people. We don't like them and have fought with them several times. But these cowards always let their own troops get beaten up. Bah! Li Wanyu nodded, understanding in his heart. The 5 clans and 7 watchful clans were of the same breadth and branch, especially after the Li family took over the world. The Chui clan of Bowling, the Chui clan of Qinghe, the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Zheng clan of Xingyang, and the Wang clan of Taiyuan, these 5 clans were even more united. The aristocratic families even viewed Pai Lupi as a nouveau riche. Naturally, they would look down on Cheng Yao Jin and the other founding dukes who had followed Pai Lupi to conquer the world. The elders of both parties maintained their composure on the surface. Even though Cheng Yao Jin looked boorish, he was actually a cunning old fox in the political arena. But the juniors of these aristocratic families and Cheng Chumo's group were not in the same boat. The 2 sides had already clashed many times in Chang and due to various conflicts. Li Wanyu looked at those foppish sons of aristocratic families with disdain. They only knew how to bring a group of troops to put on airs and flaunt their prowess. Li Wanyu had never seen Cheng Chumo and the other top foppish sons of the Tang dynasty go out with their troops. Even if they fought, they would do it themselves. Even Du He, Du Go, Wei Shuyu, and the other sons of civil officials were the same. Wang Ziqiao and the others, who were protected by the troops, began to clamor again when they saw that they were not in danger of being beaten. Wang Ziqiao mocked. What? You are playing the people of Chang like monkeys and you don't allow us to say anything. Chui Daogu said, We heard that some idiots were going to help the Jia sect collect some holy fire. We originally wanted to broaden our horizons, but we didn't expect such a farce. Haha, it's really funny. Lu Xiang pointed at Li Wanyu and laughed. I heard that you idiots are getting worse and worse. You actually listen to this young man's nonsense. If he can make fire out of ice, I will kneel down and kowtow to you, okay? Several people laughed and were very proud. Their words made the crowd outside the Jia sect also began to jeer. Bursts of laughter came, making Cheng Chumo and the others blush. Milamon and the other priests and priests of the Jia sect were also suspicious at this time, wondering if they had really been cheated. Cheng Chumo and the others were so angry at Wang Ziqiao's words that they clenched their fists. The veins on their necks bulged and their faces flushed. Although the foppish sons did not believe that Li Wanyu could collect the holy fire from the sun out of thin air. But at this time, everyone was bound together for good or ill. Mockingly, Wanyu was mocking them. Cheng Chumo and the others were speechless by Wang Ziqiao and the others. Their anger was stuck in their throats, and they were very sullen. Yuchi Baolin, Yuchi Baoqi, and the Cheng brothers looked at each other and wanted to directly rush up and talk with their fists. Wang Ziqiao and the others were good at talking. When they saw that Cheng Chumo and the others wanted to fight, they quickly retreated behind the troops and poked their heads out to continue to clamor. What? Now that we've revealed the truth, you want to attack us out of anger? A group of idiots with nothing but brute force. You were sold, and you still help count the money. You really lost face for your Duke's mansion. Hey, you want to fight? I'm so scared, huh? The originally solemn Jia sect holy fire gathering ceremony, because of the provocation of Wang Ziqiao and the others, became a mess. The Chang and residents outside the Jia sect also did not mind that things were getting out of hand, for fear that the 2 sides would not fight. Milliman's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Cheng Chumo and the others, hesitating in his heart whether to throw them all out. Li Wanyu quickly reached out to stop Cheng Chumo and the others. Brothers, please wait. Why do you have to fight with them? Don't ruin the Jia sect's holy fire gathering ceremony because of them. Jia sect is still waiting for the holy fire of the sun to descend on the Xianxia's fire altar. Don't lose sight of the big picture. Li Wanyu seemed to be persuading them, but in fact, he was giving Wang Ziqiao and the others a hard time. The meaning of his words was to push Wang Ziqiao and the others to the opposite side of Xia sect, accusing them of destroying the holy fire gathering ceremony. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the priests and priests of Xia sect, including Milamon, looked at Wang Ziqiao and the others with unfriendly eyes. But as Li Wanyu said, regardless of whether the holy fire of the sun was collected or not, the holy fire gathering ceremony was still in progress. Wang Ziqiao and the others came out so casually and ridiculed Cheng Chumo and the others, which really interfered with the ceremony. When Li Wanyu said this, Wang Ziqiao and the others' faces changed. They hurriedly defended themselves. Tian Shaling, don't talk nonsense. It's obviously you guys who deceived the Zoroastrianism. How is it us who are interfering with the ceremony? How did I deceive the Xia sect? Li Wanyu asked. Lu Xiang pointed to the ice block put down by Cheng Chumo and the others. The 5 elements reinforce and restrain each other. This ice is water. Water restrains fire. Wood breeds fire. Isn't it obvious? Even if you break the heavens, it is impossible to use ice to collect the holy fire. What he said was common sense to everyone, and everyone nodded again and again, thinking that it was reasonable. Li Wanyu laughed. Then if I can use this ice block to help Xia sect collect the holy fire of the sun, what will you say? Just like you said just now, kneel down and kowtow to us? Do you dare to bet? Chapter 179. Li Wanyu's words made the faces of Wang Ziqiao and the others change. Nonsense! How dare a brat like you do this? Who do you think you are? How dare a man in white speak so arrogantly? Tian Shilang, you have no manners at all. Do you have a right to speak here? Cheng Chumo put his arm around Li Wanyu's shoulder and said, He is my brother. You don't agree? Do you dare to bet with me? Lu Xiang, Wang Ziqiao, and the others looked at each other, their eyes fierce. Not to mention that they did not believe that ice could make fire. After being provoked by Li Wanyu, they would not let it go. Lu Xiang gritted his teeth and said, Fine, let's bet. If you can make fire with this ice, we will kowtow to you and apologize. But if you can't, you will crawl out of Lishuan Square today. Do you dare to bet? Hiss! The bet proposed by Lu Xiang made Cheng Chumo's teeth ache. He was gambling with his own face. He was really ruthless. If he really lost and crawled out of Lishuan Square in front of everyone, he would be too ashamed to face anyone in Chang'an. But before the foppish sons could speak, Li Wanyu looked at them and said, Brothers, I promise that I can make fire with ice. Do you believe me? Cheng Chumo hesitated for a moment, then slapped Li Wanyu's shoulder and said, Zio, I'm going all out. I'll believe you this time. Yes, let's bet. I believe Li Jia Shaoling. I'll bet with them. Damn it. I'll make you kneel and kowtow to me today. Come, let's make an oath. If you don't admit it when you lose, I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Fang Yai shouted. Wang Ziqiao and the others sneered and looked at the foppish sons as if they were idiots. They did not hesitate to make an oath and set the bet. Seeing that the foppish sons believed him without saying anything and made a bet with Wang Ziqiao and the others, Li Wanyu was very touched. Brothers at Cheng Chumo slapped him on the shoulder again. All right, Zio, stop talking. Hurry up and gather the sacred fire. I'm still waiting for someone to kowtow to me. Li Wanyu did not act pretentious, nodding his head and letting everyone disperse. He had the 3 brothers of the Cheng family carry the ice again, preparing to gather the sunlight and gather the holy fire again. He instructed the Cheng brothers to adjust the angle of the ice convex lens to find the best focal point. The sunlight shone on the ice again, and through the ice, it focused on the wood in the copper cauldron. This time, the 3 brothers of the Cheng family were incomparably focused. They carried the huge block of ice without moving an inch. Everyone held their breaths again. Everyone inside and outside the temple turned their eyes to the bronze cauldron. Wang Ziqiao and the others were also a little nervous. They also stared at the wood in the copper cauldron. However, after a long while, the copper cauldron was still the same as before. There was no change at all. Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, feeling that today they could make Cheng Chumo and the others lose a lot of face. Hee, regardless of whether Cheng Chumo and the others would keep their promise, climbing out of the Li Quan Square from the Zhan Temple was a loss of face. Wang Ziqiao was even thinking about how to persuade the Zhan Temple Sabeo to make trouble for Cheng Chumo and the others. Just as he was feeling proud and smiling, he heard Niu Zhengping suddenly shout, "Look, smoke is coming out of the copper cauldron." His shout made Wang Ziqiao and the others' hearts skip a beat. They quickly turned their eyes to the copper cauldron. Under the noon sun, a wisp of green smoke was rising from the copper cauldron. The wisp of green smoke coming out of the copper cauldron was caused by the sunlight focusing on the wood shavings. Milamon, who was already feeling despair, was overjoyed when he saw this situation. He immediately began to recite the Avesta scripture with a group of Zhan Temple priests. As the Zhan Temple priests recited the scripture, the green smoke in the copper cauldron became thicker and thicker. A flame suddenly rose from the wood shavings, and then the flame slowly began to devour the wood in the copper cauldron. "Sacred fire! It's really the sacred fire of the sun," Milamon exclaimed. Witnessing this miracle with their own eyes, the priests and priests of Zhan Temple immediately knelt down. A miracle had come to the Zhan Temple. No one doubted the authenticity of the sacred fire of the sun anymore. This flame was really created out of thin air after the sunlight gathered. The noon sun, after passing through the ice, actually created the sacred fire. This scene was too shocking. Milamon was so excited that his heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. His glory and wealth were saved. At this time, Milamon had already forgotten who extinguished the sacred fire in the Zhan Temple altar. He only knew that the Zhan Temple in Chang, and city's Li Quan Square, had the world's top sacred fire, and all of this was brought to him by the young man from the Tang dynasty in front of him. Milamon didn't have time to express his gratitude to Li Wanyu now. He hurriedly called the priests of Zhan Temple who were responsible for looking after the sacred fire to come forward and carefully guard the precious sacred fire of the sun. The priests and priests of Zhan Temple excitedly recited the Avesta scripture in unison, while the Sogdian believers outside the Zhan Temple knelt down and murmured prayers. The sacred fire of the sun had descended on the Zhan Temple in Li Quan Square of the Tang dynasty. This was the supreme glory of the Zhan Temple of Zhan Temple. The residents of Chang, and who were watching the fun and didn't believe in Zhan Temple, at this time, saw Cheng Chumo and others really use ice to condense the sunlight out of thin air and create a flame. Everyone exclaimed, "My mother, the three young dukes of Duke Lu's mansion, have they become immortals? Using a piece of ice to create the sacred fire of the sun? Amazing, amazing, this is really the means of immortals. Where's the brother who said that if he used ice to collect the flame, he would eat dog shit? Where did he go? The brother who said that he would eat dog shit ran away. I don't know what these young masters are going to do. Hee, there will be a good show to watch. Isn't that right? If these young masters of aristocratic families were to kowtow to the young dukes, then they would really lose all face. Haha, interesting." Li Wanyu saw that the convex lens of the ice was successful in condensing the sunlight and called the three brothers of the Chung family to break the ice. He didn't want to reveal the mystery of collecting the sacred fire. If Zhan Temple learned it, it would be worthless. After the ice was broken, Li Wanyu smiled and said to the group of playboys, "Brothers, it seems that someone just made a bet with us. Little brother's memory is not good. What do we bet on?" "Haha, yes, someone didn't know life from death and made a bet with us." Fang Ai laughed and looked at Wang Ziqiao and others. When the sandalwood in the copper cauldron ignited the flame, Wang Ziqiao and others' faces turned pale. "This is impossible, impossible. How can the ice produce a flame?" Lu Xiang looked at the copper cauldron and exclaimed. Cui Daogu was even more unbearable. His body couldn't help but sway. If it weren't for the troops beside him supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. The flame in the copper cauldron began to burn, as if it was roasting them. Their backs began to soak with sweat. Chapter 180. Cheng Chumo walked towards them with an evil grin on his face. He cracked his knuckles with both hands. Hey, you guys, now you can kneel down and kowtow. Wahaha, you bastard. You finally let me vent my anger. Quickly kneel down. Wang Ziqiao now felt dizzy. How did the ice block make the sandalwood in the copper cauldron burn? He began to regret coming to the Zhan temple today to provoke them. Wasn't this the same as sending his face to the door for these playboys to slap? His pale face squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Cheng Chumo, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Yes, what do you want to do? Do you really want to bully my Fanyang, Lu family? Lu Xiang and the others were also regretting. They had forgotten to look at the almanac when they went out today. Originally, they wanted to ridicule Cheng Chumo and the others who were not on good terms with them. Who would have thought that the ice block could make the sunlight burn? Today, the few of them could be considered to have been defeated. Their faces were probably going to be completely lost. Wahahaha, you bastards, what are you going to say to me? Don't give me that. If you admit that you don't have balls between your legs, then forget it, I can let you go today. Cheng Chumo put his hands on his hips and laughed. He was sweating in his heart just now. If it were not because he was angry at Wang Ziqiao and the others for being too insidious, and because he had an inexplicable confidence in Li Wangyu, he would not have gambled on this matter. His words made Wang Ziqiao, Lu Xiang, and the others pale, but they did not know how to refute. If they really wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Cheng Chumo and the other playboys, they would never do it. This was worse than killing them. Wang Ziqiao simply snorted, Humph, I don't want to lower myself to your level. Let's go. After that, he was ready to call the troops to open the way for the four of them to slip away. They would rather renege on their gambling debts and bear the infamy of going back on their words than kneel down and kowtow in front of countless onlookers. The bet between Wang Ziqiao and Cheng Chumo had long been heard by the crowd outside the Zhan temple. As the saying goes, watching a good show is not a bad thing, so everyone began to kick up a fuss. Normally, Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiang were profligate disciples from aristocratic families that absolutely no one dared to offend. But now, under the watchful eyes of countless people, it was unknown who took the lead. Waves of shouts came from Li Quan Lane, kneel, 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 kowtow, kowtow, kowtow. Wang Ziqiao and the rest were infuriated by the uproar. They felt a burning pain on their faces. They had really lost a lot of face today. They pretended to be deaf and mute, pretending that they did not hear those voices. Under the protection of their own troops, they rushed out of the crowd in a sorry state. After leaving Lishan Square, Wang Ziqiao grabbed Lu Xiang and said, Brother Xiang, I can't take this lying down. We can't just let today's matter go like this. Cui Daogu's face was also gloomy as he gnashed his teeth and said, Today's humiliation is comparable to the humiliation of Han Xian's crotch. I will definitely get my revenge. You're going too far. This is going too far. I swear I can't exist under the same sky with them. But Cheng Chumo and those bastards, we can't easily offend them. Our troops don't dare to really make a move against them. Wang Ziqiao and the others were like Zheng Kambua. They were young, but their bodies had long been hollowed out by wine and women. Every time they had a conflict with Cheng Chumo and the other playboys, they did not dare to fight personally. They only dared to let their troops fight. But when their troops faced Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai, and Chai Lingwu, these playboys of the Tang dynasty's top noble families, how could they really dare to make a move? If they injured these young masters, how many heads would they have for Cheng Yaojin to chop off? If they really angered Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, these founding generals, even their main families, these aristocratic families, could not protect them. Therefore, there have been several conflicts, and Cheng Chumo and the others had always won, which made Wang Ziqiao and the others depressed. Today, they thought it was an opportunity to mock Cheng Chumo and the others, but they did not expect that they would lose all their face. Cui Hong suddenly opened his mouth and said, Cheng Chumo and those bastards can't be touched, but can that Tian Shi Lang also not be touched? He was referring to Li Wangyu, the only one in the temple who was wearing a white robe at that time. Wang Ziqiao's triangular eyes flashed with a cold light. Yes, I can't deal with those bastards of the Cheng and Yuqi families, but I, your father, can't deal with a Tian Shilang. I will now send people to watch that guy and see where he is from. Later, I will find someone to deal with him. Yes, that's right. I, your father, will kill this reckless guy. Brother Ziqiao, find out who this Tian Shilang is. If you don't destroy his family, this matter will not be over. Lu Xiang and the others also laughed. Suppressing people with power was what people like them should do. Idiots like Cheng Chumo who like to make a move were simply a disgrace to the nobles. Let's go and have a drink. Today's my treat. Find a few young ladies to relieve the heat. Lu Xiang called out to the other playboys and rode away. After Wang Ziqiao and the others fled the temple, the group of playboys laughed loudly. Cheng Chumo and the other playboys naturally would not force Wang Ziqiao and the others to kneel down and kowtow. That would be tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality. But for these playboys who ran rampant in Chong, and there was not much difference whether they kneeled or not. In short, today, the Taiyuan Wang clan, the Bowling Shui clan, the Fanyang Lu clan, and the Qinghe Shui clan had lost all face. Under the mocking eyes of the playboys, Wang Ziqiao and the others covered their faces with their sleeves. Under the protection of their own troops, they escaped from Liquan Square in a sorry state. This made Cheng Chumo and the others unable to help but laugh, feeling very happy. After the sacred fire gathering ceremony in the Zhan Temple, the crowd outside the temple gradually dispersed. But what they saw and heard today would be talked about by the people of Chong and for a long time. Some busybodies, including the Zhan sect, tried to copy what Li Wanyu did that day. They found all kinds of ice and shone it under the sun, trying to find out the mystery of ice. But including the Zhan sect, no one succeeded in using ice to ignite the fire. This made Li Wanyu even more mysterious. Millimon was now more and more certain that the sacred fire in the Zhan temple was extinguished for no reason that day. It must be the work of this young man in front of him. But even after racking his brain, he still could not find the mystery of the sacred fire extinguishing by itself, so there was no way to prevent it. If he did not want this to happen again, it was necessary to be on good terms with Li Wanyu. Otherwise, even if the sacred fire of the sun was enshrined in the Zhan temple, it might be extinguished again one day, and then he would have a heart attack. Millimon waved his hand and asked the clergyman to bring a tray covered with silk cloth. He stretched out his hand and opened the cloth with a smile on his face. Xiaolang, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. These gold and jewels are a little token of gratitude from the Zhan sect. Please accept them, Xiaolang. But I also ask Xiaolang not to gather the sacred fire of the sun in the future. Is that okay? On the tray, there was a neat pile of gold ingots, as well as all kinds of sapphires, rubies, and other jewels from the western regions. These gold and jewels, under the illumination of the sun, all emitted a dazzling light, very tempting. Chapter 181. Seeing the tray full of gold and jewels, Li Wanyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Milliman to be so generous. Milliman's generosity, in addition to wanting to have a good relationship with Li Wanyu, was also a hush money. He didn't want Li Wanyu to know how to use ice in the future. If the method of getting fire from the sun was popularized everywhere, then there would be nothing sacred about the Zhan Temple's sacred fire. The moment the holy flame was ignited, Milliman even had the thought of killing him to silence him. However, with this group of silk pants backing Li Wanyu, Millimon quickly dispelled this idea in his mind and decided to bribe him with money. Li Wanyu listened to his words and understood that he wanted him to keep it a secret and maintain the sacred feeling of the Zhan Temple's sacred fire. Sabeo, you are too polite. You can rest assured that I will keep this matter a secret for Zhan Temple. That's good. Thank you for your trouble, Xiaolang. Li Wanyu was also not polite. He smiled and thanked Milliman, then grabbed the gold ingots and jewels and stuffed them into the hands of the playboys. Come, everyone has a share. Brothers, let's divide it. Cheng Chumo and the others quickly refused. Today, they were very satisfied to see Wang Ziqiao and the others suffer. How could they have the nerve to take the gold and jewels? Not to mention, these playboys were not short of money, and Li Jia Shaoling still owed a lot of debt. The gold and jewels on the tray, at a glance, the playboys could roughly estimate the value. It was about 4 or 5 million yuan. This Shan temple could be considered a big deal. Li Wanyu saw that the crowd didn't want it, so he threw the gold ingots and jewels back on the tray. Brothers, if you look down on these things, then this little brother also doesn't want it. Fong Eai and the others looked at each other. In the end, Cheng Chimo laughed and reached out to grab a handful of gold ingots and jewels. Everyone, don't waste ZU's good intentions. Come, everyone has a share. Today, let's learn from the people of Jianghu. Divide the gold, and let's go drink a big bowl later, waha. Hearing Cheng Chimo's words, the group of debauches also came forward with smiles on their faces, and each of them grabbed a handful of gold ingots and jewels. To them, the amount of money was not important. What was rare was Li Wangyo's sincerity. 5 to 6 million taels of gold and jewels. The group of silk pants, including Li Wangyu, each received 5 to 600,000 copper coins, which could be considered a small fortune. After everyone put away the gold and jewels, Cheng Chimo waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Today at Ping Kong Fong, this old man will treat. We won't go home until we're drunk. Let's go. Let's go home drunk today." After bidding farewell to Milamon, a group of playboys clustered around Li Wangyu as he mounted his horse, laughing and joking as they headed towards Peace Square. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was laughing bitterly in his heart. He was still in the observation period of his beautiful boss. If Su Changqing found out about this, he was afraid that it would be quite troublesome. What's more, it was broad daylight right now, just past noon. Was it really good to go drinking? But now it was too late for him to say no. Even if he said that his house was on fire, this group of silk pants would not let him leave. Li Wanyu shook his head. He planned to drink a few cups of wine and then use the excuse that he could not hold his liquor and then run back to Zhou Village. There were 2 delicate and beautiful women at home, so he did not have much longing for the girls of Ping Kong Fong. The group of silk pants rode their horses into Peace Square, heading towards a brothel in the square. Ping Kong Fong had tens of thousands of brothels, but these brothels were divided into 3 classes. The top-class girls were responsible for staying in the brothel and diligently practicing poetry and painting, singing and dancing, and would not easily see guests. It was rare to see anyone who was not a high official or a noble family. The second-class girls were responsible for receiving guests in the brothel and the brothel. They would accompany the merchants, rich young masters, and drink, play, sleep, and play to their heart's content. The most common brothel did not serve any peddlers or commoners to earn a little money. Instead, they were trained to be tour guides. That's right, tour guides. In Ping Kong Fong, even the most common brothel's speech and behavior were much better than ordinary girls. Whether it was a scholar who had just entered Chang and to take the imperial examinations or a merchant who came to do business, they could all rent such a brothel to accompany them to tour Chang and its beautiful scenery, explain history, and stroll around the market. Or they could rent a few brothel when they went for a walk in the countryside, where high officials, nobles, poets, and scholars gathered to drink to their heart's content. Accompanied by beautiful women, drinking wine, listening to songs, and watching beautiful women dance, how delightful. Therefore, the brothel of Ping Kong Fong was not as simple as sleeping with guests. They could recite poems, paint, and write poems. They could also dance, ride, shoot, and dance with swords. They could be said to be multi-talented. Ping Kong Fong, which was full of beautiful women and high quality, was far from the brothel of the future, which only dealt in the flesh business, could compare. It was also because of this that Ping Kong Fong had a unique charm in the Tang dynasty. Meng Jiao once wrote a poem, "Riding the spring breeze, the horse gallops, seeing all the flowers of Chang, and in a day." The flowers of Chang and were not peonies or morning glories, but delicate beauty flowers. Li Wangyu had only come to Ping Kong Fong to sell erotic paintings, but it was his first time entering a brothel. He could not help but feel a little uneasy. Wei Shiyu suddenly winked at Li Wangyu and said with a mischievous smile, Zio, there will be a lot of your admirers later. Don't be dazzled. What? What the hell was an admirer? Li Wangyu wanted to ask Wei Shiyu what he meant, but this guy pretended to be mysterious and did not explain. When a group of playboys was politely invited to the brothel by the handyman, the brothel's procuress came up to them with a smile. Young dukes, you haven't been here for a long time. The young ladies in the brothel have missed you so much. This procuress was actually in her 30s, but in the eyes of the people of the Tang dynasty, she was already old. A procuress was also an old procuress. It was said that the old procuress was an extinct bird. It was said that there were only females and no males. They bred by mating with other kinds of birds. They were very much like prostitutes who were promiscuous, so the brothel's boss was called the old procuress or procuress. Chai Ling Wu, Wei Shiyu, and the others were veterans of the brothel and were familiar with the procuress. They teased, Yunyanzi, don't you miss us? Young dukes, don't make fun of me. Please come in, I'll call the young ladies. The procuress named Yunyanzi smiled and led everyone into an elegantly decorated room. She asked the handyman to bring wine and food. Soon, a group of gorgeously dressed girls wearing topless dresses filed in, almost dazzling Li Wangyu's eyes. The topless dresses of the Tang dynasty, except for the noble women, were worn by the prostitutes who entertained people with their beauty. Their white and towering breasts were set off by the topless dresses, making Li Wangyu feel a little thirsty. With the status of Cheng Chumo and the others, the ones who came out to receive them in the brothel were naturally the best girls. The young ladies of the brothel were only 15 or 16 years old, which was the age of high school girls in the future. Cheng Chumo, these beasts, only harm young girls. Li Wangyu despised them in his heart. Chapter 182. When Wei Shiyu saw these girls, he immediately pointed at Li Wangyu and laughed. Qin Yang, Lian Yang, Xuan Yang, don't you want to know the author of the poems, Journey to the Sword, and Hui Chong Chun Jiang Xiaojing? Do you see the Xiaolang next to me? Why don't you come over and greet him? His words made these girls' eyes light up, and they looked at Li Wangyu in a strange way. To put it in modern terms, it was like a fan's eyes were sparkling when they saw their idol. Li Wangyu was also stunned. How could he have fans in this brothel after plagiarizing a few poems? Were these the admirers that Wei Shiyu had mentioned? He didn't know that these girls in the brothel were not ordinary people. They knew everything about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Their love for poetry was no less than the pursuit of idols by fans in the future. It had to be said that in the Tang dynasty, being a poet was really a good profession. Wei Shiyu's words immediately caused Li Wangyu's side to be surrounded by girls. Each and every one of them looked at Li Wangyu with tender and admiring eyes. Is this Li Wangyu from Hu County? Greetings, Mama Shui. I love Longjuan's song, Going Out of the Frontier. Can I sing it for you later? Greetings, Lang Jun. I am Qin Yang. Lang Jun, I am Lian Yang. Li Wangyu was surrounded by a group of girls who were 15 or 16 years old. Although he was a veteran in the future and had watched all kinds of Japanese action movies, he still felt a little helpless. Zio, why are you still standing there? Why don't you compose a poem in this situation? Cheng Chumo also laughed. Cheng Chumo, are you sure you're not possessed by Song Xiaofeng? Li Wangyu was speechless and rolled his eyes. But in the face of a group of girls who were looking at him with shining eyes, he couldn't say no. Forget it. If he wanted to compose a poem, then so be it. It was just plagiarism. Anyway, he was used to plagiarizing, right? Picking up the wine that the young lady beside him had eagerly poured for him, he raised his head and drained it in one gulp. Li Wangyu shouted, "Bring me pen and paper." In the Tang dynasty, poets composing poems in brothels was part of the standard work routine. This brothel's art house had already prepared for it. Immediately, some odd job workers brought over paper, inkstone, brush, and ink. Several young ladies diligently helped him grind the ink. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and decided on a poem to plagiarize. He picked up the brush and began to write. As he wrote, he recited, "For Xiaonyang, Luo Xiongling Bo gave birth to Wei Chen. How could he succeed in visiting his relatives? How can 1,000 cups of green wine be drunk? A face full of red makeup kills people." He shamelessly plagiarized another one of Li Bai's poems for 7th Madame Duan, and even changed the title of the poem to For Little Madame Zhu. This poem was not famous among Li Bai's poems, but it was very suitable for Li Wanyo's feelings. He needed to recite a poem. The poem was, "You're like Luo Xiong Ling Bo, Luo Xiong giving birth to Wei Chun. How could I get close to you? I really feel a little drunk with 1,000 cups of wine. Who gave you such a beautiful face?" To put it bluntly, it was Li Bai's romantic poem to coax the girls. As soon as Li Wanyu copied this poem, the girls in the room looked at him with even more strange eyes. Every girl felt that this poem was written for them. Now, all the girls recruited by the brothel keeper Yunyang all surrounded Li Wanyu. Chung Chumo and the others were not annoyed. As they drank and made merry, they watched Li Wanyu being surrounded by a group of prostitutes. Seeing Li Wanyu's battered and exhausted appearance, everyone laughed. Li Wanyu was surrounded by these delicate and soft girls who kept urging him to drink. A girl who was good at singing and playing the pipa began to sing his poem for Little Madame Zhu. Some who were good at dancing also began to dance. In the room, the atmosphere began to warm up. A group of playboys, under the service of the prostitutes, continued to drink wine. Li Wanyu also unconsciously drank a few more cups. The alcohol went to his head, and he began to teach the girls around him how to play the finger-guessing game. Two little bees flying in the flowers fly. Papa. Ah. Kiss kiss. Lang Jun, you are so bad. It doesn't count. Let's play again. The playboys had never seen such a way of playing the finger-guessing game. They were very interested and soon learned it. They began to play the little bees. However, Li Wanyu was starting to regret it. The scene in the VIP room was too King painful to the eyes. Can you imagine the scene of the burly Chung Chumo and Yuchi Bao Lin playing the little bees game? Especially when the two of them played the same game, the way they puckered their lips and kissed made Li Wanyu feel nauseous and disgusted. He wanted to vomit. In the room, after 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere was in high spirits. Li Wanyu was thinking about how to disguise himself and retreat. Just as he was thinking of an excuse to let the playboys let him go, the door of the room was suddenly slammed open and several figures rushed in. Chung Chumo, Feng Ai, and the others heard the noise and glared at the newcomers. They wanted to see who was so blind that they dared to disturb their good mood. When they saw the newcomers, the group of playboys laughed instead of being angry. "Yo, surnamed Wang, are you here to kowtow to us?" Feng Ai clapped his hands and laughed. "Was it because there were too many people just now? Come, there are fewer people now. Hurry up and kowtow." The people who rushed into the room were Wang Ziqiao and the others who had just been humiliated by them at Li Quan Fong. It could be seen that Wang Ziqiao and the others had drunk too much. Their bodies were swaying, and if not for the troops supporting them, they would not have been able to stand. Wang Ziqiao didn't pay any attention to the profligate son's taunting words. He stared at Li Wanyu with bloodshot eyes and cursed fiercely. "So you, Tian Shalang, are the little bastard of the Li family of Hu County." Li Wanyu had not yet spoken when Chung Chumo and the other playboys pushed the table and stood up, glaring at Wang Ziqiao. "Surnamed Wang, clean your mouth." There was actually a reason why Wang Ziqiao had rushed in like this. Today, after they had been defeated at Li Quan Fong, they had left behind a few troops to follow them and gather information, while he, Lu Xiang, Chui Daogu, and the others went to Ping Kong Fong's brothel to drink. Because they had a belly full of anger today, after drinking a few cups of wine, the 4 of them quickly began to get drunk. Just as they were drinking, they saw the troops come back to report that Chung Chumo and the others had also come to the brothel to drink in the private room next to theirs. Originally, Wang Ziqiao and the others were still a little afraid of Chung Chumo and the others. They were afraid that the matter of kneeling and kowtowing would be brought up again, and they would be the ones to lose face. Just as they were about to leave the brothel early, they heard the troops report that they had found out the identity of the white-clothed youth. After hearing that the youth was actually Hu County's Li Wanyu, Wang Ziqiao could not bear it anymore. He slapped the table and stood up. Using the alcohol, he rushed to the room next door, planning to teach Li Wanyu a lesson. The reason why Wang Ziqiao hated Li Wanyu so much was because of the Taiyuan Wangs breaking off the engagement. Chapter 183. When Li Wanyu's father, Li Zhou, was still alive, the Taiyuan Wangs wanted to be on good terms with the imperial family, so they took the initiative to arrange a marriage between their daughter and Li Zhou. Considering Li Zhou's position in the imperial court at that time, this marriage was well matched. Even though the 5 families and 7 families looked down on the imperial family of Li Tang and felt that they were nouveau riche, this did not affect the marriage of the Wang family's daughter. In the patriarchal society of the Tang dynasty, women were just appendages of the family. As the daughter of the Taiyuan Wangs, in the eyes of the Wang family, she was not that important. It was very appropriate to use this to win over an important official in the imperial court. Who would have thought that after the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Yuan would abdicate and Pai Lupi would ascend the throne. Then, Li Zhou would be demoted and dismissed, and then die of illness. This naturally made the Taiyuan Wangs want to break off the marriage. Although it was not very pleasant to hear, the Taiyuan Wang clan would definitely not sacrifice a daughter of the Wang family to marry a disciple of a ruined family. Originally, whether it was the Li family or Li Wanyu's previous owner, they would not break off the marriage even if they were beaten to death. If the Taiyuan Wang clan were forced to do so, they would really cause trouble in the Yamen. If it really came to that, no matter how unwilling the Taiyuan Wang clan was, they could only pinch their noses and let their daughter marry over. But it just so happened that Li Wanyu's soul transmigrated to the Tang dynasty and replaced the stubborn Li Wanyu. After receiving 170 taels of gold from the Taiyuan Wang clan, he happily wrote a letter to break off the marriage and ended the marriage. Logically speaking, Li Wanyu and the Taiyuan Wang clan should have nothing to do with each other anymore. But who would have thought that in just a month, the Li family, which the Wang family thought was ruined, would actually be made famous by Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu's stunning performance at the Zhujiang Pool Poetry Meet began to spread in Chang, and along with those legendary masterpieces. Although Pai Lupi had left in a huff that day, as news of what had happened at Chongping County Duke's birthday banquet spread, many people began to speculate. The officials and nobles of the imperial court were all discussing this. If nothing unexpected happened, this Qilin son of the Li family would soon restore the family's glory. 2 days ago, the eldest son of the Zheng family in Xinjiang set fire to a carriage shop in the East Market, which made Empress Zhang's son furious. This made the nobles in Chang and even more shocked. With the methods of the nobles, they quickly found out that this carriage business was originally the property of the Li family in Hu County. Now, it was a joint venture with Empress Zhang's son. Not only did Pai Lupi appreciate him, but he could also connect with Empress Zhang's son. This made the nobles in Chang and think more highly of Li Wanyu. Of course, Li Wanyu did not know about this at all. How could he have known that the bearded man he had dissed several times was the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Pai Lupi. The more outstanding Li Wanyu was, the more short-sighted and snobbish the Wang clan of Taiyuan was. These days, the Wang clan of Taiyuan had taken the initiative to annul the marriage with the Li family in Hu County. This had become a joke among the nobles in Chang. At every noble banquet or gathering, the matter of the Wang family annulling the marriage would be brought up and ridiculed. Even Prince Xiao, the eldest son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, was ridiculed by the nobles in Chang, and because of this, Prince Xiao was engaged to Li Wanyu, and he was the elder brother of the little fat girl of the Wang family. If not for the annulment of the marriage, Li Wanyu would have to call him brother-in-law. Now, Prince Xiao hated the Li family in Hu County to the core. The Wang family did not feel that they had done anything wrong by annulling the marriage. Everything was the fault of the Li family in Hu County, and it was all Li Wanyu's fault. In the Wang family's view, Li Wanyu's actions today were deliberately slapping the face of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. What right did a farmer have to be so domineering? Prince Xiao was planning to go to Hu County in a few days to seek revenge on the Li family, but he did not expect that the culprit who had caused him to lose so much face today was Li Wanyu. So when he heard the troops explain Li Wanyu's identity, he felt his blood boil. Coupled with the stimulation of alcohol, he brazenly barged into the VIP room where Li Wanyu and the others were, wanting to get even with Li Wanyu. Of course, Li Wanyu did not know the whole story. After being scolded by Prince Qiao, he still did not understand what had happened. On the other hand, Du He, Du Go, Wei Shuyu, and the others remembered that the nobles in Chang and had been laughing at the Taiyuan Wang clan for annulling the marriage. They immediately realized what had happened. Surnamed Wang, do you have any shame? Fan Yai also slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Prince Qiao and scolding him. Prince Qiao's face was gloomy, and he did not even look at the group of wastrels. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. I only want to get even with this Tian Shaolang. If you insist on interfering, then you will be making an enemy of the Taiyuan Wang clan. Bastard, do you think I'm scared? So what if I become an enemy of the Taiyuan Wang clan? Do you think my Cheng family is afraid of your Wang family? The three brothers of the Cheng family also angrily rebuked. Fan Yai, Yuqi Baolin, Yuqi Baoqi, Wei Shuyu, Niu Zhangping, Chai Lingwu, and the Du brothers also pushed aside the singers beside them and stood behind the Cheng brothers. Do you Taiyuan Wangs still want to cover the sky in Chang'an with one hand? Today, we will protect Li Jia Shaoling. What are you going to do? You, Prince Xiao, really wanted to ignore everything and order his troops to rush up and beat up all these bastards. But even if he had drunk too much wine, he did not dare to do so. Although the 5 families and 7 hopes had great political and economic power, if they really fell out with these founding dukes, it would not be good for them. Li Wanyu was a little confused. Why did it seem like the spearhead was now pointed at him? He and the Taiyuan Wang clan had no enmity in the past, nor did they have any recent grievances. What did this Prince Qiao mean? Brother Chumo? What's the situation? He whispered to Cheng Chumo. This question stunned Cheng Chumo. Well, they're about to fight, and you still don't understand the situation? Cheng Chumo had no choice but to tell him about the Taiyuan Wang clan's annulment of the engagement with him. Li Wanyu was dumbfounded. Was this considered sitting at home? But trouble fell from the sky? The Taiyuan Wang clan was ridiculed by the nobles in Chang'an. How could this be blamed on him? Was there any law? Was there any reason? After all, Li Wanyu was not a playboy like Cheng Chumo. He could not act unscrupulously and unscrupulously. If he could, he did not want to be enemies with the 5 families and 7 hopes. For him, there was no benefit at all. Even that bastard Zheng Kambwa. If he had not coveted his beautiful boss, Li Wanyu would not have meddled. He touched his nose a little helplessly and said to Wang Ziqiao, "It was your Wang clan who proposed the annulment of the engagement. What did it have to do with me? Isn't it a little overbearing for the Wang clan to blame me?" Wang Ziqiao did not expect that Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys would really go against the Taiyuan Wang clan for the sake of Li Wanyu. For a moment, he was embarrassed, and Lu Xiang, Cui Daogu, and Cui Hong, although they were on the same side as Wang Ziqiao, were not willing to get involved in this matter. After all, the annulment of the Taiyuan Wang clan's engagement was not something they could talk about openly. Even the 4 families secretly made fun of the Taiyuan Wang clan because of this matter. Wang Ziqiao did not care about losing face. He stared fiercely at Li Wanyu and said, "Don't say these useless things. I just ask you, do you dare to bet with me?" Chapter 184. Wang Ziqiao didn't give up and wanted to make trouble for Li Wanyu, which made Li Wanyu a little impatient. "Why should I bet with you?" Li Wanyu asked. He didn't see any advantage in betting with Wang Ziqiao. Whether he won or lost, it didn't seem to be good for him. If he won against Wang Ziqiao, he was afraid that his entanglement with the Wang clan of Taiyuan would be deeper, but if he lost, he knew that he would be the unlucky one. Wang Ziqiao snorted. "Humph, as expected of a young man, you don't even dare to bet. If you want to be a coward, I have nothing to say." Before Li Wanyu could say anything, Cheng Chumo waved his hand and said, "Zio, just bet with him. Whether it's batting, cock and dog fighting, quail fighting, leaf card games, or even Tiehu or Hulu, we brothers will accept it for you. If it's a game of wager, do you think you'll lose to him?" "Yes, Shaolang, bet with him." "Wang, you won't deny it after you lose, right?" "How dare he? If he doesn't admit it after he loses, does he still want the face of the Wang clan of Taiyuan?" "Zio, just bet with him." "That's right. Wang, tell us, what do you want to bet? No matter what you want to bet, We brothers will accept it for Li Jia Xiaoling. Fan Yai and the others were also enjoying the show and started to urge Li Wanyu to bet with Prince Qiao. Seeing that the playboys wanted him to accept Wang Ziqiao's bet, Li Wanyu was a little dumbfounded. The people of the Tang dynasty really liked to gamble. Many emperors of the Tang dynasty liked to gamble. Emperor Xuanzong of Tang and Yang Guifei often gambled for fun. Wu Ziqian also once hosted gambling games and invited civil and military officials to join in. Under the influence of the imperial court, the officials and the people of the Tang dynasty were also very fond of gambling, which almost became a fashion. What Cheng Chumo said just now, batting, cockfighting, quail fighting, leaf card, hurling, and hurling were all the ways the Tang people were used to gambling. Batting, similar to polo, is also called batting. Running dog racing is dog racing, to see whose dog runs faster. The Tang dynasty not only liked cockfighting, but also quail fighting. Yezi Mahjong could be considered the ancestor of Mahjong. As for throwing arrows into the pot, the winner was the one who threw the most arrows into the pot. Hilu was a gambling method unique to the Tang dynasty. It was a small square made of wood, similar to dice, painted in black and white. When gambling, grab 5 black and white dices and throw them into the bowl. The one with the most black faces wins. We threw out, he had to shout Lu. What Lu meant was 5 black faces facing up. One of the signs of the Tang dynasty was that in every square in Chang, and people could hear the words Lu and Lu at any time. Therefore, this kind of gambling was also called hulu. Other than that, there was also literary gambling. It was not uncommon for scholars to gamble on poems and essays. Cheng Chumo and this group of debauches were proficient in all kinds of gambling, so they were full of confidence in urging Li Wanyu to bet with Wang Ziqiao. Li Wanyu was speechless and resisted the urge to roll his eyes. This group of debauches, why were they so excited when they heard about a gambling fight? These hopeless gamblers. The gambling fight proposed by Wang Ziqiao was different from the one they had with the debauches in the Jia Temple. The bet in the Jia Temple was more of a fight between the rich playboys, a battle of personal feelings. Therefore, even if Wang Ziqiao and the others reneged on the bet, Cheng Chumo and the others just laughed because if they lost, they would also do the same. If they could sweep the other party's face, they would have already achieved their goal. The gambling fight was more similar to the duels between nobles in the West. The result of the gambling fight would not be easily reneged, otherwise it would be despised. Emperor Shizong of the Tang dynasty once gambled with an official, using his position as the stake. The official, Chen Jingguan, won the bet and was conferred the title of Sichuan Jidushi. After the bet, he became a governor of the border, ruling over 26 states including Zhang, Yi, and Han. Li Wanyu knew this, so he did not want to accept the gambling fight proposed by Wang Ziqiao. But now it was too late for him to refuse. The debauches had accepted the gambling fight for him. If he did not accept the challenge, he would be sweeping the face of Cheng Chumo and the other debauches, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Fine, a gambling fight it is. How do you want to gamble? Li Wanyu looked helplessly at Wang Ziqiao. At this time, Wang Ziqiao had sobered up a little, and after being disturbed by the debauches, he felt some regret. Just now, when he blurted out that he wanted to gamble with Li Wanyu, he forgot about the group of debauches behind Li Wanyu. Just as Cheng Chumo said, he was not sure if he could win against this group of debauches in a gambling fight. If he lost the gambling fight, he would lose all his face today. Wang Ziqiao's triangular eyes involuntarily looked behind him, wanted to see if Lu Xiang and the others had any good ideas. But when he saw one of the Wang family's troops standing behind the crowd, he suddenly had an idea. Since we are willing to gamble, then let's play something new. Wang Ziqiao shook his head. Let's gamble on ventriloquism. What the hell? Ventriloquism? Wang Ziqiao's words stunned Li Wanyu and the other debauches. They did not know how to gamble on ventriloquism. Ventriloquism had existed in China since ancient times. The records of the Grand Historian recorded that Lord Meng Changjun of the state of Qi during the Warring States period used the ventriloquism of his followers to escape from the state of Qin back to the state of Qi. This was also the origin of the idiom, the crow of the rooster and the thief of the dog. Li Wanyu also remembered the ventriloquism from his middle school Chinese class. In the capital, there's a person who is good at ventriloquism. All the guests stretched their necks, glanced sideways, smiled, and sighed silently, thinking that it was wonderful. Looking at the screen, the person, the table, the chair, the fan, and the ruler were all the same. But how could they gamble on ventriloquism? Moreover, Li Wanyu did not know any ventriloquism. Would box work? He knew a little about ventriloquism. He looked at the group of debauches, who also seemed to be a little dumbfounded. It seemed that they also did not know any ventriloquism. Wang Ziqiao's drunken eyes swept across the crowd proudly. He pointed to the troupe behind him and said, "I know a little about ventriloquism for this song. I will not bully you. I will give you 2 chances. No matter what sounds you can make from your mouth, if you can imitate this song, then I will win this gambling fight. If not, then you win." He paused, stared fiercely at Li Wanyu, and said, "If you lose today's gambling fight, you will kick this guy out of Chang'an City. From now on, he will not be allowed to take a step into Chang'an City." Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other and did not know how to respond. They had never heard of the gambling fight proposed by Wang Ziqiao. Moreover, if they lost, Li Wanyu would never be allowed to enter Chang'an City again. The consequences were somewhat serious. The group of debauches was checkmated by Wang Ziqiao. They could not help but feel a little embarrassed. They had spoken too confidently just now, and now it was difficult to clean up the mess. Fang Yai saw that everyone was in a difficult position and wanted to act shamelessly. He wanted to lose some face and ruin this gambling fight. Li Wanyu suddenly said, "If you lose, what will you do?" He was also a little angry now. This Taiyuan Wang clan was so against him. Did he really think he was a clay figurine? That he could do whatever he wanted to do? Li Wanyu's stubborn temper also rose. So what if he was from the Taiyuan Wang clan? Today he would fight with him. Wang Ziqiao laughed and said indifferently, "If I lose from now on, I will avoid you in Chang'an City. As long as I see you, I will bow to you and avoid you." How about that? For these young masters, if Wang Ziqiao really lost, it would be a really shameful thing. If the legitimate sons of the 5 families and 7 families bowed to a white figure and avoided him, then he would lose all his face. But Wang Ziqiao did not think that he would lose it all. This troop of his had no other skills, but in this Chang'an City, they had never met a match. This troop of the Wang family could be considered a strange person. He did not know where he learned this skill from, but it was very good. He could imitate a bird's call and even make the bird unable to distinguish him and land on his shoulder. He could imitate all kinds of people after hearing it once. He could even imitate a woman's voice. Wang Ziqiao did not believe that he could not win this gambling fight by relying on his troop skill. "Okay, since you insist on a gambling fight, then it's a deal." Cheng Chumo and others did not have time to persuade Li Wanyu before he directly nodded and agreed. Li Wanyu glanced at the proud Wang Ziqiao and said in his heart, "If you are willing to die, then I am willing to bury you." Chapter 185. Although Li Wanyu did not learn any ventriloquism, he did not think it was a big deal. He had seen a lot of ventriloquism performances on TV in the future. It was not a big deal. Besides, even if the ventriloquism of the Wang troops was as good as the performers in the textbook Ventriloquism, so what? Ventriloquism was not like a tape recorder. It was just through the mouth, teeth, lips, tongue, throat, nose, and other vocal organs to imitate various sounds of nature, such as birds and beasts, wind and rain, thunder and lightning, etc. Was it that easy to imitate the things that Li Wanyu knew? Seeing that Li Wanyu did not hesitate to agree to Wang Ziqiao's bet, Cheng Chumo and the others wanted to stop it, but it was too late. In the view of these foppish sons, losing the bet was fine, but since they had agreed, they had to give it a try. Several foppish sons gathered together to discuss what sound they should make to prevent the Wang troops from imitating. This made Li Wanyu a little dumbfounded. Such a simple thing. Why did they make it so complicated? Brother Chumo, Li Wanyu was just about to say that he could do it himself, but Cheng Chumo waved his hand to stop him. "Zio, if you have something to say it later. This matter cannot be sloppy. Let's discuss it first." "Zio, don't worry. Today's bet, brothers will let you win." Li Wanyu wanted to speak several times, but he was interrupted by Xianxia, which made him very depressed. Forget it, let them do it. Anyway, there were 2 chances, so there's no need to worry. Li Wanyu simply acted as if nothing had happened. He sat back down at the table and let the young ladies pour him wine. He then began to drink the wine on his own. Xianxia and the others discussed for a long time and came up with several ways that they thought could stump the Wang troops. Fan Yai reached out and summoned a female singer. Li Wanyu remembered that this girl was called Xuanyang. She sang a good song. Her voice was sweet like an oriole coming out of the valley. It seemed that these foppish sons, in the first round, wanted to use a female voice to embarrass the Wang troops who were good at ventriloquism. Mama Shui, pick your best song and sing it a cappella, Fan Yai instructed. Yes, I'll sing now. Mama Shui bowed to the fops, stood up, cleared her throat, and began to sing. Zhao Ke's beard tassels, Wu Go's frost and snow. The silver saddle shines on the white horse like a shooting star, killing 1 person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. When the matter is done, I leave with a flick of my sleeve, hiding my identity and name. Mama Shui was singing the poem Ode to Gallantry that Li Wanyu had plagiarized. The poem was magnificent, and Mama Shui's voice was firm. Her voice was as smooth as a pearl and smooth as jade, and it even had a skillful tuning, making her singing sound sometimes moving and sometimes quiet, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was very pleasant to listen to. At the end of the song, even Xianxia and the others could not help but shout out "good," and then looked at Prince Xiao. Wang, come on, let me see what your song is capable of. They didn't believe that anyone could imitate Mama Shui's voice. But Wang Ziqiao didn't care at all. He raised his eyelids slightly and motioned his troops to come forward. The troops of the Wang family came forward, grinned at the fops, and then began to sing. As soon as his voice came out, everyone in the room was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Yuchi Baolin turned her head and looked at Mama Shui next to her, trying to confirm if she was singing. The voice that came out of the mouth of the troops of the Wang family was exactly the same as that of Mama Shui. This strange scene caused everyone to have goosebumps involuntarily. When the troops of the Wang family finished the song, the room was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. After a long time, Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at the man with his eyes wide open. Are you a man or a ghost? Wang Ziqiao smiled. How about it? One more chance? Do you want to continue? The fops looked at each other, not knowing what to do. This troop of the Wang family could even imitate a female voice that he had only heard once. What other sounds could they make that he couldn't imitate? Seeing that the fops were silent, Wang Ziqiao couldn't help laughing. He felt that he had finally gotten his revenge today. Later, he would ask his troops to throw Li Wanyu out of Chang and city, and then he would slowly play with this arrogant boy. Li Wanyu, however, was neither hurried nor slow. He finished the wine in his cup in 1 gulp and stood up. What's the hurry? Isn't there one more chance? Li Wanyu looked at Wang Ziqiao and asked, Do you have to imitate whatever I sing? Yes, that's it. Then it's simple. Tell him to listen. Li Wanyu cleared his throat and was about to speak when Xianxia pulled him back. Zio, are you sure you can do it? Brother Chimo, don't worry, don't worry. When I finish singing, you will be dumbfounded. Li Wanyu laughed. He twisted his neck. It was time to show his real skills. A long time ago, a giant dragon suddenly appeared and brought disaster. It took away the princess and disappeared. The kingdom was in danger. Li Wanyu's singing caused the silk pants to frown involuntarily. Although the tune was strange, it wasn't difficult. Wang Ziqiao was even more relieved. His troops could imitate this kind of singing without any difficulty. It would be more difficult to imitate the singing of the female singer. While Wang Ziqiao and the others were grinning, Li Wanyu suddenly changed the lyrics. The king was very happy and hurriedly asked for his name. The young man thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, my name is Darabamba Band Bidib Dobaruing. Again, Darabamba Band Bidib Dobaruing. Isn't that right, Darabamba Band Bidib Dobaruing? Yes, Darabamba Band Bidib Dobaruing. What? The hell is this, a ghost? Wang Zichao's mouth couldn't help but open wide. He stared blankly at Li Wanyu, who was still singing. The originally relaxed troops beside him were sweating profusely. What was this bastard from the Li family singing? Li Wanyu was laughing in his heart as he sang. The song he was singing was called Darabenba. It was a song sung by the virtual singer Luo Tianyi in the future. The melody of this song was very brainwashing, but it was impossible to remember the lyrics. The lyrics of Darabenba were simply magical. When Li Wanyu heard this song for the first time, he was completely dumbfounded. Li Wanyu spent a whole week memorizing the lyrics in order to learn this song. He didn't memorize the lyrics because he had nothing better to do. He just wanted to show off. Back then, Li Wanyu had to attend the company's annual meeting in order to impress everyone and show his face in front of his beautiful boss. That was why he had spent so much effort to learn this song. Who would have thought that after transmigrating to Tang Dynasty, there would come a day where he could use this song? After Li Wanyu finished singing, he smiled at Wang Zichao and said, "Come on, let your troops imitate my song with their ventriloquism." In the private room, the fops were dumbfounded. The singers were also dumbfounded. Wang Zichao was even more dumbfounded. Imitate your ass. Chapter 186. Wang Zichao's face twitched. He really wanted to grab Li Wanyu's collar and spit on his face. You call this a fucking song? He looked at the equally sluggish troops beside him and knew that he would not be able to imitate this song with his mouth technique. Humph. Let's go. Wang Zichao knew that he had lost this gambling fight again. He pulled his face and turned to leave. Wait, surnamed Wang, did you forget something? Cheng Chumo shouted. Don't forget. You said it yourself. Salute and avoid. Now you can salute and get out. You. Wang Zichao's eyes were red as he angrily stared at Cheng Chumo. What? As the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan, are you going to refuse the gambling bet? TSK. What 5 surnames and 7 hopes? The name is just an exaggeration. Cheng Chumo may look like a rough man, but his mouth was not forgiving at all. Wang Zichao's face was red, his fists clenched, his nails almost embedded in his flesh. He did not say anything, just bowed slightly to Li Wanyu, and that was a salute. After that, he did not say anything, nor did he say goodbye to Lu Xiong and the others. He took the Wang clan troops and directly left the brothel. Wang Zichao only felt that the humiliation he received today could only be washed away with blood. These playboys did not feel that there was anything wrong with their actions. All the mistakes were Li Wanyu's fault. As the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wangs, Wang Zichao now hated Li Wanyu to the bone and was only thinking about how to retaliate. Lu Xiong, Cui Daogu, and Cui Hong did not expect such a result. They did not say anything, and each took their own troops and left. After they left, Cheng Chumo and the others laughed until tears came out. They kept calling for wine. Today, they would not leave until they were drunk. Li Wanyu wanted to slip away at this time, but it was naturally too late, and he was poured wine by the playboys. No matter how low the alcohol content of the wine was, in the end, he still closed his eyes and drank it all. After the farce in Chang, and Li Wanyu behaved himself for a period of time. He stayed in Dingzhou village every day and did not run around. Defeating the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan was not necessarily a good thing for Li Wanyu. He was not like Cheng Chumo and the other dandy who could go against the Taiyuan Wangs. As a commoner, Li Wanyu knew his place. Therefore, he hid in Dingzhou village, intending to lie low for a while. The playboys had come to Dingzhou village several times, wanting to invite him to Chang and for a drink, but he had found various excuses to refuse. He spent his days at home cultivating his relationship with his beautiful boss, chatting with Aphrodite about life, teaching Ma Zhou and Yin Libin, and discussing with Lu Shanwei how to build a Taoist temple. His days were rather carefree. In the 3rd month of Zhengguan, the plague of locusts had begun. Li Wanyu's thousands of ducks were also driven by the duck girl from the duck shed to the various fields in the village to hunt for locusts. However, the locusts seemed to be endless. One day, they ate up all the locusts in the field, and the next day, more locusts would appear out of nowhere. But compared to the fields and the villages around Dingzhou village was much better. Although this year's grain yield would definitely be reduced, at least there would be some harvest during the autumn harvest. As for the other villages, Li Wanyu estimated that if the government did not order to exterminate the locusts, this plague of locusts would undoubtedly cause a great famine in Guangzhou Road. Li Wanyu had only seen this kind of locust plague in Africa on television in his previous life. It made one's scalp tingle, and one could not bear to look at it directly. In the camera, the locusts covered the sky like dark clouds, and wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass grew. In his previous life, there were planes spraying pesticides in Africa, but they still could not stop the plague of locusts. Li Wanyu could not imagine that he would soon face such a situation. But he could only do so much. If the Tang dynasty wanted to save itself, it could only rely on itself. Li Wanyu was not God. Saving a village was already his limit. People could only save themselves. He could not save thousands of people. Having thought this through, Li Wanyu heaved a long sigh and decided not to dwell on it any longer. On this day, Li Wanyu had nothing to do, so he went to the Ganhe River to fish to pass the time. While he was leisurely, he heard a noisy voice not far away. Li Wanyu curiously looked from the bushes and was surprised to see Yang Quan leading a group of people to the Ganhe River. They were pointing at the 5 water wheels and his 300 mu of paddy fields. He noticed that Fang Xianling and the bearded man were also among them. In the crowd, there was also the man who had eaten breakfast at Chongrenfang. What were they doing? Tang dynasty cadres going to the countryside for inspection? What were they doing in Dingzhou village? Such a group of officials in the capital, and their official positions were much higher than Yang Quan, who was a 7th grade county magistrate. Li Wanyu felt sorry for Yang Quan. Receiving superiors was not necessarily a good job. Li Wanyu did not want to be nosy. He just pretended that he did not see this group of people and continued to fish. He had a fixed fishing position on the riverbank, located under a bush. There was no sun here, and it was difficult to see him from the outside. But he could see the situation around him. Lang Jun, could it be that these people are here for you? Niu Wu asked in a low voice. Li Wanyu signaled him to be quiet. Sure, don't worry about them. Just pretend that you didn't see them. But Li Heng led them here. Niu Wu pointed at the thin figure in the crowd and said. When Li Wanyu saw this, his nose almost went crooked from anger. As expected, who else could that old man be but Li Heng? Once there was a traitor in the family, it was not easy to hide. The old housekeeper Li Heng had a bright smile on his face. He followed behind Yang Quan and guided the county magistrate. Obviously, Yang Quan had already been to his house. Li Heng was very flattering and betrayed his master. Zio, you are so elegant. You are actually hiding here to fish. Yang Quan stroked his beard and greeted Li Wanyu, who was behind the bush. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Li Wanyu patted his but helplessly and stood up to greet Yang Zhuo and the others. At the same time, he glared fiercely at Li Heng, who didn't know what was going on. I have stolen half a day of leisure. Ming House, why did you come to Dingzhou village today? Li Wanyu replied casually. Stolen half a day of leisure. Half a day of leisure is rare. Xiao Lang casually recited a poem. Do you have a complete poem? Before Yang Quan could reply, Fang Xianling walked out from the crowd and smiled at him. I said it too casually. Plagiarized another sentence? Forget it. I'll just plagiarize it. Li Wanyu bowed to Fang Xianling. Greetings, Minister Fang. You flatter me. As the saying goes, a piece of writing is made by nature. I only have this sentence. After saying that, Li Wanyu was stunned again. What the hell did I plagiarize again? Is this a poem from the Southern Song Dynasty? Chapter 187. As soon as Li Wanyu said this, everyone could not help but clap their hands and applaud. Good. What a wonderful summary. That's the essence of poetry. Fang Xianling praised. Li Zio is only 16 years old, but he can speak so well. No wonder Zio's poems have been spread all over Chang'an. He's really a young talent. No wonder he can write such good poems. In the crowd, Pai Lupi could not help but clap his hands and applaud. Now, Li Wanyu's sentence. How can I bow to the powerful and make me unhappy? The bad feelings he brought to Pai Lupi had long disappeared. Now Pai Lupi liked Li Wanyu more and more. Li Wanyu's face turned slightly red from the praises of the crowd. He quickly changed the topic and asked, "Is there a reason why Prime Minister Fong came to Dingzhou village today?" Fong Xianling twirled his beard and smiled. "Nothing. We're just here to enjoy the flowers." "Spring? Enjoy the flowers?" Black lines appeared on Li Wanyu's forehead. What nonsense was this? If it was March in previous years, it would be a good time to enjoy the flowers. But this year, there was a locust plague in Guangzhou. Even around Dingzhou village, even if Li family's ducks kept hunting for locusts, there was no spring scenery in the fields. Of course, enjoying the flowers was not a good thing, but enjoying the locusts flying in the sky was a good thing. Fong Xuanling's words were an excuse. In fact, Pai Lupi wanted to visit Dingzhou village. He, Zhangsun Wuji, Du Ruhui, and the others naturally needed to accompany him. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi did not come to Dingzhou village because he had nothing to do. There was a reason why he came incognito with Fong Xianling, Zhangsun Wuji, and the others. First, he came to see with his own eyes the water wheel that did not require manpower and could automatically carry water for irrigation. He also wanted to see the effect of Li Wanyu's 300 mu of saline alkali soil. Second, the locust plague in Guangzhou was getting worse and worse. There were reports of the locust plague everywhere. Pai Lupi also wanted to see the extent of the locust plague. Third, the case of the locust plague and divine punishment in the court was still unresolved. This made Pai Lupi feel depressed, so he took this opportunity to walk around and relax. Pai Lupi, accompanied by Fong Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhangsun Wuji, came to Dingzhou village under the lead of Hu County Magistrate, Yang Quan. After seeing the water wheel with their own eyes, and seeing that the saline alkali soil had been improved and rice had been planted, everyone was full of praise. Zhangsun Wuji lowered his voice and smiled at Pai Lupi. "Congratulations to His Majesty. Our Tang dynasty has this method of water wheel and saline alkali soil. It can increase the number of mu of land and prevent the land from being drought-stricken. This is great news." Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui were also full of praise. Pai Lupi, who was originally in a bad mood, also showed a satisfied smile. He was even more satisfied with Li Wanyu. The Qilin son of the old Li family not only had outstanding literary talent, but also had such knowledge of worldly affairs. It was really rare. He did not know where he learned this ability. Whether it was the water wheel or the four-wheeled carriage for the Tang dynasty, they were all national weapons. Li Wanyu could be said to have made a great contribution to the Tang dynasty. But the more it was so, the more Pai Lupi felt that he had the responsibility to educate this kid. This kind of thing was beneficial to the country and the people, but he did not want to give it to the imperial court. Instead, he used it to exchange for some farmland, cattle, and the exclusive right to operate the Chong and carriage. It was really abominable. Moreover, this kid also urged Empress Zhangsun to invest in his carriage business. He did not think about how to repay the imperial court. Instead, he thought about the business of merchants all day long to earn those stupid things. He really deserved a beating. Thinking that he was Li Wanyu's elder, Pai Lupi's words were not so pleasant to hear. They carried a lecturing tone. "Kid, come here. Let me ask you, since you gave the water wheel and the method to improve the soil to the imperial court, why did you ask Yang Mingfu for cattle as a reward?" Pai Lupi felt that he had good intentions, but he was destined to make a fool of himself. It was a waste of effort. Li Wanyu had always been unhappy with this curly-bearded man. He was very tired of his words. How could he listen to Pai Lupi's lecture? Moreover, the two sides were in completely different positions. Naturally, their views on this matter were also completely different. In the eyes of Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, if the people under his rule had good things, it was natural for them to give it to the government. As for the reward, it should be given by the government at their discretion. It should not be privately asked for. In the Wuxia dynasties where imperial power was supreme, there was no such thing as intellectual property protection. Things that were useful to the people of the country were public goods. Imperial power did not recognize the exclusivity of private creations. This was also the reason why the ancient people, once they had something good, would keep it for themselves. Independent sects, ancestral secret recipes, and so on all originated from this kind of social environment where there was no awareness of intellectual property protection. This forced them to think of ways to protect their own interests. Therefore, from the standpoint of the emperor of the Tang dynasty and Li Wangyo's elder, Pai Lupi felt that it was normal for him to teach this bastard a lesson. Including Fang Xianling, several important officials also nodded and smiled. They felt that Pai Lupi's question was not wrong. If it weren't for his teacher, Yu Shinan, and the fact that Yangs would truly cherish Li Wangyo's talent, he wouldn't have taken out some cattle to trade with him. Rather than an exchange, it was more appropriate to say that Yang Quan's gift to Li Wangyu was appropriate. What bargaining? It was just Yang Quan teasing him. However, Li Wangyu did not see it that way. What right did he have to confiscate something that he had invented with just a few words? It was simply the logic of a robber. Aren't my 2 skills worth 20 cattle? Li Wangyu straightened his neck and replied in an unfriendly tone. Pai Lupi was stunned. Of course it is worth it. But how can it be calculated like this? The water wheel is a public weapon that has contributed to the country. How can it be used for personal gain? Why not? I want cattle for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyo's words made everyone dumbfounded. You asked Yang Quan for cattle for the sake of the Tang dynasty? What kind of logic was this? Fang Xianling was afraid that he would talk nonsense, so he quickly coughed. Xiaolang, why do you say that? Don't joke around. Li Wangyo's smile suddenly disappeared. He felt that he had the obligation to explain to these officials of the Tang dynasty why intellectual property protection was necessary. You should have read Lu's Spring and Autumn Annals, right? These bigwigs of the imperial court were all learned scholars, including Lier, who was familiar with the classics. Naturally, they knew what Li Wangyu was talking about and nodded. Li Wangyu continued, in Lu's Spring and Autumn Annals, Zigong redeemed people and Zi Lu received cattle. Have you forgotten? His words made everyone stunned. What did Zigong redeemed people and Zi Lu received cattle have to do with this? Chapter 188. Zigong redeeming a person and Zi Lu receiving an ox were stories recorded in the Spring and Autumn Annals of the Lu family. There was a law in the state of Lu. If the people of Lu saw their compatriots in a foreign country suffering misfortune and becoming slaves, as long as they could redeem these people and help them regain their freedom, they could receive compensation and rewards from the state. Confucius's student, Zigong, redeemed the people of Lu from a foreign country, but refused the state's compensation. Confucius said, if you take the gold, you won't lose anything. If you don't take the gold, you won't be able to redeem the people. What he meant was that if Zigong didn't accept the money, no one would redeem the people of Lu in the future. Because Zigong didn't lack money, it didn't mean that other people didn't lack money. However, because of Zigong's example, other people of Lu might not be willing to accept the state's compensation and rewards. As a result, no one was willing to redeem the people of Lu from a foreign country. When Zi Lu saved a drowning person, that person thanked him and gave him an ox, which Zi Lu accepted. Confucius said happily, from now on, the people of Lu will be brave enough to save drowning people. Zigong redeeming a person and Zi Lu receiving an ox were mainly to show that going against common sense and against human morality was the most evil thing in the world. Raising the standard of morality infinitely, or treating one's own morality as public morality, these two methods would only lead to one result, which was to make morality awkward. It would make ordinary people's faces change color when they hear about morality, and then they would distance themselves from morality. All the big shots present, including Pai Lupi, naturally understood this principle, but they didn't understand how it was related to what Li Wangyu said. Li Wangyu pointed to the water wheel by the river and said, if I didn't ask Yang Mingfu for an ox and gave it to the imperial court for free, in the future, who in the world would be willing to study the study of things? Study the study of practical application? Everyone might as well wait for someone else to create it and then use it. How is this different from Zigong redeeming a person? As the saying goes, The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. Zilu receiving an ox seems to be a small matter, but it can encourage people to do good. For the sake of the Tang dynasty, I asked for compensation from Yang Mingfu. Is there anything wrong with that? His words made Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others somewhat unsure how to refute him. The logic seemed to be correct, but it went against the principle of the supremacy of imperial power that had existed for thousands of years. Effort should be rewarded. This was the meaning behind Li Wangyou's two illusions. Pai Lupi snorted discontentedly. Are you going to ask the sage for the water wheel technology, and you're going to ask him for the cattle? Why not? Li Wangyu asked curiously. Don't you have to pay to buy things in the palace? Why do you want to snatch my family's belongings by force? The imperial court will naturally reward you. How can this be called stealing? Pai Lupi said angrily. Why should I reward him? This is what I deserve. Why did the imperial court bestow it upon me? You stole my things and then gave them to me as a reward. Isn't that the same as robbing? Li Wangyou's eyes almost rolled to the sky. His words made Li Er speechless for a while. Pai Lupi had the urge to take off his boots and slap him. This bastard brat didn't give him any face at all. I've been insulted again. Li Wangyou's words made everyone have the urge to cover their faces with their sleeves. This brat is getting serious again. Everyone present, except for Yang Quan, had seen Li Wangyou's previous two insults to Pai Lupi. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was open-minded. Otherwise, Li Wangyou's grave would already be 3 feet tall. Yang Quan was anxious and quickly said, Zio, how can you say that? Answer properly. Fang Xinling also coughed softly. What uniquely means is that the imperial court's reward will only be greater. Why did Xiao Lang only use the water wheel and the method to improve the soil in exchange for a mere 20 cattle? Yang Mingfu wouldn't give me more. Li Wangyu muttered. Fang Xinling was also depressed. Did this brat understand what he said? In fact, Li Wangyu naturally knew that if he offered the method to make the water wheel to the Tang dynasty in the name of offering, he would receive far more. It was even possible that he would be promoted to an official. But the problem was that he wasn't willing. First, he didn't want to be an official. Second, Li Wangyu was also a stubborn little donkey. As he said, it was obviously his, and he was willing to sell 20 cattle. Why should the imperial court's bigwigs reward him in the form of charity? I don't want to serve you. Pai Lupi was angered by Li Wangyou's words. He almost wanted to fling his robe and leave. This bastard brat should be caught and taught a lesson by Cheng Yaojin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to learn how to speak properly. He began to regret that he didn't bring Cheng Yaojin with him when he went out today. That day in Zhang Liang's mansion, Cheng Yaojin beat Li Wangyou's, but it made Pai Lupi feel very happy. This bastard brat should be taught a lesson like this. Pai Lupi, who had been humiliated, simply ignored Li Wangyu. He said, amazing skill. Then he turned around to observe the 300 mu of rice field that had been improved from saline alkali soil. Looking at it, Pai Lupi couldn't help but want to take off his boots and beat Li Wangyu. He couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Li Wangyu, this scoundrel. He turned his head to look at Yangzhua, who was standing respectfully at the side, and said angrily, Yangming residents, why are the seedlings in this paddy field planted in such a mess? Is this how the county government supervises the farming? Pai Lupi was referring to the 2 mu of rice field that Li Wangyu had people use the rice seedling tossing method to plant. Compared to the surrounding rice fields, the rice seedlings in these 2 mu of rice field were simply too horrible to look at. In the other rice fields, the rice seedlings were all horizontal and vertical. The rows and rows were very neat and pleasing to the eye. However, in these 2 mu of rice field, the rice seedlings were haphazardly inserted into the rice field. Seeing this, Pai Lupi was very angry. Even Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xinling, and the others shook their heads. They felt that Li Jia Xiaolang was still young and didn't care about farming at all. If he planted the rice seedlings so casually, when the autumn harvest came, what good harvest could there be? Even if the Li family didn't need to rely on the harvest in the fields to live, it was disrespectful to waste the land like this. It could even be said that it violated the Tang dynasty law. In the Tang dynasty, if the land was abandoned, they would be arrested by the county government and beaten with a plank. In an agricultural society, as long as the emperor wasn't extremely muddle-headed, he would place great importance on farming. In Pai Lupi's view, Li Wanyo's 2 mu of rice field was completely wasting the land. Therefore, when he asked Yang Quan, there was a bit of anger in his words. How could Yang Quan understand why Li Wanyu planted the rice in such a way? Hearing Pai Lupi's unfriendly tone, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. He quickly looked at Li Wanyu for help. Zio quickly explained to Eunuch Li. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to diss Pai Lupi again, he heard a creepy laugh from not far away. Wahahaha! Nephew, I'm here to see you again. Chapter 189. Other than Cheng Yaojin, there was no one else who could make such a sound. When Li Wanyu heard Cheng Yaojin's voice, he couldn't help but shiver. This devil incarnate's lethality was too shocking, and he couldn't help but be afraid. He turned his head stiffly and saw that the one who made such a terrifying sound was Cheng Yaojin. Qin Xiong was also with him, and behind him was a group of personal guards. Wahaha! Nephew, why aren't you coming over to welcome me and your Uncle Qin? Cheng Yaojin urged his horse to gallop in front of Li Wanyu. Just as he was about to laugh heartily, he raised his eyes and saw Li Er and the others behind him. He hurriedly rolled down from his horse and prepared to greet them. Zhang Sun Wuji, who was in the crowd, quickly waved his hand at him. This old fellow was also a smart person and immediately understood. Greetings to all of you. What brings you here to Dingzhou village today? Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong understood that this was Pai Lupi's incognito inspection and didn't intend to reveal his identity. Thus, they vaguely greeted them. We heard that this Li Jia Shaoling built a water wheel and improved 100 mu of saline alkali soil, so we came to take a look. Why are the 2 high dukes here? Zhang Sun Wuji explained with a smile. Cheng Yaojin laughed. I'm here to eat the pig slaughtering feast. He pointed at Li Wanyu. The pig slaughtering feast made by this fellow, although he used cheap meat, was very delicious and left a lasting aftertaste. After eating it once, I missed it so much that I asked Brother Shubao to come over today. I'm prepared to let this bastard give us a meal again. Li Wanyu was dumbfounded. What the heck? Eating the pig slaughtering feast again? Cheng Yaojin, this old glutton, despised him. He was freaking ready to freeload again. Li Wanyu suddenly wanted Niu Wu to quickly go home and hide the things at home. The bandits were coming again. After Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, the others did not think much of it, but Yang Quan could not help but swallow his saliva. He nodded in agreement and said, What Lu Gugong said is true. Ziyu's pig slaughtered rice is the best in the world. It is rare. This lowly official has eaten it once, and it is indeed unforgettable. After the 2 of them finished speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes lit up. He turned to Li Wanyu and asked, Shaolang, can you treat us to a taste today? Zhang Sun Wuji loved to eat in one bite. Regardless of whether it was the local snacks or various feasts, he would gladly enjoy them. The reason why Li Wanyu was able to meet Zhang Sun Wuji in Chong'er Square that day was because he liked the taste of the Hu biscuits in the food shop in the square. As the grand uncle of the emperor, he was willing to lower himself to eat the Hu cake in that restaurant. He could be considered as the model of the foodies in the Tang dynasty. Now that he heard that Li Wanyu knew how to make some kind of pig slaughter rice, which could attract Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, 2 people to come here out of admiration, plus who County Magistrate Yang's was endorsement, how could he not be moved? Li Wanyu silently rolled his eyes. All right, since Cheng Yaojin had spoken, he could not refuse. Since he had to feed a sheep and chase a flock of sheep, he would just treat them. He glared at the old butler Li Heng, who was laughing happily at the side, and ordered him to go to the village to buy a pig. Then, he would ask the Nyo brothers to slaughter the pig. How can a child like you be so stingy? There are so many of us. How can 1 pig be enough to eat? He did not expect Cheng Yaojin to not be polite at all. He even said that Li Wanyu was stingy. F*CK. Are you here to eat pigs? Or are you preparing to become a pig? You will be stuffed to death, you old bastard. Li Wanyu was speechless, but he did not dare to oppose Cheng Yaojin. He could only clench his teeth and orderly hung by 2 pigs. Was there no law in the Tang dynasty that prohibited officials from eating, drinking, and being corrupt in the countryside? They should really learn what the 8 honors and 8 disgraces were. Li Wanyu cursed in his heart, but he still forced a smile on his face. After Cheng Yaojin arrived, Li Wanyu clearly became more well-behaved. He was not stupid. Although he did not know this group of big shots in the imperial court of the Tang dynasty, he believed that they would not bicker with a 16-year-old boy like him. There was no harm in throwing a tantrum with him. However, Cheng Yaojin was unreasonable and would actually hit him. Li Wanyu was already too ashamed to show his face when he was spanked at Zhang Liang's residence last time. He did not want to be beaten by this old bastard again in front of everyone. If he was beaten again, he would really have the heart to die. After Cheng Yaojin and Xianxia arrived, he did not make any trouble for Pai Lupi's questions and answered honestly. However, none of the people present believed him when he said that the seedling throwing method could increase the yield of the fields. Even the old village head and the other farmers who had been managing the fields all their lives did not believe in Li Wanyu's words, let alone these big shots in the imperial court. Pai Lupi and the others were too lazy to say anything more. They only felt that Li Wanyu was still young and inexperienced. Li Wanyu was also too lazy to waste his breath. In any case, whether the rice seedling throwing method was good or not, it would be clear in a few months during the autumn harvest. After looking at the water wheel and rice fields, the group of people under Li Wanyu's lead went to the Leaf family in the village. When they passed by the wheat fields, Duruhui could not help but exclaim softly, "Prime Minister Du, what's wrong?" Zhangsun Wuji asked curiously. "Look at the fields of Dingzhou village. Why are there so few locusts in the fields?" Duruhui pointed at the wheat fields and asked. With his reminder, Pai Lupi and the others also noticed the difference. Compared to the locusts that they had seen along the way in the fields of other villages, there were very few locusts in the fields of Dingzhou village. Xiaolang, do you know why? Could it be that Dingzhou village has already started to exterminate the locusts? Fang Xianling asked while twirling his beard. His intuition told him that this matter was related to Li Wanyu. When everyone heard this, they also looked at Li Wanyu. Could this young man convince the villagers to risk universal condemnation and exterminate the locusts? Why are you all looking at me? I did not exterminate any locusts. These were all done by the duck god. That's right, that's it. Li Wanyu nodded with certainty. What? Duck god? I'll beat you to death, you coward. Speak to me properly. What do you mean? It was fine if the others did not understand, but only Cheng Yaojin raised his big palm and was ready to use force to threaten him. Duck, it means that ducks eat locusts. Faced with the absolute threat of force, Li Wanyu immediately cowered. What duck? Tell me clearly. Li Wanyu quickly replied. I bought a few thousand ducks and raised them in the fields of the village to eat the locusts. It's that simple. He explained the ins and outs of the matter, but Pai Lupi and the others looked at each other. Fabricating a duck god to shut the villagers' mouths. Only this kid would do such a thing. Alas, it's a pity that we can't find so many ducks in the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, Xiaolang's method would be worth try. Fang Xianling sighed. Li Wanyu swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He wanted to tell this group of Tang dynasty officials that there could be a god like the fire god. Forget it, the less trouble the better. What if among these officials, there was also a fan of only by virtue can we exterminate locusts? Chapter 190. In Li Wanyu's house. After receiving the notice from the old housekeeper, everyone was busy. Fang Xianling, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and several court officials were coming to visit. This was naturally a top priority. After receiving Li Heng's report, Su Changqing immediately ordered everyone in the house to get busy. The Niu brothers went to the village to buy pigs from a pig farmer. Perrin went to the kitchen to boil water and prepare to slaughter the pigs. The 4 maidservants cleaned the originally clean courtyard again. Even Ma Zhou was ordered by Su Changqing to find the old village chief and ask for a 4-wheeled carriage. He took the copper coins and rushed to the county seat to buy wine. With so many people, the wine in the house was obviously not enough to drink, not to mention the old hooligan Cheng Yaojin. Knowing that the honored guest had many guards, Su Changqing asked Li Heng to find the old village chief and borrow a mat and a short table. He laid it on the ground in the front yard as a place for the guards to rest and eat. When Li Wanyu returned home with Pai Lupi and the others, the Niu brothers had already slaughtered the 2 pigs. They were waiting for him to come back and personally cook them. Li Wanyu invited Cheng Yaojin and the others to sit in the central room. He also had Su Changqing bring the Medicine King tea for everyone. Su Changqing very generously came out to greet the guests. When Li Wanyu introduced Su Changqing to everyone and said that she was his distant cousin, Pai Lupi had a strange expression. This bastard was spouting nonsense again. Recently, Su Changqing often went to the Tai Chi Palace to teach yoga to Emperors Zhang Sun and Yang Fei. Pai Lupi already knew about this. As for Su Changqing's origin, the 100 Horsemen Department had also investigated, but they had no clue. However, Pai Lupi didn't care who Su Changqing was. After all, she was just a woman. He didn't care. Even if Su Changqing's identity was suspicious, Pai Lupi wouldn't worry about it. However, Yang Quan's heart was beating like a drum. Madame Su's marriage to the Li family was handled by the Huxian County Yamen. At that time, he and Lu Xiao were just 2 people. Who would have thought that Li Wanyu, a down-and-out boy, would actually invite Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, to his home? Su Changqing bowed to everyone and personally went forward to brew tea for Pai Lupi and the others. Different from the fried tea popular in the Tang dynasty, this kind of tea was brewed with boiling water without adding scallions, ginger, and garlic. It was very novel to Pai Lupi and the others. The white porcelain teacup was custom-made by Li Wanyu at the magnetic kiln. In each teacup, 2 pinches of tea leaf were poured into the boiling water. A moment later, a strong tea fragrance wafted in all directions. Su Changqing liked to drink tea in her previous life. She also studied the way of tea for a period of time. Her movements of brewing tea were like moving clouds and flowing water. Her slender fingers picked up the teacup and delivered it to each guest. Pai Lupi and the others all smiled and nodded at Su Changqing to express their gratitude. Then, they picked up the teacup and tasted it. Only Cheng Yaojin muttered, "Nephew, I heard that you owe a lot of debt. Sure enough, your family is poor. You only use clean water to brew tea for guests. TSK, TSK, I really can't bear to see you like this." Li Wanyu was about to go to the kitchen to prepare a pig slaughtering feast. When he heard Cheng Yaojin's words, he almost staggered and fell to the ground. "This stinking, shameless person, you still can't bear to see me like this. Who was it that told me to prepare 2 pigs for you to eat? Who was it that lost a game of mahjong last time and reneged on a debt? Who was it that freeloaded at home and stole a bunch of things? I don't believe you. You're a rotten old man, very bad." Li Wanyu walked to the kitchen in grief and indignation. Suddenly, he thought of something. He rolled his eyes and beckoned the Niu brothers over. He whispered a few words in their ears. His words made the Niu brothers put on a difficult expression. "Lang Jun, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." "Why? Are you scared?" "I'm not scared, but if you're not scared, then go quickly." Li Wanyu didn't allow the brothers to explain. He pushed them out. The Niu brothers looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They shook their heads and walked out. In the central room, everyone picked up the teacup and tried to drink a mouthful. They realized that this tea wasn't as complicated as the fried tea. Instead, it was unusually fragrant. It was slightly bitter when it entered the mouth, but the fragrance was mellow and the aftertaste was sweet. The tea was green and clear, and the bottom of the leaves were tender and bright. So tea could be drunk like this. It's really interesting. Pai Lupi put down the teacup and nodded in praise. Not bad. This tea is fragrant and elegant. It tastes fresh and mellow. It has a unique flavor. Zhang Sun Wuji also praised. Even Qin Qiong nodded in praise. Li Jia Shaolang is so elegant. This tea is fragrant and mellow. Not bad, not bad. The Tang people love tea. The tea ceremony began to develop in the Sui dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the tea ceremony culture had formed the palace tea ceremony, the temple tea ceremony, and the scholars' tea ceremony. However, the tea ceremony at that time was still mainly about frying tea. It was the first time in the Tang dynasty to brew tea like the Li family. Although it was simple, Pai Lupi and the others could taste it. Only Xianxia shook his head discontentedly. This tea is tasteless. Lady Su, do you have wine at home? How can you entertain guests without wine? His words made everyone have the urge to kick this bastard to death. It was simply a waste of time. Fang Xuanling's face was even twitching. He had the intention to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. They pretended not to hear Cheng Yaojin's words and turned to talk with Su Changqing. Lady Su was a distant cousin of the Li family. Naturally, it was impossible. However, Su Changqing's bearing and temperament revealed that kind of noble aura everywhere. It was impossible for her to be a girl from a small family. They did not think that Su Changqing was a modern white-bone spirit. How could an ordinary girl in the Tang dynasty compare with her temperament? Moreover, although Li Wanyu and Su Changqing didn't have much to say to each other, how could the eyes of these people be easy to deceive? Even Cheng Yaojin could see that the relationship between Su Changqing and Li Wanyu was not ordinary, let alone this group of court officials. However, they cannot understand. Li Jiaxiaoling was only 16 years old. Why would he like such an old girl? Yes, in the eyes of the Tangs, Su Changqing, who was 24 or 25 years old, was too old. In the Tang dynasty, this age was already at the level of aunt. However, even Pai Lupi did not say much about this matter. The others would not delve into the issue of Su Changqing's identity. Li Wanyu's movements were very fast. With the help of the methane stove in the kitchen, as well as the assistance of Perrin and several maidservants, the pig slaughtering feast was ready in an hour. He was not in a hurry to let the maids serve the dishes. Instead, he took a bag of things from the Niu brothers who had left and returned to the kitchen again with a sneaky smile. After a while, Li Wanyu walked back to the central room with a plate in his hand with a smile. Everyone, the pig-killing feast will be ready soon. You must have been waiting for a long time. Why don't you eat something to appease your hunger? After that, Li Wanyu put down the plate in his hand. A strong smell of fried food rushed into everyone's nostrils. Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Waha! What good thing did my nephew make? Let me have a taste first." After all, he was a famous general in the Tang dynasty. He quickly rushed to the table and stretched out his chopsticks to pick up the food on the plate. However, he suddenly stopped. What is this? Fried flying prawns. Chapter 191. The so-called fried flying prawns, also known as flying locusts in some places, were actually fried locusts. The meat of the locust was soft and tasted as delicious as prawns. In the future, many restaurants serve this dish. However, unlike Li Wanyu, who used wild locusts as ingredients, they used farmed locusts. Although locusts were pests, they were high in protein and rich in lecithin, which could improve memory. It could strengthen the spleen, aid digestion, stop coughing and asthma, prevent cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, lower blood pressure. In short, it was a delicacy and a good tonic. Unfortunately, no one in the Tang dynasty dared to eat such things. Due to their fear of the locust god, they did not even dare to hunt them. The locusts in Wuxia in the later generations had to be reared by humans to survive on their last legs. These locusts were caught by the Niu brothers in the fields under Li Wanyu's orders. The brothers were originally in awe of the locusts, but after seeing the ducks at home eating locusts, the reverence in their hearts for the locust god had lessened. Therefore, when Li Wanyu ordered them to catch locusts, the brothers only hesitated for a moment before they obeyed and caught a bag of locusts. Li Wanyu threw the locusts into a big pot in the kitchen, boiled them in boiling water, and then fished them out with a hedge to drain them. He fried the locusts in hot oil until they were golden brown and crispy. Then, he took them out and sprinkled some salt and pepper. A delicious fried flying prawn was presented in front of the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi, and all the officials. Cheng Yaojin's chopsticks froze in midair. He hesitated for a moment and asked uncertainly, "Kid, what kind of prawn is this? Why does it look like locusts?" "Ha! Uncle Cheng has good eyesight. It is indeed a locust." Li Wanyu laughed. His words shocked everyone present. Pai Lupi's face turned serious. "Nonsense! How can we eat locusts?" Li Wanyu looked at Pai Lupi mischievously and said in his heart, "In a few months, Li Shimin will still freaking eat locusts raw. That's even more disgusting. At least I've made a delicious dish for you guys." How could he have known that Li Shimin, who would eat locusts a few months later, would be this curly-bearded man in front of him, the man who had been repeatedly insulted by him? Li Wanyu rolled his eyes and suddenly replied with a serious expression, "The people treat food as their life, and the locusts eat the food, which is harmful to the people. The people are innocent. If the locusts really have spirits, then blame it on me. Don't harm the people anymore. Therefore, I must eat these locusts." Li Wanyu's bad taste kicked in. He directly plagiarized what Pai Lupi said to the ministers when he ate the locusts, slightly modified it, and used it to fool this group of Tang dynasty dignitaries. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the fried locust on the plate and threw it into his mouth to chew. Fragrant. It's even better than the artificial locusts in the future. Li Wanyu's mouth was filled with crispy, crunching sounds, but the people at the side were stunned. Pai Lupi heard this and couldn't help but frown slightly. He lowered his head and didn't say anything, thinking about something. This was basically what he would say a few months later. Now that Li Wanyu said it, it naturally resonated with Pai Lupi's heart. He felt that Li Wanyu's words were true, and it was very much to his taste. Including Cheng Yaojin, whether it was Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, or Du Ruhui, they all looked at the plate of fried locusts on the table and didn't know what to do. But the beautiful boss at the side, after seeing the fried locusts, reached out with her chopsticks with interest, picked up a crispy yellow locust, put it into her mouth, and slowly chewed it. "Wanyu, these locusts are delicious. It really tastes like prawns. It's better than what I've eaten before." Su Changqing laughed. When she traveled to Yunnan in her previous life, she had tried all kinds of fried insects, so she wasn't afraid of them. "Lady Su, have you eaten them before?" Zhangsun Wuji was stunned and asked curiously. Su Changqing blinked and knew that she had said something wrong. She didn't answer, but just nodded with a smile as a response. Li Wanyu made these fried locusts for two reasons. First, the cynical man's bad taste kicked in, and he wanted to make this group of officials feel uncomfortable. "Don't you know that I'm as poor as a bitch right now?" After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu's debt of 2 million didn't reduce. Now, it had become more than 6 million in debt. "I'll let you eat locusts to disgust these freeloaders." Secondly, it wasn't just a prank. He also wanted to try to persuade this group of officials to realize that locusts could not only be killed, but also eaten. By the time Pai Lupi ate the locusts a few months later, it would be too late. With the current trend of the locusts spreading in Guangzhou, the land would have been eaten up by then, and it would be too late. Just as everyone was looking at each other, Pai Lupi suddenly laughed and picked up his chopsticks. Before anyone could dissuade him, he picked up a fried locust and threw them into his mouth. After chewing a few times, Pai Lupi's eyes lit up. "These locusts are delicious after being fried. It tastes like eating prawns." As he spoke, he picked up a few fried locusts with his chopsticks and ate them with relish. Seeing that Pai Lupi had started eating, Cheng Yaojin and Xianxia, the two generals, naturally wouldn't fall behind and started eating as well. The fried locusts were naturally delicious. Otherwise, they wouldn't be reared as food in the future. Cheng Yaojin and Xianxia also nodded as they ate, and their chopsticks couldn't help but pick up the locusts on the plate. Zhangsun Wuji, the glutton, also couldn't help but reach out his chopsticks. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They could only reach out their chopsticks. For many things, once you tried it for the first time, everything else would follow naturally. After overcoming the psychological barrier of eating locusts and tasting the deliciousness of the fried locusts, Pai Lupi and the other high dukes and high officials swung their arms and ate happily. Soon, the plate full of fried locusts was eaten clean. Their beautiful superior only reached out her chopsticks once and didn't have the chance to taste a second bite. This made her speechless for a while. Cheng Yaojin was addicted to eating. He shouted loudly at Li Wanyu, "Kid, quickly go and get another plate. Is this enough to fill the gaps between our teeth?" Li Wanyu rolled his eyes. This bunch of gluttons. He called the Niu brothers to catch more locusts from the fields and then bowed solemnly to everyone. Feng Xiang, Uncle Qin, everyone, not only can these locusts be eaten, they can also fill one's hunger. The locust god's words are pure nonsense. With the impending disaster, I beg everyone to persuade the saint in the imperial court to give the order to exterminate the locusts. Save the world. His words came from the bottom of his heart, and there was no pretense in them. Everyone secretly looked at Pai Lupi, wanting to see how he would react. Pai Lupi pondered for a moment, and then sighed. Exterminating the locusts. How can we not want to? Sigh, we still need a plan for this. Li Wanyu was anxious. It was this bearded man again. Was he trying to flirt with a blind man? Was he doing all this for nothing? His temper rose, and he straightened his neck. Then please, I don't have any extra food at home. Forgive me for not being able to entertain you. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. To chase Li Shimin and a group of high dukes and high officials out of the house. How dare you say that? Chapter 192. Li Wanyu was so angry that he wanted to chase him away. However, he did not even look at his own small arms and legs. Did he even have the strength to say such big words? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar scene played out again. The moment he was caught by Chang Yaojin under his armpit, Li Wanyu regretted it. He had forgotten that there was still this unreasonable person here. When he thought of his beautiful superior watching from the side, he definitely did not want to be beaten up in front of Su Changqing. A strong desire to live made Li Wanyu shout at the top of his lungs before Chang Yaojin's slap landed. Uncle Cheng, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Kid, I was wrong. You little brat, do you still dare to tease me in the future? Cheng Yaojin's slap did not land as he angrily rebuked. I don't dare anymore. It's all my fault. I was muddle-headed and said the wrong thing. Li Wanyu wanted to cry, but had no tears. Could they still play happily? Using violence, just because of a disagreement. I despise this kind of boorish person. Bastard brat, hurry up and cook. If you're too slow, I'll loosen your bones. Cheng Yaojin put Li Wanyu down and scolded jokingly. Bandit. He was simply a bandit. Li Wanyu was so angry that his liver hurt, but he could not do anything. He could only run back to the kitchen gloomily and make fried flying prawns again. His beautiful superior was not angry at all. Instead, she covered her mouth and snickered. Cheng Yaojin was indeed Li Wanyu's natural nemesis. She called for the maids to start serving the dishes. She brought the pork delicacies that Li Wanyu had prepared earlier to the table. Pai Lupi and the rest pretended that they did not hear Li Wanyu's words. They all stretched out their chopsticks and tasted the pork delicacies. Since ancient times, food was the most important thing in Wuxia. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Zhang Sunwuji, they could not resist the temptation of delicious food. Pork, such a cheap meat, could actually be made into such a wonderful delicacy. It really surprised everyone. They could not help but increase the frequency of eating. By the time Li Wanyu brought out another large plate of fried flying prawns, the central room in the front yard was almost a complete mess. Li Wanyu was so scared that he almost didn't dare to enter the room. Were they really a group of high-ranking officials of the Tang dynasty? Are you sure they're not from the beggar sect? This action of snatching food was simply too frightening. While everyone was eating happily, Ma Zhou also came back from the county town with the wine he bought. He used a four-wheeled carriage to bring back 10 jars of wine. But seeing this, Li Wanyu felt a burst of heartache. Did this unlucky disciple not know how expensive the wine was? Du Fu once wrote in a poem, "Fleas come to drink a bucket of wine, exactly 300 bronze coins." A bucket of wine cost 300 renminbi, which didn't seem expensive. However, there was a difference between good and bad wine. Could Mao Tai and Erguo Tu of the future be of the same price? Old Du had lived a hard life and did not have a good life. The wine he drank was also cheap. Li Bai was obviously richer than old Du. There was a line in his poem, 10,000 gold wine buckets of wine. Wang Wei also said, 10,000 gold wine buckets of wine. There were many similar poems in the Tang dynasty, and most of them used the word 10,000 gold wine buckets. A bucket of wine was 20 caddies. 10 bronze coins was equivalent to 40,000 renminbi in the future, which was almost the price of Mao Tai. Ma Zhou bought this kind of wine. A jar of wine was half a bucket of wine. These 10 jars cost 50 bronze coins, which made Li Wanyo's heart ache. Would the beautiful boss let Ma Zhou use all the bronze coins at home to buy wine? This prodigal woman, I really can't have her anymore. Li Wanyu called the Niu brothers with a pained expression. They brought wine for everyone and introduced Ma Zhou to the officials at the banquet. When Ma Zhou heard that Fang Xianling, Prime Minister Fang, Duke Liu, Duke Yi, Qin Xiong, and other officials were sitting at the banquet, he immediately bowed respectfully. He was even more impressed with this young teacher of his. These big shots were able to come to his home as guests. This young teacher was indeed not an ordinary person. When everyone heard that Ma Zhou was actually Li Wanyo's disciple, their eyes almost popped out. Ma Zhou had been through a lot and was once unrestrained. Although he was not yet 30 years old, with his appearance, people would believe that he was 40 years old. At this age, he actually became Li Wanyo's disciple. This was simply a fantasy. However, everyone was surprised and did not say anything. Sheng Yaojin was too lazy to care about who Ma Zhou was. When he saw the wine, he raised his head and laughed. He slapped Li Wanyo's shoulder heavily. "Kid, at least you have a conscience. You know how to be filial to us. Wahahaha, this wine is not bad. Quickly bring it all over." Among the big shots present, whether it was Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, or Zhang Sun Wuji, all of them were fond of wine. The Tang dynasty was a dynasty of poetry and wine. This great dynasty that lasted for nearly 300 years was inseparable from poetry and wine. With wine, the atmosphere at the banquet became more lively. Everyone toasted each other in a bold and unrestrained manner. After a few glasses of wine, Cheng Yaojin began to shout for Li Wanyu to summon the singers at home to play music and dance to liven things up. Li Wanyu almost bit his tongue. "Damn it, you old bastard. It's not like you haven't been to my house before. Don't you know what kind of people I have in my house? Where did these singers come from? Oh no, there's also Aphrodite." But how could Li Wanyu bear to let the teenage version of Angelina Jolie come out and dance for everyone? Before he could speak, Cheng Yaojin slapped his forehead again and laughed at Pai Lupi. "Wah! I forgot that this kid still owes a lot of debt. His family is so poor. TSK, how pitiful." Qin Xiong held a wine bowl and said, "Nonsense. How can this kid from the Li family be poor? Look at this wine. It's all 10 strings of wine. How can it be as poor as Ji just said?" Cheng Yaojin glared at him. "Second brother, if I say he's poor, then he's poor. Look at Madame Su. Does she have any jewelry on her?" When he mentioned this, everyone turned their eyes to their beautiful boss. Indeed, ever since they transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Su Changqing had put away all the jewelry she used to wear. Now, she was barefaced. Not to mention jewelry, she didn't even have any women's powder or rouge. She looked extremely simple. Li Wanyu figured out something. Why did Cheng Yaojin seem to be crying poor for him? But who was he talking to? Fang Xianling? Or the other bigwigs? Li Wanyu was a little confused by Cheng Yaojin's actions, but he didn't notice that the bearded man was glaring fiercely at Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin naturally saw the look in Pai Lupi's eyes, so he didn't say anything more. He just laughed and went to drink with Qin Xiong. In fact, everyone except Li Wanyu and the beautiful boss understood the meaning of Cheng Yaojin's words because they didn't know Pai Lupi's identity. On the surface, Cheng Yaojin was crying poor for Li Jiaxiaoling, but in fact, he was using his words to squeeze Pai Lupi. Li Wanyu was a member of the imperial family, and the elders in his family had all passed away, leaving him as a young man with a lot of debt. How could this uncle, who hadn't even made 5 generations, have the nerve to look at him like this? Pai Lupi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This Cheng Yaojin was really not a good person. He glared and pointed at Li Wanyu. "Come here and talk." Li Wanyu was confused. "Why are you glaring at me?" He stammered and walked to Pai Lupi. "What can I do for you, Lang Jun? Let me ask you, do you hate the sage for taking away your family's position?" When he asked this, everyone looked at Li Wanyu to see how he would answer. Chapter 193. Li Wanyu was confused by Pai Lupi's question. He didn't understand what the bearded man meant. Resentment? Why should I? Your father was originally in charge of Wuxia, but because he offended the saint, he was stripped of his position and caused your life to be difficult. Don't you have any resentment? Pai Lupi asked. His words made Fang Xianling and the others nervous. They were afraid that Li Wanyu would speak without thinking and annoy Pai Lupi again. Unexpectedly, Li Wanyu smiled. What's there to be resentful about? My family owed money because my father was forced by the clan to lend money. It wasn't the imperial court that exploited us, so we can't blame anyone. As for losing his position, that's even less of a problem. Although the son doesn't blame the father, in my opinion, my father was wrong. Oh, why do you say so? Pai Lupi didn't expect Li Wanyu to answer like this. As a white-collar worker in his previous life, Li Wanyu had seen a lot of ups and downs in the workplace, including himself. He felt that Li Zhou's EQ was too low. Just because the company had a new boss, he went against the boss. If one couldn't stand being wronged in the workplace and even fought with the boss, then they should just go home and eat themselves. Li Zhou was like this, but he angered himself to death. Li Wanyu felt that it was unwise. Li Wanyu remembered a chicken soup for the soul class he attended in his previous life. He felt that the chicken soup for the soul class could answer this question. Noble but not arrogant, power but not arrogant, second best, support but not hidden, ups and downs without chaos. This is the nature of a subject. My father didn't do that, so he can't blame the saint. As the saying goes, be indifferent to favor or disgrace. Watch the flowers bloom and fall in front of the court. Have no intention of leaving or staying. Watch the clouds roll in and out of the sky. His words made his beautiful superior laugh. This guy was plagiarizing again. She had also heard the content of the Emerson Headhunting Company's lectures in his previous life. Fang Xianling and the other ministers were stunned. They did not expect that such a principle of becoming an official would be summed up so brilliantly by this 16-year-old boy. Zhangsun Wuji clapped his hands and applauded. Xiao Lang is really impressive. To be so mature at such a young age, it's really rare. What a good saying. Not shocked by honor or disgrace. Watching the flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard. Not caring whether to leave or stay. Looking at the clouds beyond the sky. Du Ruhui also stroked his 3 strands of beard and nodded. Li Zhou gave birth to a good son. Xiaolang, you see things more clearly than your parents. Ma Zhou was so excited that he was unable to control himself. So it turned out that the little division commander not only knew how to investigate things and apply knowledge to the world, but he also understood the principles of being an official so thoroughly. He thought about how he was an assistant teacher in Bozhou, but because of a moment of indignation, he became unrestrained and unrestrained. In a fit of anger, he traveled west to Chang'an. He was truly ashamed. Pai Lupi was even more stimulated by Li Wanyu's words. He repeatedly muttered and felt that Li Wanyu's words were not false. His eyes flashed, and he asked again, "Kid, are you satisfied with poverty? Have you never complained about injustice?" Li Wanyu blinked and thought, "Why would I be satisfied with poverty? My dream is to be a small landlord in a prosperous world. My family has a house and land, and my life is boundless." Cough, cough, this seems to be Stephen Chow's line. No matter what, he did not plan to live a hard life. With the exclusive rights to the 4-wheeled carriage in Chang and City, wealth was just around the corner. Not to mention that there were many business plans in the pipeline, which could be started once he had enough funds. He and his beautiful boss had already outlined a blueprint for the business empire of the Tang dynasty. Poverty? That did not exist. But in front of so many important officials of the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu was too embarrassed to say his thoughts out loud. That would make him look too useless. He rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a text he had memorized in junior high school. It seemed that he could use it to show off his high status. Li Wanyu coughed softly and put his hands behind his back. He looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said slowly, "A mountain is not famous because of its height, but because of its immortal. The water is not deep because of its spirit, but because of its spirit. The house is humble, but because of its virtue. The moss is green, and the grass is blue. There are great scholars talking and laughing, and no one is an amateur. You can play the zither and read the golden scriptures. There's no sound of music in bamboo, and no hard work of the desk. Zhuge Hut in Nanyang, West Shizi Cloud Pavilion. Confucius said, "What is humble?" His beautiful boss almost fell to the ground. "Li Wanyu, you bastard! How dare you use the epigraph of my shack to show off? Can you be any more shameless?" After he finished reciting the epigraph of my shack, the central room fell silent. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, kept their mouths shut and stared at Li Wanyu. As a masterpiece, the epigraph of my shack was less than 100 words. It was very short, but it had a great structure. When they heard it for the first time, the officials of the Tang dynasty were so shocked that they felt numb all over. They did not know what to think. "Sir, what is the name of this poem?" "The epigraph of my shack." Ma Zhou was excited. "That's my little teacher. He lied to me that day and said that he is not good at essays and poems. If he can come up with a masterpiece like the epigraph of my shack when he is not good at it, can't he go to heaven?" Ma Zhou didn't know that Li Wanyu was a plagiarist who didn't want Phyrus. In his opinion, the little teacher he had worshipped was already heaven-defying. After a while, Fang Xianling suddenly stood up and was so excited that his body was trembling. Only the virtuous can live in a shack and become a delightful sight. This is a magnificent poem. Magnificent! Magnificent! Duruhui also slapped the table and stood up. This poem is like a tiger jumping and a dragon soaring. It can only be described as extraordinary by the humble words of the room. Xiao Lang could be the top scholar of the spring imperial examinations with this poem alone. You're a great scholar when you talk and laugh. Ha ha, Xiao Lang, you're indeed a wonderful person. Zhangsun Wuji clasped his hands towards Lier. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It's Your Majesty's fortune to have such a talented junior. It's the fortune of our great Tang. Your Majesty? Which emperor? Li Wanyu, Su Chongqing, and Ma Zhou were all stunned. This bearded man is the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Pai Lupi Li Shimin. The old butler, Perrin, and the others who were waiting on the side all trembled in fear and hurriedly knelt down. Although kneeling was not popular in the Tang dynasty, for them, the sudden visit of a saint to the Li family was too shocking. They could not help but kneel down. Li Wanyu was even more dumbfounded. If the bearded man was Pai Lupi, he seemed to have perhaps disliked him many times at the birthday banquet in Zhang Liang's mansion. He teased him with the chessboard and rice. He teased him again when he gave him the painting. In the county prison of Chang County, and just now by the Ganjiang River. Should he take his beautiful boss and run away? Is it safer to run along the Silk Road to the western regions or to Nanyang? Would Pai Lupi immediately let the guards rush in and chop him to death? Li Wanyu's mind was filled with random thoughts. He did not even greet Pai Lupi and just stood there stupidly. While he was in a daze, Pai Lupi made a gesture to Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling took out a scroll of yellow paper from her arms. Li Wanyu of Hu County received the imperial edict. Chapter 194. An imperial edict was an imperial edict. Of course, there was no such thing as an imperial edict in the Tang dynasty. It was generally called an imperial edict, or an imperial edict. Receiving an imperial edict was not like the scene in the TV series of later generations where everyone knelt down to greet the imperial edict. Before the Ming dynasty, there was no need to kneel to receive an imperial edict. In the Tang dynasty, people just had to sit down to receive an imperial edict. Disciple, Li Wanyu of Hu County, son of Li Zhou, loyal and pure, virtuous and virtuous. He is the founder of a county and will be bestowed with 10,000 gold, 300 households, and 100 households. The master will execute it. Fang Xuanling's reading of the imperial edict was like a clap of thunder, exploding Li Wanyu's head and making a buzz. He was conferred a title. After reading the imperial edict, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong both breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Li Wanyu with a bit of surprise in their eyes. Before, the two of them used words to provoke Pai Lupi. Wasn't the purpose of Pai Lupi not to treat his nephew harshly? They didn't expect that not only did Pai Lupi not treat him harshly, but he was already prepared. He even wrote the imperial edict and directly conferred title. The imperial edict of the Tang dynasty was not so simple. It needed Pai Lupi to instruct the officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs to draft it. Then Pai Lupi would read it and send it back to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. The Hall of Governmental Affairs would make a new copy of the imperial edict, file it, sign it, and send it to the Hall of Governmental Affairs for review. After the review of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the big shots would sign it, send it to Pai Lupi for review, and then send it to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. In short, the imperial edict of the Tang dynasty was a long and complicated process from the drafting of the imperial edict to the final issuance. The complexity was simply a headache. In comparison, the government of the Celestial Empire was more efficient. Therefore, Pai Lupi's decision to confer a title to Li Wanyu, the founder of a county, was not made in a hurry. Ever since Fang Xianling said, "I owe you a lot," Pai Lupi was ready to reward her. Not to mention Li Wanyu's status as a member of the imperial clan. Just the water wheel and four-wheeled carriage that he had created were enough for Pai Lupi to make up his mind and give him a noble title. What surprised Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong was Li Wanyu's title of nobility. In the Tang dynasty, the titles of nobility were mostly based on the names of places. But, generally speaking, the titles of nobility in Mingchuan and mountains were not conferred, nor were the important places in the capital. Hu County was only 80 li away from Chang, and city, and was within the boundaries of the capital. Yet, Pai Lupi had bestowed this title upon Li Wanyu. It was impossible for everyone not to have their imaginations run wild. Li Wanyu finally came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Yes." Fu Dao Xing, Wanyu thanked His Majesty. Pai Lupi snorted proudly. "Li Wanyu, just don't make me angry in the future." These words made Li Wanyu very embarrassed, and he didn't know what to say. Li Wanyu also felt that he had been wronged. "Damn, who told you, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, to go incognito? How would I know that you were Pai Lupi's son? You can't blame me for this." He smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, it was all because of my youth and impetuousness. Please forgive me." Li Wanyu couldn't be blamed for humbling himself. He wasn't a fool. In a feudal society, wasn't it crazy to play with the emperor's strength of character? Normally, only someone with a screw loose would do that. The result would be nothing but a graveyard full of weeds. After the imperial edict was read out, the hall became even more lively. Everyone congratulated Li Wanyu. The old hooligan Cheng Yaojin even poured Li Wanyu several bowls of wine. Li Wanyu was so angry that he almost fought with him. This old hooligan was too bad. Fang Xianling introduced him to several people in the hall. Only now did Li Wanyu know that the one who freeloaded his breakfast that day was actually Zhang's son Wuji. Next to Fang Xianling was a famous minister, Du Ruhui. These two people were the golden partners of Jingguan dynasty, known as Feng Mao and Du Duan. They were all famous people of the Tang dynasty and were all 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. "Congratulations, Hu Xinman, come, drink with this old man." This title, why does it sound so weird? Hu Xinman, it's so weird. Li Wanyu didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to everyone, and then dizzily poured a lot of wine. If it weren't for the low alcohol content of the Tang dynasty's wine, he would have fallen on the table. Yang Quan also came to congratulate Li Wanyu with wine. Yang Quan was also greatly stimulated by the imperial edict just now. Although he knew that Li Jia Shaolang was an extraordinary person, he didn't expect that he would soar to the sky so quickly. He was a 7th grade county magistrate. Before, he was Li Wanyu's parent official, but in the blink of an eye, Li Wanyu became Hu Xinman. In the future, he would have to salute first when he met him, which was really a little embarrassing. This official congratulates Hu Xinman on your knighthood today. Come, please drink with me. Li Wanyu hurriedly stopped him. "Ming House, just call me Zio. Ming House has taken care of me a lot. I will remember it in my heart and will never forget it." Yang Quan saw that although he was young, he was still calm and not domineering. He smiled and nodded. The two sides drank and chatted happily. The atmosphere was harmonious. Yang Mingfu, who gave Zio his courtesy name, Fang Xianling asked curiously. Yang Quan hurriedly replied. Replying to Feng Xianling, Li Wanyo's courtesy name was given to him by my teacher, Secret Supervisor Yu. It was taken from Zi Lai Zi Qiong, and in Zi Lai Zi Qiong. In Zi Lai Zi Qiong, there's the worry of hunger and cold. Secret Supervisor Yu is indeed a knowledgeable person. This courtesy name is good. Zio, don't disappoint Secret Supervisor Yu's expectations. Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He clapped his hands and smiled. The fact that Li Wanyu was conferred a noble title made the old steward, Li Heng, so excited that his face flushed red. Looking at Li Heng's appearance, Li Wanyu was afraid that the old man would be too excited and have a brain hemorrhage or something. That would be very funny. The backs of the Nyo brothers also straightened even more. The little girl Pei Lan and those 4 maidservants, on the other hand, had faces full of shock. Their Lang Jun was knighthood, a 16-year-old county boy who founded the country. If this news spread to Chong, and a group of people would be scared out of their wits. The Li clan of Hu County would probably vomit blood with regret. When the old master was in charge of Hu County, he didn't even get a knighthood. The Tang dynasty was very cautious about knighthood and wouldn't give it easily. The patriarch of the Li clan of Hu County was only given a salary equivalent to a knighthood. He didn't even need to think about knighthood. Ma Zhou shook his head and carefully looked at his junior teacher several times. This young man he met at the courier station was serving the corvée a few days ago. Now he was knighthood? He became a noble of the Tang dynasty? Could he be considered to have a discerning eye? Li Wanyo's sudden knighthood was a great shock to the Li family. Not to mention the joy on the faces of the family members. Su Changqing also felt a little dizzy after hearing the imperial edict. She stupidly used her elbow to secretly poke Li Wanyo's ribs. Her beautiful boss understood the part about the title of nobility from the magnificent and profound imperial edict. Wanyu, what kind of knighthood is the county boy who founded the country? Also, is that imperial edict an imperial edict? Why isn't there an imperial edict from the heavens? Li Wanyu blinked and almost burst out laughing. His beautiful boss was deceived by the unscrupulous TV series of the future. Chapter 195. He explained in a low voice to Su Changqing. In the Tang dynasty, there were 9 ranks of nobility: Wang, Junwang, Guogong, Jungong, County Duke, County Marquis, County Earl, County Son, and County Man was regarded as secondary class 5. Although his rank was not high, he belonged to the category of nobility. Nobility was different from an official position. Simply speaking, a nobility was equivalent to lifelong benefits, while an official position was just a job. As for the imperial edict, it was made by the shameless emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang. The emperors before Zhu Yuanzhang were not so shameless that they could not say that they were following the imperial edict. The beginning of the imperial edict of the Tang dynasty was very simple. It was just 2 words, Menxia, because the imperial edicts were generally drawn up by the Menxia province. After figuring this out, Su Changqing asked again, "Is the reward of 10,000 taels of gold for our family?" Li Wanyu rolled his eyes at her. "What are you thinking? 10,000 taels of gold. 10,000 taels of gold is 10,000 copper coins. Li Shimin is really stingy. He only gave us 10 copper coins, which is enough to buy a bucket of water wine." Su Changqing was also speechless. It turned out that it was such a reward. She was happy for nothing. What does it mean to have 300 households in the feudal land and 100 households in the feudal land? 300 households in the feudal land is a false title. After adding the feudal land is a real title. That is to say, 100 households in our family are really going to be class households. Customers. Su Changqing was confused again. In the Tang dynasty, there were customers? Did they need a salesperson? Li Wanyu knew that she misunderstood. Stupid, it's a tax class. It's the rent for 100 households. In the future, it won't be handed over to the imperial court. It will be handed over to our family. In the future, we will be landlord class. Those who ate the feudal land would get real households. These 100 households would become Li Wanyu's class households and pay taxes to him in the future. Moreover, the feudal land was hereditary, which was the most important thing. Who would have thought that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty for only a month, he would achieve his dream of becoming a small landlord, and a small landlord with a title of nobility. Ordinary small landowners still had to pay taxes, but he didn't even need to pay taxes. It was really wonderful. Your Majesty, let me propose a toast to you. Your Majesty, thank you for your magnanimity. Li Wanyu didn't forget to propose a toast to Pai Lupi. Flattery was a compulsory course for white-collar workers. Pai Lupi was in a very good mood today. After drinking the wine in one gulp, he smiled and said to Li Wanyu, "Speaking of which, we are still your Uncle Kong. From now on, when we are in private, you can call us Uncle." "Yes, your nephew greets Uncle." Li Wanyu immediately seized the opportunity. Since the emperor of the Tang dynasty had said so, what was there to be embarrassed about? If Pai Lupi really treated him as his nephew, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the Tang dynasty in the future? Carrying caged birds, eagles, and dogs, he could run rampant in the east and west cities with a group of Tang dynasty playboys and flirt with pretty girls while he was at it. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu almost drooled. However, his good mood didn't last long. When his eyes swept across the table and saw the plate of fried locusts with little left, his mood became a little heavy. Li Wanyu was not a saint. He was just a layman. But even if he was a layman, he couldn't be stone-hearted. Knowing that a great famine would sweep across Guanyi province, but doing nothing, Li Wanyu would despise himself in his heart. He gritted his teeth and planned to take advantage of Pai Lupi's good mood to go out and persuade him again, even if he was scolded again. "Uncle, I beg you to give the order to eliminate the locusts. This plague of locusts really can't be delayed. Otherwise, there will be no harvest, and starving people will be everywhere in Guangzhou." This topic made Pai Lupi slightly startled, and his face became a little gloomy. He raised his head and drank the wine in the cup, sighing. "Zio, how could I not want to give the order to eliminate the locusts?" Sigh. Li Wanyu was a little surprised. According to the history books of later generations, didn't Pai Lupi personally eat the locusts and give the order to eliminate them all over the country? Why did Lier's expression seem to suggest that there was more to the matter of exterminating the locusts? It seemed that it wasn't just the scholar officials who were against eliminating the locusts. Was there some other reason that he didn't know? The conversation between the two was heard by everyone present. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others all looked bitter and didn't want to say more. Only Cheng Yaojin, this idiot, threw his wine bowl heavily on the table and shouted in a rough voice, "Damn it, it's all because of those bastards. Jijia, be careful with your words." Before Cheng Yaojin finished, Zhang Sun Wuji interrupted him. Pai Lupi waved his hand. "No matter, we can tell him about this and let Zio listen. This kid might have a way to get out of this situation." After getting Pai Lupi's permission, Zhang Sun Wuji still carefully waved his hand to let Li Heng, Niu Wu, and the others leave. Ma Zhou's clothes were white, and he was about to leave, but he was stopped by Li Wanyu. "Bin Wang, you will become an official sooner or later, and you are also my disciple. There should be no harm in staying." Zhang Sun Wuji didn't have any objections to Li Wanyu leaving Ma Zhou behind. When there was no one else in the central room, he explained to Li Wanyu in a small voice. After listening to Zhang Sun Wuji's explanation, Li Wanyu was also furious. It was indeed a group of despicable people who were causing trouble. It turned out that the reason why the imperial court didn't send out the order to exterminate the locusts, other than those Confucian scholars talking about some bullshit locust god, the main reason was because of the aristocratic families. What a heartless aristocratic family. For their own benefit, they even used a natural disaster like the locust plague as a political weapon. These bastards didn't even think about how many people of the Tang dynasty would starve to death because of the famine. Using human lives as a political weapon to attack Pai Lupi, were these aristocratic families all black-hearted? Li Wanyu was angry, but he understood why Pai Lupi didn't send out the order to exterminate the locusts. He really wanted to persuade Pai Lupi to ignore those bullshit aristocratic families and forcefully send out the order to exterminate the locusts, but he knew that it was impossible. Although Pai Lupi was the emperor, he was restrained by the aristocratic families. He couldn't forcefully send out the order or else the imperial court would be shaken and the world would fall into chaos. Li Wanyu was just a small white-collar worker in his previous life. He didn't know about these political struggles. Now that he understood the situation, he didn't know what to do. It was Ma Zhou who suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty, I think this matter isn't that hard to solve." Although Ma Zhou didn't have an official position now, the common people of the Tang dynasty, even the old farmers, addressed themselves as subjects when they met the emperor. His words made Pai Lupi and the others raise their eyebrows. "Let's hear it." "Yes, the so-called divine punishment is just nonsense. As long as a virtuous person shows up and dispels this divine punishment, the Tang dynasty will be restored to the world. Then, exterminating the locusts will be a matter of course." Ma Zhou explained. Pai Lupi's eyes flashed, but he didn't rush to speak. On the other hand, Zhang Sunwuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others figured out the purpose of Ma Zhou's plan. "Your Majesty, this plan is feasible. The divine punishment is just a myth. If a virtuous person shows up and talks about it, it's a good plan." Li Wanyu was happy. Wasn't this just inviting an expert to give a lecture to dispel the feudal superstitions? "King Bin, this is a good idea. As long as the divine punishment is dispelled, exterminating the locusts is feasible. But I don't know who can take on this responsibility." Li Wanyu asked curiously. Ma Zhou smiled and pointed at the direction of the hillside outside Zhou village. "Teacher, isn't the master of the Taoist temple on the hillside a ready-made candidate?" "Master of the Taoist temple?" Li Wanyu was stunned for a moment before he realized who Ma Zhou was talking about. Old Taoist Sun Simiao? Chapter 196. Taoism was the national religion of the Tang dynasty. In the entire history of the Tang dynasty, other than Wu Zetian and the Xinzong dynasty, all the emperors of the Tang dynasty respected Taoism since the founding of the empire. Li Yuan, the founder of the Tang dynasty, worshipped Laozi Li Er as his ancestor when the empire was first established. He built temples of Laozi everywhere and personally worshipped him many times. Pai Lupi had also issued many edicts saying, "The path of the great Tao begins in ancient times. From today onwards, the temple will be established." As for the title, Taoist nun can be before monks and nuns. He didn't hesitate to use the edicts to raise the status of Taoism. In the Tang dynasty, Taoism also had a huge influence, far more than Buddhism. Therefore, when Wu Qingjin wrote Journey to the West and said that Tang Sanzang was Pai Lupi's younger brother, that was nonsense. Buddhism's social status and influence in the Tang dynasty was far from Taoism. If they could really invite a Taoist expert to prove that the heavenly wrath was nonsense, then the so-called heavenly wrath on Pai Lupi would be groundless, and there would be no need to mention the heavenly wrath on himself. At that time, even if the aristocratic families were unwilling, they could only accept it. At least they didn't want to fall out with Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. After Ma Zhou threw out this idea, Pai Lupi, Zhang Sunwuji, and the rest who had been trapped in the political struggle of the imperial court couldn't help but look at each other with excitement in their eyes. "Zio, who are you two talking about?" Zhang Sunwuji asked curiously, wondering which expert could resolve this matter. Li Wanyu smiled. "Old immortal Sun Simiao, does Duke Qi know?" After the incident at the Black Tortoise Gate, Zhang Sunwuji was listed as the most outstanding official by Pai Lupi. He was conferred the title of Duke Qi, the Minister of Personnel, and the head of the 3 departments. Hearing that the person Ma Zhou recommended was Sun Simiao, Pai Lupi and the rest clapped and cheered. The old Taoist, Sun Simiao, was in his 80s. Not only was his medical skills superb, but he was also quite famous in Taoism. Pai Lupi once wanted to confer the title of nobility to the old Taoist, but he was rejected by the old Taoist who was bent on ascending. This made Pai Lupi feel very regretful. From Pai Lupi's point of view, the old Taoist Sun Simiao was a godly figure like Xian Min and Guang Qingzi. If he could really get Sun Simiao to clear his name, the story of divine punishment would be dispelled. "Ziyu, can you invite old immortal Sun?" Pai Lupi asked. Pai Lupi wasn't confident that he could ask Sun Simiao, an old Taoist with a respected position in the Taoist school, to clear his name. Li Wanyu chuckled and said, Uncle, old immortal sun is behind the village, building a Taoist temple on my family's hillside. You can ask him to come. Leave it to me. Tomorrow morning, I will send people into the mountains to look for old immortal sun day. Ziyu, are you confident that you can convince old immortal sun to help? Pai Lupi was a little worried. Li Wanyu pointed at Niu Yong, who was standing in the front yard, and smiled. Uncle, do you see that troop of mine? He saved old immortal sun's life before. Old immortal sun will definitely give him some face. He suddenly thought of the scene where he saw the monks swindling people at the crossroads of Hu County. He couldn't help but chuckle. He lowered his voice and carefully said a few words to everyone. After Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest heard his words, they couldn't help but grit their teeth with a weird expression. Pai Lupi also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know how to comment. On the other hand, Cheng Yaojin's big palm landed on Li Wanyu's shoulder again. Waha! Kid, I think this business of yours is good. Your Majesty, you can leave this matter to this kid. It can't be wrong. It wasn't easy for Li Wanyu to be conferred the title of founding man of the county. However, in front of this old gangster, he didn't have any temper at all. His shoulder was slapped until it was numb, but he still had to wear a smile on his face. Without mentioning how Li Wanyu was ridiculing Cheng Yaojin in his heart, Pai Lupi pondered for a while and silently nodded his head slightly. It could be considered that he agreed with Li Wanyu's suggestion. The matter of eliminating the locust calamity would be left to Li Wanyu. If there was any need, Fang Xianling, Duru Hui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the rest would cooperate. With a countermeasure, Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. After so many days, the irritation in their hearts faded a little. In addition, there was good wine and delicacies to liven things up today. Pai Lupi simply threw this matter to the back of his mind and turned to look at Ma Zhou. Zio, this disciple of yours has a clever mind. The problem that has troubled us for many days was actually solved by him. Li Wanyu saw that Pai Lupi was interested in Ma Zhou, so he quickly introduced Ma Zhou to him. After knowing that he was an orphan and came from a poor family, but he was studious and had even been a teaching assistant in Bo Prefecture, Pai Lupi began to admire Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou, let me test you. Let me see what you have learned from Zio. Pai Lupi smiled. Ma Zhou was a little fearful. He bowed and said, I have only learned from teacher for a short period of time. I have yet to learn all of teacher's knowledge. Pai Lupi smiled and said, Haha, you are humble. You have also praised your little teacher very highly. Ma Zhou said, what I have said is from the bottom of my heart. Teacher's talent is outstanding and unparalleled. I am very fortunate to be able to become teacher's disciple. Zio, where did you swindle this disciple of yours? He seems to hold you in high regard. Uncle, how can this be called swindle? Li Wanyu smiled. Although he had tricked Ma Zhou into coming to Dingzhou village, he definitely did not trick Ma Zhou into becoming his disciple. Pai Lupi glared at him and said, What? Did I say something wrong? Other than Ma Zhou, who else would want to take a young man like you as their master? Nonsense. Although Pai Lupi knew that Li Wanyu was talented, he still felt that he was still a youth. Taking him in as a disciple was still a little absurd. He also spoke with a joking tone. In his opinion, other than Ma Zhou, no one else would want to be Li Wanyu's disciple. Li Wanyu was embarrassed. He replied shyly, Uncle, I already have a second disciple. His words stunned everyone in the central room. Li Wanyu had another disciple. Could it be one of the urchins in Dingzhou village? Zio, who has become your disciple? Let's hear it. Pai Lupi smiled and asked. Uncle, it's junior supervisor Yan Libin. Li Wanyu smiled and said, Nanny, are you kidding us? Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and even Cheng Yaojin had a black face full of question marks. Their faces were full of shock and confusion. Kid, you're not talking nonsense, right? That junior supervisor Yan is a fourth-rank official. How could he be your disciple? Cheng Yaojin was the first to not believe it. Before Li Wanyu could explain, Ma Zhou had already replied respectfully, Lu Guogong, teacher's words are true. There is no doubt that this brother and I will become master's apprentice on the same day. Everyone gasped when they heard this. It was fine if Ma Zhou became Li Wanyu's disciple for nothing. But Yin Libin was a fourth-rank official. Why did he become Li Wangyou's disciple? What has junior supervisor Yin learned from you? Cheng Yaojin asked. To learn painting, Li Wanyu answered honestly. This answer stunned Pai Lupi and the others. They shook their heads. No one believed Li Wangyou's words. If Yin Libin were to learn poetry from Li Wanyu, everyone would still be able to accept it. After all, Li Wanyu had the ability to write a few poems and write the epigraph of my shack. However, Yin Libin was famous in the imperial court for his painting skills. Pai Lupi had even asked him to paint many times. How shameless did Li Wanyu have to be to say that he taught Yin Libin painting skills? Li Wanyu saw that no one believed him and said something else. This almost made Pai Lupi's nose crooked from anger. Chapter 197. Li Wanyu also didn't intend to continue hiding the matter. He could use today's opportunity to honestly explain the matter of the goddess of Luo's painting. His sketch of the goddess of Luo's painting had been collected by Pai Lupi. At that time, he didn't know Pai Lupi's identity, but now that he knew Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, if he didn't explain clearly, he would be committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. Uncle, there's something that you shouldn't be angry about. Li Wanyu rubbed his nose, appearing slightly embarrassed. Pai Lupi looked at him and suddenly had a bad premonition. He asked, "What's the matter? What did you do this time?" Li Wanyu said, "That the ancient painting that you took away from Duke Chomping's mansion." That wasn't an ancient painting, it was drawn by me." "What? You scoundrel! You better speak clearly," Pai Lupi said angrily. The goddess of Luo's painting was his favorite. It was even hung in Pai Lupi's sweet nectar hall in his bedroom to be admired from time to time. Pai Lupi didn't like the sketch at Zhang Liang's mansion and found many problems with it. In fact, such a realistic painting of the goddess of Luo's painting was something that Pai Lupi liked very much. Pai Lupi often regretted that such a peerless painting skill was lost in the long river of history. Today, there wasn't a single painter in the Tang dynasty who could make such a vivid painting. Therefore, Pai Lupi regarded the ancient painting, the goddess of Luo's painting, as a treasure and didn't easily take it out to see others. Only Empress Zhang's son and a few imperial concubines in the harem could occasionally see the true appearance of the ancient painting. But now, Li Wanyu, this scoundrel, actually said that his beloved ancient painting, the goddess of Luo's painting, was drawn by this brat. This feeling was really terrible. Western Zhou's cultural relic became last week's. No one would be able to accept this change. Li Wanyu had no choice but to honestly explain the ins and outs of the matter. In the end, he had to defend himself. "Uncle, it's not that your nephew wants to deceive you. That day, the enemy was forced into a corner by the Duke of Chomping and had no choice but to ask for your nephew's help. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the painting would end up in your hands?" After learning the truth, Pai Lupi was so angry that he was almost ready to commit domestic violence. Li Wanyu was so scared that he jumped behind his beautiful boss. He carefully poked his head out and smiled apologetically. Hey, uncle, don't be angry. You see, I didn't mean to deceive you. You're a magnanimous person, so forgive me." Pai Lupi was infuriated by his tired appearance, but he couldn't do anything about it. Indeed, this matter could not be entirely blamed on Li Wanyu. He glared at Li Wanyu, who was hiding behind the woman. "Come over here, sit down, and answer the question. Did young master Yin ask you to learn his strange painting skills?" "That's right, that's exactly what happened." "Ziyu, who taught you your skills?" Pai Lupi suddenly asked. This was something he had been confused about recently. Li Zhou's abilities were only average, so he obviously couldn't teach such a son. Not to mention, Li Wanyu was able to come up with so many strange things. It was really inconceivable. Li Wanyu was speechless. There was no way to explain this. If he told Pai Lupi that he was a transmigrator, would he be arrested by the Space Administration? His eyes turned, and he lied. "Uncle, a month ago, I fell seriously ill and was in a coma on the bed for several days. But for some reason, your nephew's body healed on its own. When I woke up, it was as if my brain was enlightened and I understood many things. But as for why, your nephew doesn't know." His deceptive words made the beautiful superior feel uncomfortable and almost burst out laughing. She could only turn her back, her shoulders still twitching. Obviously, she was secretly laughing. Pai Lupi and the others were suspicious. Could it be that there was really someone who was born with knowledge? Fang Xianling pondered for a while and said, Ziyu, could it be that you are the reincarnation of a Taoist master? Fang Xuanling's words made Pai Lupi and the others somewhat skeptical. If so, it also made sense why Li Wanyu suddenly became so smart. Taoist reincarnation was different from Buddhist reincarnation. They were two different concepts. The reincarnation of Buddhism referred to the reincarnation of the soul after the death of a living being, starting a new life cycle, repeating over and over again. The concept of Taoist reincarnation had been in China since ancient times. For example, in the classic of Mountains and Seas, a girl was reincarnated into a guard. Legend has it that the divine Dr. Bianke during the spring and autumn period was also the reincarnation of an ancient famous doctor. Bianke's original name was Qin Yu, and Bianke was the name of an ancient famous doctor. Yu the Great was not his real name, but the honorific title of an ancient immortal who had achieved the Tao. Yu was believed to be the reincarnation of the ancient immortal, so he was called Yu. Therefore, the reincarnated person must have the same characteristics as the original person to be called reincarnation. It was not like Buddhist reincarnation, where it was a new life. Fang Xuanling's guess gave Li Wanyu a perfect excuse. Anyway, he could not explain why he had so many strange skills. He could just blame it on reincarnation, which was easier to accept than time travel. Pai Lupi and the others were just curious about where Li Wanyu's skills came from. They did not intend to get to the bottom of it, so the matter was over. Li Wanyu secretly wiped his non-existent cold sweat and exchanged glances with his beautiful boss who was giggling. Finally, a small problem was solved. Pai Lupi did not care about where Li Wanyu's knowledge came from, but he was interested in Ma Zhou. He waved his hand and called him to his side to test his knowledge. It had to be said that the inertia of the wheel of history was always there. Even if it was a few years earlier, Ma Zhou still managed to attract Pai Lupi's attention with his talent. Ma Zhou told Pai Lupi many of his views on politics, which made Pai Lupi clap his hands and applaud. After drinking and chatting, Pai Lupi directly asked Ma Zhou if he was willing to become an official. In this regard, Li Wanyu looked helpless. Pai Lupi was blatantly trying to poach him, but he still had to pretend to be happy. It was really a pain in the ass. But out of Li Wanyu and the others' expectations, Ma Zhou actually refused Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I do not want to become an official for the time being. I hope Your Majesty can understand. Why is that? Pai Lupi was a little unhappy. It was rare for him to be polite, but he was embarrassed. Ma Zhou respectfully saluted. I want to study under the teacher for a few more years, and then serve Your Majesty like a dog or horse. His words were out of Li Wanyu's expectations. Li Wanyu did not expect that Ma Zhou would be willing to give up such a good opportunity to study by his side. Li Wanyu seemed to only want to trick Ma Zhou into working for him, but he did not expect Ma Zhou to be like this. This made Li Wanyu feel a little embarrassed. Bin Wang, you don't have to be like this. You can do the same as Li Ben and come to me every 10 days. Don't disappoint His Majesty. Li Wanyu persuaded. He was sincere. Ma Zhou was talented. If he could assist Pai Lupi a few years earlier, he could also make a career and bring the golden age of Zhangguan earlier. Li Wanyu's persuasion made Ma Zhou hesitate. Chapter 198. Li Wanyu saw that Ma Zhou was still hesitating, so he tried to persuade him again. King Bin, life is like a multiple-choice question. I both have to make a choice. Let me give you 4 words. Knowing and doing is one. Li Wanyu ignored his beautiful superior's rolling eyes and impolitely plagiarized the essence of Wang Yangming's theory. Knowing and doing is one? Teacher, what do you mean? Ma Zhou asked. Actually, Li Wanyu only knew a little about Wang Yangming's theory of mind, and he only knew a little about it. However, this didn't stop him from using the 4 words, knowing and doing is one, to fool Ma Zhou. Li Wanyu coughed lightly and activated his pretentious mode. Knowing is conscience and knowledge. Doing is one puts one's actions into practice. In knowing, there is action, and in doing, there is knowledge. Determination, diligence, correction, and good deeds are the unity of knowledge and action. This is the combination of knowing and doing as one. King Bin, you can become an official and apply what you have learned. This is the right way. Although Li Wanyu couldn't explain the true essence of Wang Yangming's knowing and doing as one, these two sentences were enough to enlighten the apathetic and made everyone stunned. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, the two founding duke, didn't think much of it, but Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui were distracted by Li Wanyu's words to Ma Zhou. Knowing and doing is one. Ziyu, do you have a detailed explanation? Zhangsun Wuji asked. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also looked at Li Wanyu inquisitively. This put Li Wanyu in a difficult position. How would he know the details of knowing and doing as one? He only remembered Wang Yangming's philosophy of mind. However, how could a student like him, who majored in e-commerce, understand the essence of it? Li Wanyu rolled his eyes and used his great deception mode. He didn't understand Wang Yangming's theory, but he had drunk a lot of chicken soup for the soul in the future. Duke of Qi, in my opinion, it's easy to know but hard to do. What you can think of might not be able to do. What you know might not be able to do. Some roads need to be walked with feet. Some paths had to be walked with heart. Often, it wasn't the thorns or stones that held him back, but his heart. To be able to match one's words with one's actions, one's exterior with his interior, and one's interior with his exterior, this is the unity of knowledge and action. Come, let's drink this bowl of chicken soup. From now on, life will be cool to the end. Li Wanyu's chicken soup for the soul class was so common in the future that even his beautiful boss could only roll her eyes. But in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago, his words were a thought-provoking warning to everyone. Ma Zhou murmured for a long time, as if he had been enlightened. He bowed to Li Wanyu and said, "Teacher, I understand now. Combining knowledge and action means combining learning and action." He then bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to serve. Please forgive my rudeness." Pai Lupi laughed and stood up. What a good combination of knowledge and action. Ziyu, you are indeed the reincarnation of a great power. With such knowledge, it is a waste for you to stay in Dingzhou village. Why don't you become an official with your disciple? Nanny? Li Wanyu suddenly felt that he had been too pretentious. It felt like he had lifted a rock and dropped it on his own foot. If he was willing to become an official, would he have waited until now? Compared with the free and beautiful life of a small landlord, who would want to be an official? Although when his beautiful boss was bullied by the Zheng family of Xingyang, he also had a desire for power. But with Li Wangyu's tiredness, after a few days of living a comfortable life, he had already thrown that idea to the back of his mind. Not to mention that he was now a noble. Although he was only a county official of the lowest rank, he was still a noble of the Tang dynasty, wasn't he? With this identity, what could the Zheng family of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan do to him? Therefore, Li Wanyu was naturally unwilling to become an official. In his opinion, it was simply a waste of life. Now that Pai Lupi had opened his mouth, he could not bluntly refuse. Otherwise, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? He had just said that Ma Zhou should know and act as one. If he made excuses when it was his turn, he would not give Pai Lupi any face. Li Wanyu touched his nose awkwardly and could only bring up Li Zhou again. "Uncle, my lord passed away not long ago. I still have 2 years to mourn for him. Let's talk about becoming an official after 2 years." This was a well-tested excuse. The Tang dynasty ruled the world with filial piety. Li Wanyu said that he would mourn for Li Zhou for 3 years, which naturally made Pai Lupi speechless. Pai Lupi glared at him fiercely. "You should just stay in Dingzhou village and drink with Chingchumo and the others. Is that mourning for your lord? You even helped the Soot people to make the holy fire. If you dare to fool around like this in the future, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your lord." Li Wanyu was stunned. So, Pai Lupi knew that he and the other foppish people went to the Hu wine shop in Ping Kong Square to drink with prostitutes. He did not know that with such a powerful intelligence agency as the Hunter Cavalry Department, there were very few things in Chang and that could be hidden from Pai Lupi. Not to mention that he and the other foppish people had made such a big move in the temple of Li Chuan Square, which had already been reported to Pai Lupi by the 100 Cavalry Department. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe in the holy fire of the sun. He knew that it must be Li Wanyu's trick with the study of things. Even the conflict between Taiyuan Wang clan's legitimate son Wang Ziqiao and Li Wanyu was clearly known by Pai Lupi, who lived in the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi was very happy when he heard that Li Wanyu could make Wang Ziqiao and the other legitimate sons of aristocratic family suffer. He felt that this boy's way of doing things was very much to his liking. So, his reprimand was actually out of concern. Li Wanyu naturally did not know this. He could only pinch his nose and admit defeat to Pai Lupi's reprimand. Ma Zhou's life was the same as in his previous life. Although he entered the official position a few years earlier, he was appointed as an imperial censor by Pai Lupi, who appreciated him. Imperial censor was an official under the imperial censorate of the Tang dynasty. The imperial censorate consisted of Tai Yuan, Dian Yuan, and censorate. Ma Zhou was going to enter the Tai Yuan. There were 6 imperial censors in the Tai Yuan. They were in charge of censoring hundreds of officials and impeaching illegal activities. They were in charge of adjudicating cases specially ordered by the emperor. They were also in charge of the imperial court and the imperial court. They were in charge of handling grievances. Imperial censors had the highest status among the imperial censors and had the most authority. Ma Zhou had just entered the official position, and he was already a 6th-grade imperial censor. His starting point was quite high. Even Yang Quan, who was open-minded, could not help but feel jealous. However, the official promotion system of the Tang dynasty was not as perfect as that of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Even if Ma Zhou entered the official position without any background, he could be directly appointed as a high official. This was not unusual. It was the same even in the Song dynasty. That was why there was a saying, being a farmer in the morning, ascending to the emperor's hall in the evening. After everyone congratulated Ma Zhou again, Pai Lupi said to Feng Xianling, Xianling, Zio's mansion should be rebuilt. This is not the standard of a mansion for the founding of the country. Go back and ask the Ministry of Works to arrange it. Nanny? He wanted to rebuild his house. There's such a good thing?